I'm Naoto Fukasawa. I'm a designer. I always be getting some inspiration from my everyday life. I feel urban perspective, world is chaotic. We need order. Touch, the UI already touching everything. Touch means we can feel everything. We call it design sensibility. That is the meaning of touching. Human function is focused to be live. You cannot really live without any good telephone. This is one of the great mobile phone I designed. Really fit your fashion and life. I hope everybody like it.
Realme 16 Series 5G.
Different shades, different moods, but somehow we just click. We all move through life differently, chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color? Hey, where's your safe place? A place where ideas ignite, where laughter lingers, where work feels light. This is mine, and I'm not gatekeeping it. A chair isn't just a chair. It carries me through wins, through setbacks, through every step forward. And a desk isn't just a desk. It rises with me, stands tall when I do. Through triumphs, through trials, this space keeps me growing. This is my safe place. Home, playground, grounds where I stand. This is TT Racing Home Grounds. For every dream I chase, every battle I face, TT Racing has my back. So I'll ask again, where's your safe place?
Bago na naman tayo, ha? Malamang matutuwa na naman ang mga bata at matatanda niyan! Get out!
Maglaro tayo, di kami patatalo. Maski duo o trio, kahit 5 man pa kayo. Kahit pa sabay-sabay, ang kalaman sasablay. Kung mag-rank ang pambilis,
Sure na wipe out! Get out!
pili na ng lane.
At mag-pick ka na ng hero!
Sa mid lane galingan mo.
Pag nag-ulti, dapat sakto!
Push na onto red, ready to attack the Lord. Tara, ube, summer bonding na ng todo. Laro, 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 bilis, bilis, bilis. Gigi na sila, appear, appear, appear. Ay, nadali, sige, push mo. Laro, 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 bilis, bilis, bilis. Gigi na sila, appear, appear, appear. Ay, nadali, sige, push mo.
O ano? Sasali ba kayo? Lahat ay masaya. Pwede dito kahit sino. Nasaan ka man, nasa bahay o trabaho, pwede niyong laruin to.
Princess, pag tayo ay panalo. Appear, disappear, one hop, one fourth, one fourth, one hop, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one hop, one fourth, one fourth, one hop, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one hop, one fourth, one fourth, one hop, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one hop, one fourth, one fourth, one hop, disappear, appear. Laro, 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 bilis, bilis, bilis. Gigi na sila, appear, appear, appear. Ay, nadali, sige, push mo. Laro, 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 bilis, bilis, bilis. Gigi na sila, appear, appear, appear. Ay, nadali, sige, push mo. Get out!
Realme 16 series 5G.
I'm Naoto Fukasawa. I'm a designer. I always be getting some inspiration from my everyday life. I feel urban perspective, world is chaotic. We need order. Touch, the UI already touching everything. Touch means we can feel everything. Vehicle.
Week 5 ng Day 2 ng MDL Philippines Season 7. Kami mga kasama nyo ngayong araw na to. Prof B nga pala, kasama ko walang iba kundi si Rockhart and Gretchen.
Yun.
Kamusta
okay.
guys? Kamusta?
Well, man, again, natulog ng maaga. Very important
Yun.
kahapon. Kasi alam ko pati yung mga viewers natin, puyat na puyat pa yan, 100%. And I'm very glad na, we're here again. And malapit na. Actually, ito na yung last na day natin ng four series eh.
Oo, 4 series. Tama,
No?
tama.
Kasi tomorrow, 2 series na lang
Yeah.
yata. Kayo. Okay, wala na ako.
Sila.
Sorry.
Sila. Oo. Alam mo, inabot tayo, pero feeling ko hanggang dulo umabot din si Gretchen
Oo.
kahapon.
Narinig ko nga shoutout mo eh. Mag-isa na lang pero nandito pa rin naman kayo. Maraming salamat sa pagpunta pa rin.
So grabe talaga yung nangyari. Yesterday, nakita na natin yung masamang magbiro ang tadhana na umabot para sa ating lahat ng serye. Pero syempre, non-stop victories are made possible with Realme 16 Series 5G.
Tama. Ang Realme 16 Series 5G is equipped for high-performance competitive gaming, of course, with fast charging and a long-lasting battery, all in the body that's easy to grip for long hours of grinding.
And of course, yan din naman kasi naabangan natin just because it's playing smoother, react faster, and hit your opponents harder. So stay tuned because more game-changing surprises are about to drop.
Dahil nga grabe ang mga laban, but one thing, stay consistent. Comfort that keeps you locked in. Power setups here in MDL Philippines is TT Racing Philippines,
TT Racing.
the trusted global workstation partner of gamers, creators, and champions. Pang mga game 3 na talaga yan.
Oo, no?
Yeah, that's why kahapon I feel like it was fine. Okay naman upo ko eh.
Oh, yun.
Kahit mahaba. So,
Komportable
naman tayo.
Yan.
At syempre nakita na natin yung mga teams na naglaban-laban kahapon. And usual, pag naglalaban, nagkakaroon ng changes sa kanilang mga puntos or even the standings. Ito po ang ating updated na standings.
Yes, nag-draw tayo kahapon and of course it was very much random. Pinatunayan natin yon with transparent glass fish bowls na inisa-isa naming i-draw at walang naiwan at wala kaming hawak sa aming mga kamay.
Talagang patas.
Ayan na, wala na kayong masasabi doon. Bahala kayo dyan.
Oo.
Pero ang nagsama-sama doon, of course, yung mga 1-0 natin. Onyx Uprising, Martial Mayhem, and of course, Ryrock and the Aurora Hunters.
And of course, for round 2 naman, we have yung mga natalo yesterday which are currently at 0-1. And we have Dewa United, PH, TNCV, Code Unknown, and Twisted Minds Rough World Era na masasaksihan din natin yan lahat-lahat ngayong araw.
And lahat yan guys sa best of 3. Kung kahapon, kinapos kayo sa 12 games, mas mahigpit yung laban ngayon kasi may mga teams or may mga rounds tayo, series itself, na magkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag natin na laglagan. Once na natalo ka, tanggal ka na dito. And may iba naman mga teams pagka nanalo, mas mapapalapit sila, mas secure yung ating slot para sa Grand Finals. Looking doon sa mga series na nakahain sa atin ngayon, ano yung parang pinaka na-excite ka dito, Rakart?
Ako gusto ko makitang galit yung Code Unknown.
Yun.
Kasi they've been undefeated for a majority of the regular season. Ngayon lang sila nagkaroon ng talo, actually kahapon lang. And I wanted to see how they take it. Although it was still a very close series. So gusto ko makita ko ni maging resulta nun.
Oo nga, and for me, pwede bang sabihin all of the above?
Pwede!
All of the above na lang kasi hindi naman tayo aabot sa 12 games na ganun ka-intense na super haba per game kung hindi sila nagprepare ng todo max. So I would say, I'm looking forward to all of the matches today.
Ayan, so nakita nyo na yung ating reaction ng mga kasama dito sa ating desk. And may papakita kami sa inyo kung sino nga ba ang ating community fan MVP, which is si Zeno under sa plug ng TNCV. Binoto siya actually ng community dahil iba naman yung pinakita niyang performance. And isa na rin siya talaga sa rason kung bakit nanalo sila or pasok din talaga sila dun sa last chance qualifiers.
Oo nga, tsaka ito din naman kasi yung reason kung bakit siya yung community fan, napakalaki ng impact niya sa mga viewers. So that goes to show na Zeno during those times na last chance qualifiers truly made a difference, truly made a phenomenal performance na natandaan din ng ating mga kupunan.
And we all know na talagang tumatakbo rin talaga ang meta, and isa sa mga nagdadala ay yung mga mid lane heroes or yung mga mages. At not surprised actually, para sa kung kanina meron tayong community MVP. Ito yung weekly MVP, Zeno hitting. I believe this is the first time na magkaroon ng isang MVP na weekly and community MVP. So iba talaga yung jump with regards sa kanyang performance. Look at that game record with a 6-2, KDA 14.5, and specifically, pinakagusto ko sa mga mages o yung mga mid players dito yung kanyang kill participation. That's huge one, 80.56. Not to mention, halos lahat ng hero na nandyan sa baba niya nasa meta or sa mga pinag-aagawan ng mga mid players. Ano pa may mga surprising picks kahapon na bumabalik na sa tingin mo inadapt, Gretchen?
For me, I would say yung most recent buff, Dairot. Kasi usually tinatapat to a Uranus. Kasi alam naman natin directly counter out yung one another, yung dalawang kupunan natin. So I would say we can yung direksyon na mapupunta tayo, makakakita tayo na mas madaming Dairot, mas madaming mga Uranus. Kasi alam naman natin, still the same, plus the Terizla pa na nawalan ng mana.
I love actually the changes, and kahapon nagkaroon din tayo ng preview kung ano pa yung maaari nating salubungin ngayong araw na to. At ito naman yung sasalubungin ng ating mga viewers. Here's our 4 series, ang ating mga schedule ngayong araw. We have the first set, Rai Rock or Rock versus Aurora Hunters. Second set natin is Dewa United PH versus TNCV. Kung nasaan yung ating fun and weekly community MVP. Third series, Code versus Twisted Minds Rough World. Alam na natin na marami rin nag-aantay sa serye na ito. Last but not the least, this Onyx Uprising versus Martial Mayhem.
Yeah, so itong matchup natin today obviously is drawn out. Lahat ng naglaban-laban dito, just to repeat, is mga 0-1. 0-1 versus 0-1 and 1-0 versus 1-0. It's just so happen na itong Code makakalaban ulit yung Twisted Minds Rough World era, which is nagkataon lang na first entrada nila din sa season. And it's gonna be a very fun rematch for sure. And of course, that's gonna be for match number 3 pa naman. Madami tayong aabangan bago yun.
At mind you guys, ang una pong bumunod sa fishbowl si QWERTY. So yung natitira lang, ayun lang po kay Prof B.
Yun.
So kung talaga si na kay QWERTY ang bunot
Yun.
last night or kahapon sa mga nangyayari dito. And alam mo, nakikita natin, naging fair naman din talaga. Hinalo namang maigi.
Oo, ganoon
Ano ba tawag doon? Kinaukaw.
Halo naman yun
Ayan. Pero syempre, we have our first series, Rock versus Hunt. First in the semis. Ano palagay mo sa ating first series, Gretchen?
Nako po, kasi katulad nga na na-witness natin yesterday, dalawa sa kanila, Rai Rock as well as Aurora Hunters, nanalo sa respective series natin. So all I can say is, ang laking momentum ito for the side of Rai Rock, considering that they have beaten yung previous champions ng MDL, which is Twisted Mind Rough World era. So ang laking moral boost, ang laking mental fortitude ito para sa kanila. So all I can say is Aurora Hunters have to be better prepared kung ano man yung masasaksihan natin sa Rai Rock.
The good thing about here, bago ka pumasok sa playoffs o yung mga ganitong sitwasyon, nakuha mo na kagad yung ganong momentum. No? Though we cannot deny yung performance din ng Aurora Hunters kahapon, nakakatakot para nakalock in or naka-ready etong mga teams pagdating sa ating tanggalan or kuwanan mismo ng kanilang match. Again guys, ang ating first series, this between Rock versus Aurora Hunters, at ito naman ang lineup na nakahain para sa Team Rock.
Yep, ito ang Rai Rock. They've been playing very well kahapon. Despite a very, medyo mahirap na start. Especially when Cyprus was on the eve. I think nabawi nila ng maayos talaga yung games nila kahapon. They were able to fight it out until the very end. And they're able to come out on top somehow.
And isa sa mga notable na performance actually si Lorenzo, iba rin no, iba rin yung bitawan, and even naramdaman na natin na parang kino-close out din si Arise yesterday, pero still nag-arise pa rin naman yung kanyang galawan. At ito, yung makakalaban nila ang lineup para sa side ng Aurora Hunters.
And of course, for Aurora Hunters, still the same main five as we have witnessed. Vlad, Denjiro, Escapo, Zen, and Atams na nakita naman natin yung phenomenal performances nila, and it also reflects on their statistics here in MDL Season 7. And all I can say is Aurora Hunters, one of the prominent teams here right now, and kailangan natin na makita yung hunter instincts na meron sila kung gusto nila mag-succeed at kung gusto nila manalo sa seryeng ito.
Yeah, I would say actually Aurora Hunters yesterday played extremely well. Again, isa sa mga players na medyo naiwanan din in the earlier parts of some of those games is Denjiro. Medyo na-focusan siya na malala, and again, that was a chip that was hunting him down all day long. If you didn't watch that, you better watch that series. But then again, after that loss, they were actually able to still take yung buong serye nila. And you know, isa sa very good things about this team. Hindi sila nag-iiwanan talaga. They're able to really keep it together. And that's why they came out with the victory.
I love on how Denjiro bounced back from that na minayat maya ka eh. Kung ako yun, nawawalan ka ng moral, pero they were able to bounce back kung ano man yung mindset na ginagamit nila dun sa mismong laruan na yon. I don't know kung sino yung nagpapakondisyon sila. Maliban syempre kay Coach Deb, na talagang iba rin yung binibigay ni Coach Deb sa ganung sitwasyon. As long as makakabalik and nakuha pa rin naman nila yung kanilang panalo. And of course, yung ating keys to victory.
Okay, first of all, we have capitalized on aggressive drafts as a stepping stone to solidify winning condition. Kasi earlier on, nung nakalaban nila yung Twisted Minds Rough Road era, nakita natin that Rock truly has that potential, not only in planning but also executing what they have planned in the Land of Dawn. So all I can say is kung gusto nilang makatalo ulit ng isang napakalakas sa team, which is Aurora Hunters, they really have to focus on the drafts that work on their side para at least yun yung magiging bato nila para at least makaarangkada towards the next few rounds here in the play-ins.
So that's
Yeah, I think a very good day. Aggressive drafts are very much the biggest advantages na nakuha din ng Rock ng mga nakaraang mga serye nila. Pinakita nila definitely on the first two games din kahapon. So I'm very excited to see kung magagawa ulit nila yun laban sa Aurora Hunters. Again, you mentioned already a bit of a higher caliber team din compared to most teams here in MDL.
Oo, siguro yung mindset na kailangan mahirap gibain, no? Para sa mga ganyang sitwasyon. Pero para sa ating K2V netong team na to, ispatan na natin, we have Funnel and Protect Atams.
That's right. Si Atam kasi actually was kung sakaling may mga na-fall off man, like halimbawa sa iba't ibang parte nilang mapa, Atams has been consistent even facing against a Claude na pinakamaalala ko talaga kahapon, harap-harapan yung Claude na naka-blazing duet with the Winter Crown. Sinabayan niya ng Winter Crown, tapos after nilang maging normal ulit na wala yung Winter Crown effect, siya naman ang nag-dominate. So, yung mga small things like that really put Atams up on top, especially considering na ang labanan ngayon sa gold lane medyo lumalawak na. Yung mga Harif na yun, I feel like is going to be highly banned out today. I expect that Harif to be respected, and that Claude maybe pag saluhan pa nila yun. Actually, there's a really good possibility na medyo later pa magamit yung Claude. They might actually just prioritize other heroes just like Takari. Since sabi niyo na nga kanina, Uranus is probably going to be highly contested ngayong araw na to.
I love the word na yung pinapalawak Rockheart kasi kahapon nga nakita tayo ng Benedetta na nasa gold with tinapat sa Claude. And mind yun, nanalo yung Benedetta sa ganung sitwasyon.
Wag lang yung pakita gold.
Yun lang.
Yun lang siguro yun.
Iba-ibang istorya.
Sa
pero
ibang draft siguro pwede. Wag muna, yung kahapon talaga.
Wag na muna kagad. Wag na muna kagad.
Tagilid pa.
Pero ito ang ating head-to-head para sa ating gold laners. We have Rock for, Arise under the flag of Rock and Atoms para naman sa Aurora Hunters.
At dito din mapapasok kung ano yung sinabi ni Rockhawk earlier on, kung saan Atoms and Arise, when it comes to micro skills, dito natin masasabi that they are good gold laners. But the question is, how can they actually contribute those individual skills to a teamwork? So it also reflects for the side of Atoms, kung saan nakita natin yung statistics na ito. Yes, we have the prominent YSS gold lane na parati nating pinag-uusapan. It provides vision and at the same time the damage output of a YSS. And of course, in the other side, for Arise naman, yung tinasabi natin na mga marksman like the Claude, Kari is still there, and as well as the newly buff Harit, I would say. And all I can say is, best of 3 na labanan, they have to choose their weapons carefully if they want to make sure na mananalo sila sa respective laning sila.
Yeah.
I-expect ko din yung agawan dyan sa Harit tsaka sa Claude talaga. Pero yung Claude feeling ko, as much as parang heavy-hitting hero siya for Arise, I feel like, again, later parts of the segment pa natin yung makikita.
If you're gonna rank yung gold, anyway, mainit din naman talaga yung gold. Sino ba mas top para sa yung rank? Yung Claude or Harit? Kung ba mas papipiliin ka lang?
Definitely Harif. Kasi yung Claude parang, ako sa akin siya yung medyo no choice na mga 4th pick, 3rd pick siya sa akin.
Okay.
If you ban out the Kari or the Harif, syempre yung rank 0 doon, yung pinakataas sa kanyang lahat si Freya. Pero I highly doubt na ma-open yun dito sa match na to.
Parating binaban Ekis agad
Oh, yes, we did see it yesterday.
Yeah.
Once.
Once.
And nakita natin resulta. Siyempre, alam na natin, wag nyo na ilabas yung mga ganyang hero. And then changes dito recently sa ating liga, ang mga hindi ganun prioritize na tulad before, yung Sukshin na hindi pinapansin. Pero pag pinansin naman, nagiging maganda ang resulta para sa mga teams na kumukuha ng Sushi. Now, they're removing Marcel. Alam na kagad natin yan.
Oo. It doesn't need an explanation kasi Marcel, ni-rework lang siya when it comes to the Golden R. Where nakita natin na pwede nang gumalaw yung ally mo as long as may platinum snap sila. So malaking bagay yun. And dito din papasok na mas madali nang i-work out yung Marcel. Kaya better to be safe than sorry. Just ban it out in the first place. Together with Abaksha. And of course, the one and only Freya.
Interestingly enough, yung Baksha kahapon, medyo lower priority. I'm glad na na-bring up pa rin naman dito ng Aurora Hunters na kailangan nating respetuhin yung Baksha na yan or else pwede tayong mabigyan. Again, possible still on a lot of roles. I would not really count out a roam Baksha yet. Very good against yung mga heroes tulad ng Kimmy and actually even the Claude.
Yeah.
Actually, baka mag-load nga sila.
Para nagiging ano ngayon, no? Para mapakawalan ng Freya, kailangan napakawalan din yung Marcel. Kasi nga, they're trying to stop yung snowball or yung movement or yung jump in ng isang Freya by using yung mga skill set na meron itong si Marcel, even the Golden R. Though yesterday, medyo magulo yung pagbitaw ng Golden R, hindi rin siya naging ganun ka-effective. Para minsan mas napapasama pa. Talagang double-edged sword ang skill set netong Marcel. Now, for the 3rd ban para sa side dito ng Rock.
Phobius is still there if they want to ban it out kasi parang yun din yung naging trajectory yesterday, parang hindi natin nakikita but they would choose a Harley ban. So for the side of Aurora Hunters, we still have the Claude, Phobius if they wanted to prioritize those hero pools. So it's either of the two, I would say. And Phobius nga yung kukunin nila kasi parating binaban out yesterday so ito na yung open opportunity nila.
Kahapon, nakapon, di ba, magaganda ng mga laro ng mga XP. Sinubukan ko rin naman.
Yun, no?
iba yung resulta pag sa akin Ito, pag tinig yung history ko, guys. Nag-phobius ako kanina umaga tsaka nagdirot. Ayun, na-report ako. Lumabas sa mail ko si Silvana.
Ay, yun lang.
Pero sinunod ko na may build actually. Medyo mahirap paganahin yung dirot dahil hindi ko kabisado rin kung paano mas may combo kasing passive niya eh. Diba? For you to jump in, tsaka ka magla-last kill abyss strike. Pero sinagot nga dito, Leomord, and that's a high loss for the first 2 picks ng Rock.
Yeah, if you're talking about the the Phobius. I think that's very crucial that you have really good teammates muna. That can actually capitalize dun sa kaguluhan na binibigay ng hero na yon sa isang composition. Halimbawa, pag nag-team fight, tumatalon-talon yung Phobius. Okay, tumatalon siya. It's not really the main damage dealer. Most of the time, yung mga kasama ng Phobius will probably be the biggest one. Now, Harit is gonna be a very easy pickup here para sa Aurora Hunters. Just get a good advantage dun sa gold lane nila. Pinakita nila kahapon na hindi din sila takot mag-unli magic sa isang lineup. So, yep. Kimi is gonna be on mid though. So, I think again, that's one of the reasons why binandin nila yung backshot. Just make sure na walang pwedeng tumalon at humabol dun sa Kimi.
And tingin ko yun din yung lock-in nila for the Phobius, no? They're trying to deny na mag-pick din talaga ng Harit. Etong side ng Rock. A good setup coming from the side of Team Aurora Hunters. Ngayon,
Trade yata yun.
parang, parang pipilitin nga ata nila dito. Parang mas gusto mo na lang mag-carry sa ganyan sitwasyon. Pero going in for that Lilia na.
Okay.
Parang madalas na to si Lilia.
Oo. Kasi umuusbong na din tong Lydia na to kasi if you're going to notice then yung composition right now ng Aurora Hunters, ito yung mga heroes na mahilig lumapit. So every time na lumalapit sila, a good hero that can counter those out would be a Lilia kasi may slowing effect, may damage output ka pa na kailangan mo para mapitas yung mga members ng Aurora Hunters. So parang yun din yung contingency plan ng Ryrock right now with the high loss itself. So may movement speed and may slowing effect pa na dinadagdag for those initiations.
And now they remove the Cho. Yeah, I love the idea nung pag in damage itself, good clear. Parang pantay na rin siya doon sa skill set na pagpapasabog ng Eve, the Void Blast na spammable. Meron namang Glooms. Etong Lilia. Now, maaari nilang puruhan ang gold lane ng Rock sa ganyan sitwasyon. Wala pa namang gold lane. Etong Team Rock. So ano pa yun ang mga natitira dyan? Merong Carry, merong Claude, but prayo nilang removing yung XP.
Oo, kasi for the side naman, like Phobius versus Alice, medyo mahirapan lang yung Phobius in the early games kasi you all know Alice Throne of Ruins may set up siya. So yun yung mga iiwasan right now ng Aurora Hunters para at least nandyan din yung damage output coming in from Akimi. Hindi malilikuran, hindi mapapenetrate yung backline. Safe siya. So all I can say for Aurora Hunters, kailangan nila ng frontliners pa na kayang tumapat din sa mga meron na yon ang Ryrock.
That's right. Yung frontliners na yan, super crucial. Especially, I think at this point, you will need a Claude in there somewhere since Harith is banned out. Yung gold lane trades natin are still going strong. Arlot, very, very good ban out here. I expect that to really do some crazy damage sana kasama yung Hylos tsaka Leeward. Pero again, di na yung pinayagan for now.
Good deny actually from Coach Deb. Parang iniipit na lang muna nilang may tirisla pa naman na open. And yung pag-deny rin, tama yung sinabi rin dito ni ni Gretchen, denying that Alice kasi syempre bumababa din kasi yung di ba, yung Phobius sa Clash. So only only passive siya, only yung niya, yung red niya or yung Crimson Blood. Para kay Alice now. May natitira dito, we have the Claude, we have the Carry para sa side or even YSS sa ganyan sitwasyon. Pero pipiliin, wala sa sinabi ko.
None of the above.
None of the above, going in for that Granger para sa side ng Rock.
Kasi yung strategy din naman for Ryrock, parang iipunin muna nila yung Carry and Claude towards Game 2 or a possible Game 3. So they went in for a Granger para at least nandun pa din yung ideology, nandun pa din yung sakit, damage output that we're expecting from a marksman and at the same time, yung mobility niya para makaiwas sa mga tricky situations. But then, yun lang for Aurora Hunters, they went in for a chip.
I love the hover on that chip as well as a possible gold laner that we have. There you go. Claude pa rin. They want to go for that big team fight and again, medyo maganda ang kuha dito ng Aurora Hunters, especially combining yung chip with the Phobius. Talagang gulo talaga ang gusto dito ng Aurora Hunters.
Harabas, no? For the last pick sa side ng Rock, Terizla is good. sa ganitong sitwasyon kung pupuruan sila for the clash.
Actually, kung magsasalpuan sila, Terizla mo na nga yan. Dikit-dikit naman yung kalaban.
Paluan lang, no?
Very would, especially right after a shortcut. Sasaluhin mo lang talaga ng penalty zone. Although, ang important dun is dapat maganda din yung follow-up ng team mo. Yan, Terizla, such a good pick right now. Kayo guys, you should also try it out. Kayo mga nanonood, 100%. Really
Iba.
strong.
Oo, iba. Sobrang hindi alagay ng Terizla. Pero they choosing lapu-lapu, the movement speed, the clear rate potential. Yes, give him mas maganda ang clear rate potential ni Terizla. Pero kasi yung movement speed o yung mobility na itong lapu compare naman kay Terizla, mas maganda. So meaning to say, maaari siyang mag-clear tapos habol na lang. Kahit na may chip na mas mataas pa rin naman yung survivability ng isang lapo. Good choice indeed for the last pick para sa side ng Team Rock. How you feel dito sa lineup, Rock?
Yep, good ako dito sa sinagot naman nila. Lapu-Lapu definitely, I think more on comfort hero. It does feel like mas Terizla / Uranus yata yung lineup na to. Pero yeah, you want to be able to get a lot more crowd control kasi kulang din sila sa crowd control. So I kind of get it kasi yung stun lang basically no Hylos yung crowd control nila. The rest is just non-existent. So they need that para lang pag may nag-shortcut, they will be able to at least go for the -1. Pero kulang sila sa AoE CC. Tinry nilang i-catch up with the Lapu-Lapu. Looks good naman.
Tsaka yun din naman din yung kinagandahan about the Lapu-Lapu aparted from being one of the most picked heroes here in MDL. The way that it can also penetrate the backline despite a lot of slowing potentials coming in from Rock. Kayang-kaya, ay from Aurora Hunters rather, kayang-kaya niyang likuran yung possible na mga scenarios na yun. So they went in for a safer option with that Lapu-Lapu, and all I can say is for Aurora Hunters, sa fall results pa lang, no? Pero si Denjiro din, no? Uy, ang ganda ng ginawa niya dun.
Sumalisi sa ganung kaaga, sumalisi kagad si Denjiro. A good one actually para sa side ng Aurora Hunters. Ngayon, ang Team Rock is aware dun sa ginawa mismo ni Denjiro. Maaring jump in siya papunta sa own purple buff niya or kalbuhin muna niya yung red side sa ganyang sitwasyon.
And pinipigilan din siya mag-vertical dito ni Zen. So, he's not gonna be able to transfer directly onto the purple na hawak naman ngayon nitong si Denjiro is of course that orange. So, talagang medyo sinuga pa nila ang mga buff dito ng Rock.
Grabe, ang ganda ng ginawa ng Aurora Hunters doon, na parang nagulat din yung Rock na, hala, nasan na yung blue buff ko? Oh my gosh, naagawan na pala. Kasi yan din naman yung kinagandahan about the chip that Zen is doing right now. Currently spotting on kung nasaan umiikot si Dubi earlier on. Kaya all I can say is for Aurora Hunters, they went in for a good start.
Yeah. Actually, huge one to. Dahil papasok pa lang dito yung turtle. May kita natin yung gap. Umabot pa na si Dubi, kukuha ng XP sa XP lane. 3 seconds para sa ating first turtle. Nakapwesto na mga members dito ng Aurora Hunters.
Nadinayan ng turtle, that means medyo mabibitin ng level dito si Dubi. Denjiro pa on front. Hawakan ni Lorenzo pero nahihirapan siya pamagali dito ang ating turtle take. Lorenzo, sinasalo lahat ng bala dito ni Escapo, but the retribution going over to Denjiro and a possible first blood going over. There you go, Denjiro, busog na busog, busog-lusog ang kanyang suyo.
Grabe, parang nagpo-fail lang din dun si Denjiro kasi sa sobrang taba niya, level 6 na din agad siya in contrast to Dubi na pa-level 4 pa lang at samahan mo pa ng early invasion,
Oh my
early
goodness!
aggression of Aurora Hunters.
And now nag-i-invade sila dito. They're trying to defend etong loob ng jungle nila.
Si Vlad nasa harapan, goes finally nag-level 4, Phantom Seed pa kay Dubi. Escapo taking out Cypress though. Busy sila, pero kita mo naman lumalaman guys nasa ilalim ng torre. And looks like hindi pa tapos ang Hunters. They want to go for this very early mid tower. And gamit pa naman ni Escapo yung Kimi, kayang-kaya nilang basagin yan.
Kala ko magkaka-extended team fight. Men, hindi na nag-e-exist yung jungle ng Aurora Hunters. Ang jungle na ng team ng Aurora Hunters, yung jungle din ng Rock.
This is brutal. Complete jungle denial ang ginagawa ng Hunters dito.
At ang ganda ng ginagawa ng Aurora Hunters kasi look at that, just because of that factor, just because of that tiny detail, it created ripple effects of big impact towards the overall game. Aurora Hunters currently has that lead not only in KDA but also economic-wise. So all I can say is early control, it is in accordance to Aurora Hunters.
Ito na yung second round ng buff and napapansin natin, look at that level, that's level 8.
8.
Man, level 8, that's versus a level 4. Hindi ko na parang kung kanina, I mean, lagi ko sinasabi, wala kang karapatan lumaban ng sa turtle. Tingin ko, ito na yung pinaka na makikita mo na siguro balik na lang ako sa sa Lord fight. Sa
Ito yung
ganyang sitwasyon.
literal na hindi pinaglaro buong magdamag. Si Dubi literally scraping by, looking for something to take sa jungle.
And yan din naman kasi yung kailangan gawin ng Ryrock to look for opportunities on where they can equalize what is being taken from them by Aurora Hunters. Because looking at it right now, turtle-wise, it feels like it will go for the side of Aurora Hunters just because of the factor that Denjiro pa-level 9 na. So meron siyang mas mataas na retribution power.
Yup, laki ng retry. Different
Glorious.
dito for sure. Glorious pathway para kay Laurentius
Out
and
of
Rank.
steam.
Palayuin. And it's successful pa rin ang pagkuha dito ni Dubi ng Turtle. Looking good, pero this time nilalaro nila ang short kasi Denjiro
Riley.
looking for the next target to take down Riley is gonna be it. But then again, lumalabas naman ang damage output. Kahit kulang sa crowd control itong Rock, they do have a lot of damage.
I love kung paano ginawa dito ni Dubi. Hinintay niya ma-reset yung buff niya. Kasabay na rin nung pagtank or somehow pagtansya ni Lorenzo. Ano masasabi mo sa ganung execution, Gretchen?
And yun din naman kasi yung kailangan gawin ng Ryrock Kasi if hindi nila nagawa yun successfully, mas mag-widen yung gap nila between Aurora Hunters. So those little details that we can notice such as yung prioritization right now ng mga players are really important information that we can also discuss. Kasi looking at it, Dubi, nakaka-catch up na siya kahit papano, kahit parate siyang naaagawan just because yung mga invasion nila yung team fights. Pero team fight-wise, umaarangkada sila sa top lane.
I think that's fine that they weren't able to take down Arise as well. May portal, and of course, there is gonna be the glorious pathway. Pero hindi pa tapos ang Hunters. They are still on the hunt. Looking for the next one. Lorenzo ang nasa harapan. Pwede namang kalain, pero makudat pa rin ang kanyang high loss. Again, while all of that is happening, of course, yung gold naman na pupunta doon kay Dubi, and of course, doon kay Riley.
Tsaka yung gusto ko din ginawa ni Dubi doon is, alam niya kahit papano, hindi man nila matrade yung top lane, tinatrabaho niya yung bottom lane naman. Kasi alam niya, currently, right now, malaki yung gap nila between Aurora Hunters, especially for both junglers. Kaya Dubi is doing his best talaga para ma-mitigate, para ma-equalize yun, and just get what he can at that moment.
Ito na yung sinasabi ko somehow nakadikit-dikit or bumaba ang kalamangan sa side dito ng Aurora Hunters. Medyo questionable lang. I believe nakita ko twice na nagkamali ng Glorious Pathway. Etong si Lorenzo, hindi pantagos Talaga nakaharang din yung Glorious Pathway tapos may pader. Kaya nahihirapan din humabol si Lorenzo. Eto, mag-umpisa nata turtle fight.
Yup, we're starting up. Lorenzo, again, pinangahanting lang yata niya yung glorious pathway niya kay Denjiro para hindi makapaglakad yung Suyo. Pero lalakad pa rin and makakuha pa rin ng retribution. Nag-aabulan pa rin naman. Dubi up on front, napabalik nga. Even with the lack crowd control here, Aurora Hunters is just so sticky. Napakalagyan, hindi mo malayuan. Force pa yung Black Shoes dito pero wala pa rin naman. Nakuha na ang dalawang members ng Rock and Aurora Hunters are showing dominance on the map.
While at the same time, the team fight initiation, Riley, nakafocus lang siya sa mid lane. Sabi niya, hindi ko na kayang humabol towards the top lane. So, why not trade it off towards the mid? So, that's a good little detail that Ryrock is doing. Pero when it comes to team fight initiation,
Hirap talagang gumalaw even with a simple dark wave. Talaga hindi makalayo itong si Riley and nabibigyan pa ulit-ulit. It arises becoming collateral damage on the other side of the map.
And nakikita natin kung hindi man kaya talaga i-clash, gusto ko yung diversion play na ginagawa ni Riley sa different perspective siya. Kumukuha dito!
Of course, it will be just a beautiful Phantom Steed na nagamit pero looks like hindi man lang niya mahahampas yung kanyang kabayo. Another multiple kills happening over on the jungle side of Ryrock. Complete control by Aurora Hunters. Pati ba naman yung buff talagang ayaw bigyan. Denjiro mag-15 na yata dito habang si Dubi ay nandun pa rin sa base.
And at the same time, bottom turrets are slowly but surely being taken down by Aurora Hunters. And what I like about Aurora Hunters initiations right now is Zen. Siya talaga yung gumagawa ng surprise element, dumilikod para ma-penetrate yung mga squishy heroes coming in from Ryrock. And just because of that mispositions, Ryrock, nagkakaroon sila ng moment of confusion na ginagawang opportunity ng Aurora Hunters para ma-strike down sila.
Yesterday, ang nakaramdam ng ganitong sitwasyon na actually si Denjiro. Ngayon, pinaparamdam ni Denjiro yung naramdaman niya against sa Rock. And ito yung sinasabi natin na binabangungod ka kahit gising. Now, Lord is already up for grabs. And like 2 minutes ago, lamang lang ng 2,000 or 1.7k ang Aurora. Now, look at that. That's like 2 core items na meron sila at nakalabas pa ang Lord dito.
Oo nga, tsaka when you talk about core items, Denjiro highlighting meron na siyang BOD. So mas masakit na din yung damage potential na manggagaling dito sa Aurora Hunters. And at the same time, for the other side, tingnan mo si Dubi, isang item pa lang yung nabibuild niya, War Axe. So that would really mean a lot when it comes to this objective taking.
Yep, that's right. Looks like Queen's Wings is next. He's trying to go for more resilience, di ba? More, mas kunat pa. And then try lang niya tumagal para naman hindi man lang siya mabura sa mapa habang nakikipag-rating. Pero hindi na siya binigyan ng pagkakataon pang lumapit dito para sa Aurora Hunters. They're completely shoving out these lanes. Hindi man lang makalabas doon sa mapa natin. Lorenzo up on front na naman ay sobrang baba na ng HP. Looks like si Riley ang tinatarget nila dito. Napakababa ng HP. Konting poke pa lang ang tinanggap. Escapo is very deadly on the Kimi.
Ayun, magmamarch sila on to the bottom, pero tuloy ata bakbakan.
Tuloy yung bakbakan, a little bit more, and tinry lang nilang isave yung kanilang Holy Shield. Looks like it's gonna work out. May konting time pa sila na mababay doon sa baba. Kailangan nila yun para doon sa Lord Wave.
Oo nga, tsaka yung buy time. Yan yung kailangan right now ng Ryrock. Kung meron lang yan sa shop, bilhin nyo na. Kasi kailangan nilang mag-recalibrate from what was lost during the earlier stages of the game just because Aurora Hunters is continuously dominating the objectives, the macro perspective, and a lot more.
Shortcut activated dito para kay Zen, pero looks like it's a trap pa rin. Ginamit lang para mag-bait out ng mga turret takes, pero looks like NT pa rin talaga kasi yung ang laking bagay talaga ng pag-save nila dun sa Holy Shield nung Torre. Able to repel that Lord and looks like masave naman nila ang lahat ng kanilang inhibitors.
Parang actually kanina pa sila sumusubok. The fourth wave na sumusubok sila dito for that glorious pathway. Hindi siya tutuluyan dito. Nararamdaman ko yung mood ng Rock. Alam mo yung aamba ka lang para tinatakot mo lang para umatras yung mga members and kumakagat naman kahit papano yung Aurora. They're somehow taking movement na very safe. Wala muna mag-overextend. We have the lead like 8.5k. All we have to do is play safe. Ano yung parang comeback potential or comeback requirements na kailangan ma-meet ng Rock dito?
For the side of Ryrock, they really have to capitalize on their slowing potential, highlighting Cyprus and Lorenzo in the process. But the problem right now for Ryrock is, yes, you have the slow, but when it comes to sustaining the team fight, you already have Denjiro who has snowballed na level 15. These itemizations, ita na lang yung kulang niya para maramdaman natin yung sakit ng suyo. So yes, they have the slowing potential, but what about the defenses in the front line? That's what Ryrock has to work on continuously to recalibrate, to get those itemizations para at least makapitalize talaga nila yung factor nila na to.
Yeah, wala naman silang pure tank eh. Puro off tank lang yan. Si Riley technically tagastan lang yan. And hindi din siya pwedeng bumabad kasi kita mo ang lambot to. Ilang hits lang yun ni Atams and he was able to really just pull back. So you're right, yung front line talaga nila yung medyo problematic dito and I guess they just have to really gamitin lang talaga nila yung ilang stun na meron sila in the right time.
Oo, ano lang, skill, ano lang talaga to. Yung proper execution. Madaling sabihin pero mahirap talaga. Hirap gawin sa ganyan sitwasyon.
Lilikot eh.
Aside sa execution kasi, syempre yung itemization na meron yung papalo, yung sundot nga, ang tawag natin yung sundot, di ba? Yung kay, kay Lorenzo ngayon, they're taking down the Lord. Pero mapapansin mo yung hero distribution sa side ng Rock dito, hindi sila tutuloy and I believe dadalhin lang muna or pinakamagandang decision nga, dalhin yung clash sa loob ng base. And kung may mag-overextend, maaari nilang i-punish to.
So, brute force breastplate pa, hindi siya, akala ko mag-jump siya into Queen's
Ako rin
Wings.
Para sa HP, no? Tapos lifesteal.
Ayaw yata niya mag-contest na lang pala nung Lord daw. Sabi niya, sige, stable na lang natin. Kasi endless battle, I think, is the next one.
Next
Ito
one,
naman, ayun, 3 items versus full items para kay Denjiro. Laki pa yung difference nila.
Pero conceal gameplay, gagawin ng Aurora Hunters to scare off the members of Ryrock.
Gahanap ng target. Pero syempre naman, hindi na kailangan yung tulong ng Lord sa baba. They are working on that tower na mid. Talaga namang hindi mapipigilan. Escapade with a decent DPS on that gimme. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Glorious pathway to try to slow down para lang safety nila madispatch siya. Itong Lord na to, it looks like gagana naman. Pero here it comes, the Flicker Bear already committed by Vlad here. And looks like we are finally seeing a very decent front-to-back being done by Rock. On to Vlad, on to Denjiro. That's 2 down for the Hunters.
Nakita natin inilaban ng isang maigi, maganda ang depensa. A huge one. Somehow small win kahit papano sa Team Rock. They were able to take down 2 miyembro ng Aurora kapalit naman ng isa. Nakakahinga-hinga naman ang Team Rock sa ganyan sitwasyon.
Kasi for Ryrock right now, it's better to have those small wins than none at all. Kasi if you couldn't trade at all, then doon ka mas madedihado. And that's actually a good sign for Ryrock, a sign of life, if we're going to call it. Kasi sa pagpitas nila kay Vlad, Denjiro, they can recalibrate, they can also take their time para at least hindi agad-agad mapush ang Aurora Hunters. At doon na mag-shine dito si Cyprus. Kasi kita mo naman earlier on, those glooms hindered Aurora Hunters from pushing, from going to their base kasi nakiklear out yung minions at hindi sila makalapit sa sobrang lagkit.
Yeah, considering naman na 10k gold din yung Hunters kanina nung nagsimula yung laban na yun. Okay na din. Kasi medyo milagro na yun na nakadalawa pa sila.
Ano yun no? Para meron silang room for errors sa ganyan sitwasyon. And ramdam ko na ang hinihintay lang or ginagawa dito ng Rock, they're really delaying things up. Na pagka lumabas yung Lord, kung hindi man ito yung Lord na kailangan nila ilaban, I believe they're waiting for the 18-minute mark. Medyo malayo pa for now dahil nga yung map presence na meron or global presence na meron etong si Zen, ang hirap niyan Pwede ka magpadala, actually siya ngayon pupunta So ang movement coming from Zen, ang idea niyan, maaari ako magpa-portal dito sa baba, tapos mag-push na lang tayo, tapusin na natin.
Yeah.
So yung diversion player, yung shortcut movement, this is scary against Rock.
Huwag lang may maliligaw na isa dun sa baba. For sure, that will be the end. That's a 5-man TP straight into the base na -1 pa kayo. Pero malinaw yata ang Lord ang gusto nila dito.
Hindi na sila magko-contest for the side of Ryrock because they know one mistake can end the game agad-agad. So they're going in at the defense mode and they're bringing in the team fight sa respective base nila para at least nandoon yung vision that they need. Nandoon din yung mga makakapitalize sila yung slowing potential coming in from the glorious pathway and the glooms.
Tingin ko gumana rin naman kasi sa kanila yung laban sa loob lang ng base itself. Yung last 2 kills nila out of 4 galing doon sa loob ng base. And this is not an enhanced Lord. Kahit papano, basta sama-sama lang at mailapag ng maigi ni Lorenzo, yung glorious pathway niya, they can really chase yung mga member or mapunish. And now, Lord marching dito sa gitna, bebuelo ng isang mabigat ang Aurora Hunters.
Yeah, they're slowly catching up on damage. Look at the items here. For sure, may nakatatlo, 4 na damage items niya. Pero look at Traction Pulse gonna go with Miss here.
Glorious.
Beautiful, glorious pathway din napag ni Lorenzo. Pero nasa gilid si Denjiro. Torre pa rin ang trabaho dito ng Aurora Hunters. It looks like they can actually go for a kill here. Dark Wave hits on Riley. Riley will have the chance to pop the previous fighter. Pero parang ayaw pa muna niya. Goes to the region and the clear. And it's gonna be enough. All the minions are down. And looks like Ryrock have bought enough time. Pero here comes that next one. Medyo empowered pa rin naman ang minion wave na to. They're gonna have some leverage. That's a beautiful glorious pathway. And blazing duet for Atam. Inyong harap na ang tinarabaho nila. Lorenzo is out. And down for the count. Riley hindi na kayang tiisin ng dash. Escapo and the Atam dito. Dubi trying to go in and make something happen. Pero that's not gonna be enough. And that is gonna be a very dominating game number 1 for Aurora Hunters.
Slowly but surely, para sa side ng Aurora Hunters, closing the game number 1. Nakita na natin kung paano sinat down, kung paano in-invade. And naging magana technically sa unang round or first rotation ng buff itself, namataan kagad natin si Denjiro, and yun nga yung binanggit dito ni Rockard, yung vertical defense, talagang para siyang patotot, no? Talagang hinaharang niya kung saan lumalakad si Dubi. Now, Hunter or Mahan is locked to take down Rock in game number 1.
Yep, that was actually really good. Ang swabe lang nung finish as well. I thought it was defendable, pero apparently it was wrong.
Yeah, it's quite not enough for the side of Raira considering the amount of damage output, the amount of ammunition that Aurora Hunter has when it comes to that. And tama nga yung sinabi niyo kay Prof. B. Rockhart, it really started with Denjiro taking down the blue buff of Dubi kasi ever since that point, nahirapan na mag-recalibrate, mag-reset ang Raira kung ano ba yung pwede nilang kunin sa laro.
May part doon na ang hirap magkaroon ng reason para hindi nyo pa makuha yung turtle. Though, lumaban naman isang maigi yung Rock. They delay yung buff. Somehow nakakuha si Dubi ng turtle. Pero nag-materialize din kasi. Sobrang nag-dominate sa level. Parang hinandaan na rin ni Denjiro yung sarili niya na, sige, pwede naman tayo manakawan ng ng turtle kahit lamang ako sa level red 3. Basta yung mga susunod na objective like yung Lord Take, masasarado ko ng maigi. And even at times, hindi siya kaya i-contest dito ni Arise. Kahit na meron siyang 3 kills under dun sa kanyang Sky Pierce, pero we cannot deny na yung lock item siya, walang ibang hero na pwedeng humawak sa kanya dahil hindi kaya dumive ni Dubi. Sobrang lambot lang din talaga ni Riley. And si Lorenzo, he's like peeling Arise para hindi talaga pasukin on that blazing duet. Nakabantay lang etong si Lorenzo kung sakali man na may tatalon kay Arise. Pag mapapansin mo yung sa Glorious Pathway, hindi naman siya umabante. Tumatayo lang siya doon, nakatabi lang din siya. Tapos kung may tatalon, ika-counter out lang niya yung ring of punishment o yung sinasabi nating sundot.
Tsaka yung sundot na yon, parang hindi natin masyado naramdaman na si Lorenzo Riley in the process. Yes, they're doing their job descriptions, I would say. For example, for Riley doing and pushing the turrets, even though there is a teamfight initiation happen. But then, the damage output talaga of Aurora Hunters is so overwhelming, and it didn't give enough space for Ryrock to breathe, to also reset sa mga pangyayari na yun.
Yeah, I think important na hindi mo mapahinga yung kalaban mo. This is what you're talking about kanina. I mean, literally nakalista sa keys to victory, very early get the advantage, and I think nung nakuha nila yung advantage na yun, literal na parang walang jungle si Dubi for the first 7 to 10 minutes of the game. Actually, halos buong game nga yata eh. He was really struggling to go for that level. I think dun pa lang talagang ang laking pagkadapa nun na nakuha yung halos lahat ng jungle mo. Literally 75% to 80% of that jungle was completely under Hunter control.
And aside from that, yung ating MVP hitmap, yung ating Kimi, para kay Escapo, may kita mo, no? Hindi man natin siya ganun napapansin kanina kasi mas nakatutok tayo dun sa jungle rotation. Pero makikita mo na hindi nagalaw mismo etong si Kimi. Sabi ko sana in a form of Escapo, baliktad pala. Escapo in a form of that Kimi. Kasi wala untouchable yung side, hindi ka makatawid. Magandang kill participation with that 80% plus the itemization. Walang hero na kayang tumawid. Dahil, syempre, Glorious Pathway, parang hinain mo na lang din yung sarili mo eh.
Yep. Actually, this Kimi was completely untouchable. For the reasons na sinabi ko before the game started, wala talagang crowd control na pwedeng humawak sa kanya. Literally, high-low stun lang. And that's not enough. Lilipatan ka lang agad ni Escapo. Feeling ko parang sobrang free hit din ni Escapo din sa game na to.
So, bale, this would be the ideal game of every Kimi user. No one can touch the hero. And tamang distansya lang din ang ginagawa niya. And kita naman natin, turtle-wise, all I can say is Ryrock tried their best, but then the amount of ammunition that Aurora Hunter has in terms of countering their initiations in the first place was so overwhelming. And the way Atoms also got in the backline, napakasakit kaya napapa-atras at nami-misposition din kung saan po position in the first place ang Ryrock.
And kung mapapansin nyo dito yung positioning actually, neto ni Escapo, every time natatalunin lang siya, nag-aano lang siya yung thruster. Nagiging racketeer lang siya patras.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about na talagang literally isang pindot, parang lahat na, yung effort mo para makalapit din sa Kimi, literally nawawala or naglalaho lang. And this was a good try. Again, yung nakita ko dito, there was a wall that stopped the retreat. So, laking bagay doon para kay Arise. And not to mention the stacks on the Sky Piercer. Pero again, just not enough. After that, talagang sabi ng Aurora Hunters, labang naman tayo, sagasaan na natin.
Gumana, technically lahat ng linya para sa buong Aurora Hunters. And hindi ko rin maalala kung kailan na-burn yung flicker ni dito ni Escapo. So thruster, no, tapos may flicker kapag hindi nagagamit. Ibig sabihin no, sobrang liit ng chance. Yun nga yung sinasabi ni Rockhart, walang hero na kayang humuli that time sa Kimi. Kung may pinakamasayang Kimi that time, yun na si Escapo
na yun.
sa ganung sitwasyon. We all seen yung adjustment na ginawa naman ng Rock, but that's not enough kung paano denominate dito ng Aurora. Yung mismong, literal na naging hunter sila sa jungle ng kalaban. Pero we have here yung stats comparison ng Season 6 and Season 7 ng Rock.
And when it comes to statistics-wise, all I can say is nag-ibang anyo ang Rock going into Season 7. Apart from the change name, we also saw their respective stats continuously increasing. Kasi kita mo naman when it comes to the games played, mulapit na magpantay in contrast to Season 6 kung saan 16. Right now, Season 7, it's mostly 15. But you can notice the good difference, especially for the GPM. Tumaas lalo. So that goes to show how much they prioritize and improve their overall macro and micro skills.
Yeah, that's literally like a season's worth of pagsulong pataas para sa Rock because almost double yung ibang stats nga nila, diba? So that's really saying something. And that just means that they're may na-absorb sila coming into this season. They were able to absorb a lot from their failures in Season 6. Mabigat naman yung failure, pero I would say yung hindi nila, lahat ng mga challenges na naranasan doon, talagang literally nahanapan nila ng solusyon. Kasi if you think about it, parang ang last, mas parang medyo tumaas din yung level ng competition. Lumakas din talaga yung mga teams na nandito season to. So considering na yung stats nila right now looks like that just means na everyone like probably level up almost double.
Yun yung perfect actually na word to describe yung season natin ngayon, no? Talagang tumaas yung competitiveness ng mga teams, yung rookies, yung mga teams na galing qualifiers. Nakakita tayo ng iba't ibang upset, 2-0 first into sa first week pa lang natin, sobrang gaganda na ng mga performance. Pero guys, ini-invite ko kayo, laro na ng Acecraft Retro Co-op Aerial Shooter na puno ng madaming skills, bullet bounce action at classic cartoon feels. Siguradong maaalala mo yung childhood mo. Tara, play Acecraft and start your sky-high adventure. Para pag naalala ko yung kabataan ko, nag-black and white. Uunahan ko na kayo.
Ilan taon ka na ba?
28.
Ay!
Yun.
Wow!
Basta yung mga screens kasi black and white.
Yan.
Okay lang yun. Basta masaya.
Basta
Oo,
masaya.
Tama,
Oo.
tama.
Nandun yung yung memories. Yun yung mahalaga doon.
Yun, memories talaga ang pundasyon natin para sa mga experiences na napakaganda sa buhay, di ba?
Anyway, papasok tayo sa ating game number 2. The adjustment for the side dito ng Rock, and para naman ang momentum nasa kamay ito ng Aurora Hunters. Let's talk about the adjustment here, Gretchen. No? Ano yung adjustment na gusto mo makita papasok sa game number 2?
First of all, drafting for the side of Rock. Kasi nakita naman natin yung supposedly sequencing of skills na kulang ang Rock earlier on, katulad nga ng sinabi ni Rockhart sa mga crowd control. At kita natin sa previous recap, no, when it comes to the high loss and lapu-lapu, it's not enough. The crowd control potential to stop and hinder the movements of Asuyo, Kimi, Claude is not present sa Rock earlier on. So hopefully for game number 2, even though naka-global ban tayo at hindi na natin makikita yung mga heroes na ginamit nila nung game 1, they would reformulate to get on that same strategy that they're hoping for.
Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, no, si Lorenzo rin yung kahapon na magaganda yung lapag ng Glorious Pathway.
Pangalawang game 2 niya is high loss. Naagaw kasi nung game number 1.
Oo.
Yeah.
So tingin ko ni-ready talaga ng Aurora Hunters. Yan yung mga estudyante gumagawa talaga sa kanya ng assignment eh. And binigyan ka ng hero na hindi mo kaya abutin. Kung problema mo na yung Kimi kanina, pangalawa mo pang problema yung Claude. Wala, talagang front in. Now, selection side, Rock picks the blue side. And for the record, somehow maganda yung win rate ng blue. Maaring dito na sila makakuha ng momentum.
And that needed momentum to force a game 3 for the side of Rock is what they need the most, because if no, then Aurora Hunters will take on that sweep. But speaking of the map, we're now entering expanding rivers. So maybe we can see low mobility heroes being shown here kasi you also have the movement speed na meron ng expanding rivers to go in to one side from another.
Lorenzo needs to step up, no? Sa game number 2 dahil yun yung parang pinaka-work niya to protect or somehow give information sa jungle neto ni Dubi. Imagine mo, no, for the first series, the first game, na-invade nang wala kayo nagagawa or wala man lang nagre-react. So kung mayroong player na kailangan mag-step up dito, si Lorenzo and Cyprus na rin, no? Na yung last time nilang laro, somehow ramdam na ramdam ngayon, parang hollow student eh. Pumasok ka pero hindi ka nag-i-exist.
Ay, yun. So, kailangan natin mas maramdaman yung presensya ng mid-duo ng Rock para at least early game-wise, they can still secure the objectives. And when it comes naman sa banning, all I can say is wala pang Freya na ban. So feeling ko Rock would ban out the Eva so that the Aurora Hunters will be forced to choose Zushin, Freya, or others.
Actually, daming yung mid laner dito na nabakante kasi they were used some very low pick prio mid laners tulad ng isang Kimi, tulad ng isang Lilia. So, very interesting. Ang open pa talaga yung mid draft natin dito. Zushin feels like hindi pwedeng pakawalan yun, especially if you're Aurora Hunters. I think that'll possibly be a ban here. Lalo pa nakaban pa yung Eve. So, 100% Zushin ban, I think. Pero, Freya ang
nga
problema.
Open lang actually. Tingin ko they can somehow go for a trade kung Sushin or Freya nga for the first pick. Tapos mag-ban ka na lang dito ng bahala ka na.
Baka na, gano'n.
Suyu somehow. Para sa akin sa level ng mga jungles ngayon, ang hirap habulin sa jungle ng isang Suyu. By the way, Harley is still up
Yeah.
There's just way too many picks na naiwan open dito sa ating phase 1. It's gonna have to be a trade between Zushin, Freya, and Phoebus.
Yeah, the Phoebus. So, Freya will be the automatic answer for Rock, or will they prioritize Zushin? So that would be the question that we're waiting for. Kasi, yes, Freya. Kasi kung hindi nila kunin Freya, sayang yung opportunity.
And last time kasi parang hindi talaga pinaparayo ngayon ng Sushin eh. Pero ngayon, yun nga exchange na pinag-usapan natin. Tapos isang advance pick na pwedeng ilapag. Ang Aurora Hunters, sila ngayon ang pwede mag-high loss. Pero hindi pa nila ipipick dahil nga nasa global ban tayo. Nakuha na ito kanina ng Rock. Alam mo namang ayaw mo pag Freya ka, mag-may high loss.
Actually, you don't need to pick it right here kasi they can pick it later kasi wala naman choice, hindi mo pwede kunin ng Rock yun eh. So, you're right. It can be ibang roamer ang pinili nila, Khalid. Which actually is a very good deny pick as well kasi taking away the Khalid just slows down the Freya a lot din.
For the side naman of Rock, if gusto nilang agawan ng hero pool dito, si Denjiro, it's mostly getting the Harley kasi naka-open pa. But when it comes to the mid duo, it would be Kimi and Kalea naman sa side nila.
They're denying the idea na kung kukuha ka ng Harley, naka-ready na kasi si Kalea kaagad eh. So automatic, they deny the Harley potential pick. And alam naman natin na yung idea ng Cho and Harley halos isa yung isolation play or yung peak of potential sobrang laki. Now, Aurora Hunters, they can somehow get yung pwedeng fumrant or pumaligid. Ay, pinik pa rin ng Harley. Kahit na merong Kalea.
Usually nga talagang it really discourages Harley picks yung Kalea, no? Kasi, sige, gumawa ka ng play. Baka hindi ka na makauwi, hindi ka na mabalik sa hat mo. Pero you're absolutely right. I feel like pwede nilang ulitin yung ginawa nila kanina. Just unleash pressure on whoever the jungler is gonna be. Khalid is so good at exerting very early game dominance, especially sa jungle invades. Lalo pat naka-expanding rivers pa nga tayo.
Dudulas talaga yung buhangin. Now, naramdaman nila possible malaking chances na lumigo talaga sa gold lane. Itong Freya na pumasok sila sa utility jungle. So I love the Fredrin reaction coming from Coach Deb. Itong team naman ng Rock, feeling ko medyo pala sila, more on reactive yung last 2 picks nila. Nag-react agad sila ng Kimi and Kalea. Doon na-predict naman ng isang maganda ng Harley. Nakaset na rin ata talaga yung Harley third pick nila sa ganyan sitwasyon.
So parang yan na yung plano ng Ryrock na, okay, alam namin magka-Harley kayo, we're willing to give out the Harley because we have a Kalea, we have a Kimi to set things off to do an ambush gameplay and provide the damage output para at least mapitas yung needed nila. Pero when it comes naman sa Ryrock, they're now limiting Vlad's hero pool. So maybe we can expect yung Alice ban again for the side of Ryrock kung ayaw nila ibigay ito. Pero the problem is Aurora Hunters mostly magic dependent na sila with that Harley and Zushin. So maybe they're going in for another direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Medyo nakita natin kahapon, may mga teams na natalo, triple magic, tas ni-radiant armor lang nung kalaban. So, 100% they need a strong physical attacker na. So, Harif is not gonna be a possibility here for me, para sa Hunters. Kung may mag-Harif man, edi most likely masarap pa yun. Kasi pwede mo na may XP yung Freya, may gumagawa din naman ng XP Freya dito. Then go for the Harif on gold.
Or just to play safe, you can still pick Moskov para sa side dito ng mahilig naman sa ganung galaw yung Aurora Hunters sa ganung sitwasyon, di ba? You have the isolation play coming for Harley, tapos global presence ng SOD in a form of that Moskov.
Or Yisan siya ni Atoms kasi yun yung favorite niya. Favorite niya ngayon yun Puro Yisan siya nakita ko sa kanya
Para mountain tracker, tapos bahala ka na kung sino huntingin. Pero Uranus coming in para sa side na talaga. Aurora Hunters, eto medyo mahihirapan sila tunawin ito Wala rin ang Arlot. Walang carry. Ang kukunat ng
Oo nga. Unless i-dirot mo na yan sa side ng Ryrock.
Pwede naman, like, full offensive mo na kung ikaw yung Ryrock. Nakita mo naman nakahapon, gumana. So why not? Harif is still very good here, obviously, para naman sa Ryrock. Again, kung gusto nilang i-XP yung Freya. Pero I feel like ang daming picks na open din sa XP Alice.
Alice.
Kung gusto mo sabayan yung kunat, ikaw, option mo na yan.
Suyu
on the jungle.
Suyu and that is a Bruno, the natural crit technically.
XP nga yung Freya mo
XP talaga.
Niliko.
Kaya last pick din nila si Atoms for the side of Aurora Hunters para at least makapag-adjust sila kung sino man ang tatapat. So, a possible pick for Atoms.
Hirap mag-YSS dyan.
Yeah.
Hindi ka makakalapit.
Sabi ko Melissa
Moskov na
no? Moskov yung
Moskov.
Moskov. Or kung mag-i-stick sila, the YSS.
Clean.
Kung
YSS, pwede naman.
kung yung part nga talaga ng favorite, minsan daanan mo na lang sa comfy pick
Oo.
Yarang, na ako dito? 17,000 matches
Yeah.
I would love to see how many matches Atoms has on the YSS. Pero looks like Ranger. It's not, medyo middle ground lang siya, no? Parang hindi siya palabitan, hindi siya pangmalayuang sabayan, pero if you can make the bullets hit, then solid.
Sasabayan lang niya talaga ng not yung Chanian yung Poka.
Challenging lang kasi malikot yung Bruno.
Pero tingin ko mas focusan lang niya muna talaga stocks
Farm lang.
Farm lang talaga yung labanan. Kasi yung early naman, I'm gonna give it to Dangero para sa kanyang Harley. Though may expiration yun yung kailangan and most likely aware naman. Itong mga teams na to kung ano yung power spike. Very balanced. Parehas sa team composition. The early, they have the Harley. Para naman sa kabila, yung Suyu, isa sa mga pinakamabilis mag-jungle. Hindi ko pa napapanood ulit yung sinong pinakamabilis mag-level 4 sa jungle. Pero ang huli kong tingin last time kasi si Harley. Ngayon, baka si Suyu na. Nailiba na talaga yung kit niya ngayon.
Depende sa dynamics. And kung ma-witness agad natin yung nangyari sa Game 1 kung saan naagawan agad ni Denjiro yung blue buff dito ni Dubi, then it would also be a factor kung paano mas bibilis yung level dito ni Denjiro. Not unless they go in for another direction. Kasi right now, Zen still doing his job just like Game 1 kung saan just spotting clear muna mid, then isa-spot on niya kung nasan si Dubi in the first place.
Kate
Ooh,
Uy,
Kate!
naku!
Good pressure coming in from Escapo. And again, the power of the Zushin. Pakitang gilas pa with TV sa harapan. And napatras niya ang dalawa. Zen, lumisilip-silip. Pero so far, Denjiro tumatrabaho na naman.
Yun na naman siya sa pag-steal ng mga resources. Kumbaga, yung serving na dapat kay Dubi, kinukuha ni Denjiro kasi ganun siyang gustong kumain sa buffet.
And ito nauuso din kasi yung mga jungle na yung marksman. Tignan natin. Hindi pa rin naman pero mukhang magkakaklash sa gitna.
Yup, isang matinding clash again. Nagamit na yung mga flicker dito. So dangerous rock para sa Rock dito. Dangerous ang kanilang mid. Ubus na ang kanilang mga possible na ways to survive. Actually, Cypher still has that flicker. Natipid naman pala niya. Pero talaga namang si Dubi, pati ba naman sa Suyo, aagawan pa.
Men, sobrang threat talaga ng Sukshin sa mid. Hindi ka pwedeng bumabad eh. They tried it twice and muntikan sila parehas. Mabigyan dito. Bibigyan ng atay beat.
Uy, teka, low na yung Zushin pero lumalaban pa rin. Kasama si Zen, nagamit na yung flicker dito.
Ang low best na yan.
That's very, very aggressive na mid trio here para sa Hunters.
Tsaka kita naman natin, parang never pa silang dumalo. Both mid duos from both teams noon nang nakacentralize sa mid lane to take on control. So that goes to show how much poking mechanisms they have. But when it comes to this turtle,
Sa lalawan pa rin naman, Riley naangat at hindi na binaba. And looks like hindi din makakahampas. Denjiro with the take
Habol
on the turtle. And hindi pa tapos ang Hunters. Getting such a big advantage in that turtle pit.
ganda kasi for Aurora Hunters, not only do they got the turtle, but they also got the post turtle. But at sinamahan mo pa, Escapo getting that kill for the mid lane. So napakalaking advantage na naman ang meron ang Aurora Hunters when it comes to taking on that control. Sinamahan mo pa si Denjiro, kumukuha lang ng gold plated dito.
Grabe naman si Riley, hindi na pinaglaro.
Men, ang sama pala nung epekto ng ginawa sa kanya kahapon.
Yung trauma.
Pinersonal niya eh.
Oo, sabi, grabe kayo, pinersonal nyo ako. Ngayon, tatrabahuhin ko kayo. Ito yung yung gigil na Denjiro. Pinaranas nyo sa akin kahapon to. Ngayon, tumatak sa akin. And every time na makakita ko ng sobrang liit na window na pwede kong pasukin, gagawin ko ito against sa kahit anong mga kalabang ko. And makapansin natin, I love the reaction coming from Dubi. We cannot deny na sama pumapalag naman yung duo mid nila. And dumadalaw din etong si Dubi. It just so happen na hindi nila kayang i-end or somehow i-close at least a kill against yung mid sa Aurora Hunters. 40 seconds para sa ating turtle. Mapapansin natin, as early as 4 minutes into the game, look at that gold lead.
Yup, it's a massive gold lead. Zen, may konting disconnect na nangyari doon. Pero okay lang, lamang naman sila. Nakuha pa rin naman yung kill. And looks like, slowly but surely, Hunters are really eking out the advantage. Ang pinaka silver lining na dyan, at least di namamatay si Arise. Pero the rest of the map, kontrolado na! Here we go, Arise going down na bati, Kuyata, pasensya na.
Nabate, in the jinx. Pero if we're going to look at Aurora Hunters, not only did they got the gold advantage, very confident din si Vlad na mangkat, pero ito na naman sila sa turtle.
Papasok na naman si Zen, nasa harapan. Denjiro hindi pa rin ma-out-retry dito ni Dubi. And that's gonna be Riley going down again. Ilang hampas lang na aangat agad. And talagang apat dapat, tatlo na ang bumagsak. And there you go, sunod-sunod na for Hunters.
This is a mess. Actually, para sa side ng Rock. Ang kalat ng formation dahil yan sa ginagawa mismo ni Vlad. Meron siyang sobrang mag-cut ha.
Oo.
Masyado ka nang madamot pagdating sa
Sobrang
minion.
na.
And ang matindi doon, kinat niya yung dalawang linya habang lumalaban sila, tsaka nila sinandwich.
Kumbaga, high cut yung ginagawa nila para hindi
Ayan.
pa sila tapos.
Nag-try naman na gumanti dito pero parang maling target yata ang naangat. Netong si Lorenzo, hindi ang Uranus ang gusto ko, sabi niya. And Vlad is gonna be still regenerating. Grabe, wala pa silang anti-heal. Hindi niyo pa mapipigilan yan. And cutting in between the turrets, hindi na makalabas pa ang mga miyembro dito ng Rock. Practice balls used up on the side. Dubi, sinasayawan pero hindi na kaya. Beautiful performance from Hunters. Walang hinga-hinga.
0-13 ang swerteng numero para sa side ng Aurora Hunters, ang 13 Galante. Ngayon, they're trying to push, put more pressure. Gusto ko yung ginagawa nila, yung tumitipi. Alam mo yung gigil in the zone na to. Ito mga members ng Aurora Hunters, they're looking for more. Arise. Makakaligtas dito pero may susunod na bakbakan.
Escapade going down is actually big. Natanggal na yung kanilang spotlight at wala nang mag-aangat. Baka naman makagalaw na itong sila Riley. And of course, on the other side of the map, syempre, kinukuhaan pa rin naman sila ng resources. 8,000 gold lead for Hunters. Pero yan na, nakalabas na ang mga miyembro ng Ryrock.
Uy, medyo umaambal lang sila, currently securing the turtle spot, while Vlad is confident lang doon.
Naku po, nadali si Lorenzo. Walang space para tumalon. And wala na ding backup na pwede pang magamit kung sakali man na meron siyang mahuli doon. And looks like Riley, sinayawan, deadly magic, pumutok ang batok. And tuloy-tuloy na, 3 ang naiwan para sa Rock.
Men, ako gusto ko yung ginagawa actually ng ng Rock na umaabante sila. Pero kasi hindi mo pwedeng hindi mo
Sobrahan.
pwedeng gangsterin yung Aurora Hunters, veterans to eh. So hindi mo pwedeng, hindi ako na-aura, hindi pwedeng ganun eh. Dahil ramdam nila na nagdo-dominate sila. Yung nag-overx na nakita mo, ay, makulit ka eh. Hindi naman kami nasisinta kahit umangat ka. Pwede kang umabante pero hindi ganun kalalim.
Kumbaga, tamang ambalang, ika nga nila. Kasi for Ryrock, looking at the level difference, item difference, that would really mean a lot when it comes to the team fight.
Big team fight once more. Again, nawala na agad 3 miyembro. Burado. Hindi man lang nakapagbitaw ng bola yung Bruno. Ano ba ang nangyayari dito? Hunters now on gates here of Ryrock. Si Vlad nasa loob na. Wala. Kahit sarado pa pinto, pumasok na agad. Ganon siya kalala. Tatakihin lahat ng hits nung Kimi. Kita mo naman yung buhay niya aakyat na. Pero this time, may glowing one. Maybe that's gonna be enough to slow him down. Pero nasa harapan pa rin siya. Hindi pa rin magpapatinag ang Uranus ng Hunters.
Mukhang bebuelo sila dito. Pasag ang gitna. Ngayon, o-open din nilang taas dito. Hindi ko nararamdaman Hindi ka pwedeng bumolan kahit walang bola para kay Bruno
Tama. Wala boy, hindi na nakagamit. Hindi naka-item yung Bruno.
Kulang sa kulang sa hita. Ay, naku po!
Oh, there you go. Zen going in. That's Arise going down. And that is gonna be just the Freya left alone on the field. Aurora Hunters going for the time trial, going for the record. 8 minutes pa lang, inaanap na, ubos na ang Torre, and patapos na agad ang ating series number 1.
Another one para sa side ng Aurora Hunters. Later on, malalaman natin kung sila ba may pinakamabilis na laro sa feeling ko sa season ngayon.
Possibly.
Possibly. Kasi masasabi ko, nandun ka pa lang, pa 5 minutes ka, nagdo-double cut na yung Uranus, lumalaban itong Aurora Hunters ng 4 versus 5 dun sa Turtle, ganun na sila kakumpiyansa, and Denjiro is everywhere.
Yeah, diba? Ramdam mo yung presensya niya. Akala mo nasa top lane, pero oh my goodness, nasa bottom lane ka na. Parang grabe yung galaw kasi na-utilize din naman nila yung expanding rivers. And all I can say is a dominant gameplay showcase by the Hunters. No space to breathe for Ryrock. Kaya hindi na din sila nakabawi kung ano man yung control na meron yung mga Hunters.
Actually, we are expecting na medyo slow ang phase sana dito ng ng Team Rock dahil meron silang mapapa-slow nila dahil meron silang Kalea. Pero hindi ko naramdaman si Kalea. Parang lahat ng members ng Rock walking gold sa mata ni Dangero. Kung sino yung umabante, ay pwede ko na agad pick up ito. Pag talong, imagine mo sumilip lang si Cyprus. Di ba? Hindi pa nga tumama yung ano eh. Yung Queen Jack King eh. At tumama lang to ano eh. 7, 8, 9, 10 na baraha eh.
Tama.
Masakit
Ano
na
ba?
agad
Low
eh.
card pa lang, low card
Low
pa lang.
card pa lang. Wala pang alas
Wala pang royal blush o ano eh. Hindi, again, it's very impressive kasi yung, I think, na-leverage na yung si Escapo on the Zushin.
Yeah.
I think na, di-display lang ng Aurora Hunters kung bakit, boy, iban mo yung Zushin.
Tama.
Partida talaga, isa lang yung angat yan, pero yung damage hindi mo pwedeng indahin.
Grabe yung damage output, and at the same time, if we're talking about damage, we should also talk about the defense. Of course, highlighting Vlad in the process, the very confident yung Uranus na kahit hindi pa open yung mga doors, pumapasok siya sa base, tumatayo siya doon, at kahit i-free hit lang siya ni Cyprus, wala! Kasi ganun na kasakit at yung damage na meron dito si Vlad at yung defense, naramdaman na natin sa mga team fights.
And dito nagmamaterialize din talaga na dahil nga yung kill participation actually. Ito kasi may sariling mundo ito si Vlad eh.
Oo naman.
Bahala ka na dyan, Vlad, no?
May sariling trabaho siya dyan.
May sarili siyang trabaho, may sarili siyang pinagkagawa sa buhay. Pero the rest ng mga members dito ng Aurora Hunters, they are really hunting the prey. Specifically si Zendo, 0 kills. Pero yung 18 assist na yan, siya yung tumitingin, pwede mo talunin to, then siya. Close kami kaya then siya.
May nickname.
May nickname, Dangero. Pero nako-convert, and this is our big 4 stats. May kita mo yan, 944. I believe siya rin yung big yung gold GPM kanina, 804 kung hindi ako nakakamali. So increasing the stats in a form of that Harley and damage taken para kay Vlad. That's the Uranus that you can even kill. May time pa na binanggit dito sa rank, parang wala pa kayo anti-heal eh. Wala yung glowing one, wala kayong dominance eyes. Kung merong happy-happy na Uranus, hawak-hawak talaga ni Vlad that time. Napapareact mo, and tingin ko na-punish ding maigi yung XP lane na Freya. But ito ang ating game MVP, Harley, with a perfect KDA 806. Can't touch this guy, man.
Can't touch this.
944 gold per minute, paldo.
Sinaluhan na nga ng Kalea eh. They literally drafted a Harley into the Kalea. Walang pake.
Oo.
Kinaya pa rin ni Dangero.
Very confident sila na kaya nilang talunin ito sa skills, sa microhan. Kaya despite the risk that Tryrock presented during the drafting, they're pretty confident for Dangero to use a Harley. Just because if you're going to notice sa heat map, yung ikot niya, nag-i-invade, kinukuhanan agad na naman ng resources dito si Dubi. Kaya yun din na naman yung snowball na ginagawa ni Dangero. And just like what you guys witnessed earlier on nung day 1 natin, ito lang yung na-experience niya yesterday. Kaya ginagawa niya ito to further improve. And here we have it, the Aurora Hunters truly dominating the game.
Sarap ng tulog siguro ni Dangero kagabi, no? Napanagiripan niya. Lahat ng ginawa sa kanyang pangwawalang ya, ginanti niya dito sa Ryrock.
Inilista niya, ito 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yan!
Ginawa niyo sa akin to. Gagawin ko rin sa inyo to. Ang ganti ng api. Wherein makikita nyo, Dangero is all over the map. Mapapansin mo rin positioning niya. Ayan, perfect positioning. You have the idea. You have the power na pwede mong, the damage na pwede mong ilapag dito. Even yung habol factor meron eh. Si Dangero eh. Kaya hindi ka makakatakas yan. Kung hulihin mo naman, parang pagka tsunami slam mo yan eh. Sombrero lang mahahawakan mo, tapos mawawala na naman siya eh. Wag ka magbibigay ng opening once na hawak mo talaga. Hawak ni Dangero etong Harley na to.
Yes, it was a complete oppression from minute number 1. Alam din kasi nila yung win condition na hindi din pwede matagalin yung game kasi aabot tayo sa point na tigo 1k na yung Kurt ng Bruno. You do not want to face that. May Freya din na malakas sumampas. So, wow, sirang-sira yung first for one random game, no? Sumabog bigla yung win rate ng Freya. Parang wasak yung stats.
May part ako na hindi ko rin kasi maalala kung kailan huling nilapag ang isang Freya. Ang Freya sa isang XP. Tapos ang katapat mo pa ang Uranus. Ang hirap nun, more on
Farming game.
yeah, farming game. Pero
Farming
more
game
on hero placement eh.
Yep.
No, yung naging parang siya, hindi naman ako mapipitas na itong Freya eh. Di mamahin ko na lang. Diba? Ganun lang ginawa nung Uranus eh. Technically, parang hindi nga siya kasali sa laro pero yung impact niya, nararamdaman mo dahil yung minion wave, unang-una, lagi silang lamang, dalawa o isang minion, walang masasalubong yung minion nila. Ginangat-ngat na lang ng ana yung Tore.
Unli control din yung yung Uranus sa Anikat siya eh. Like, simula pa lang, di ba, like, bakit ka nasa loob ng base ng kalaban? Diba,
Ano ba mo dyan?
grabe yung cut niya dun, so I get it. Parang, okay, wala namang threat sa akin, hindi ka nag-dry route o ano man. So, okay, papasok ako sa base nyo, cut ko lahat ng waves, hindi kayo makapush, hindi kayo makalabas, hindi kayo makafarm.
Oo, kasi kinapitalize niya din yung moment na wala pang mga anti-heal. So sabi niya, okay, sige, sumugod ako, mag-high cut ako, bibisita ako sa bahay niyo, ha? Ganon ang ginawa ni Vlad and malaking impact talaga kasi kita naman natin yung macro perspective na ay, nawalan ng minions yung side ng Ryrak kasi tinabraho na pala ni Vlad in the process na hindi natin napansin. Kaya nakapag-push din yung Aurora Hunters kaya natapos din agad-agad yung game.
Yung Aurora Hunters, nilaro nila para hindi lang para manalo para nang tatanggal ng moral doon sa part na yun.
Actually, no, parang statement.
Yeah.
Statement game to, sobra para
Yeah.
sa Hunters. Nakatakot.
Oo. Iba yung gameplay nila. Sobrang gumana sila not doon sa first game pero yung dalawang game kahit pagduktungin mo yun, kahit sumilip ka ng angulo, we cannot deny na wala akong nakitang gumana na linya para sa side ng rock. Ibig sabihin na ito, Aurora Hunters are really prepared sa ganito sitwasyon. Not only the execution, the drafting, even yung mindset. Sobrang haba nung araw natin, baka pati nga sila sobrang aga rin natulog, magpahinga to get ready sa sitwasyon na to eh.
Yeah, for sure, no? 100% pagkagising mo dyan, sabi ni Dangero, it's time for revenge. Galit eh.
Pero ito, guys, dahil nanalo Aurora Hunters, kakausapin natin ng Aurora Hunters. Magbibigay tayo ng mga konting katanungan. Here's our Game 1 Series winners, Aurora Hunters. What's up, guys? Dinig nyo kami? Ayun, congratulations para sa Aurora Hunters. Sobrang swabe ng performance. Mainit ka mag-draft ngayon, Coach Dev, ha? Ibang ibang game plan. Anyway, Aurora Hunters, semi-secured na kayo, no? And of course, top 4 na ulit kayo. 3 seasons back-to-back na top 4 kayo. Ngayon, Eska po, as the original hunter, feeling mo ba eto na yung oras nyo magkampiyon?
Kaya na yan?
Kaya na.
Kaya na.
Short lang pero rekta.
Yeah, that's right.
Rekta lang.
So sobrang curious ako, no? Ang ganda ng draft nyo, especially on game number 2. Intentional talaga yung Freya, no? Binibigay nyo talaga. Ang ganda ng ginawa nyo doon. Ano yung naging inspiration ni Dangero para mag-perform ng ganun?
Nanalo kasi kami mas makapagpahinga kami tapos semi-secured.
Yun.
Pahinga at semi-secured.
Oo.
Tama naman yun.
Tama kasi kapag nagpahinga ng matagal, well-rested din and pwede ka rin makapag-relax. So, sa buong Aurora Hunters, now that you're here and the semi-secured na kayo for the playoffs, meron ba kayong specific team na gustong makatapat during the playoffs at bakit sila yung gusto nyo makatapat?
Uy, mabigat.
Dalawa yung gusto namin mga tapat yung Code tsaka yung Twisted.
Code and Twisted.
Kaso maglalaban, isa lang sa kanila yung pwedeng manalo sa mga pasok ng playoff. So, bahala na sila kung sino sa kanila gusto kalaban.
Ganda nun. Okay. Sino ang lamang sa matchup na yon?
Yan.
Tingin nyo.
Siguro sa experience, Twisted. Pero kasi kung last on composition, yung Code tayo sumabay pa rin.
Most likely nanonood ang dalawang teams na to,
Most
guys.
likely nanonood yan.
Meron na kayo idea kung ano yung edge nyo sa isa't isa. Anyway, guys, any shoutouts or may gusto ba kayong batiin? Mga friends, supporters, family?
Ako na lang. Shoutout sa family ko na nanonood sa bahay namin and sa girlfriend ko and sa girlfriend ng family ko. Thank you sa sa nag-prepare ng breakfast namin kila Ate Lai and kay
Yo.
Chiro and kay Madam Glads.
Ito, si Madam Glads! Si Madam Glads!
And kung
Kasi
sino
naman
mo
sa
nag-prepare
lahat,
ng
tas,
breakfast, ang sarap nun.
Oo. Alright,
Thank you po, thank you po. At
Ha?
Ano?
sa ano po pala, Aurora Community.
Tsaka sa kay Prof B, to sa mga pinsan ni Prof B.
Sa pinsan.
Di ba? Maraming salamat, Aurora Hunters. Again, congratulations. That's our winner para sa ating first series. Aurora Hunters, again, securing ang kanilang first spot ng ating playoffs. Congratulations, Aurora Hunters.
Congrats.
Congrats po.
Pahinga na.
Pahinga na. Anyway guys, nakita nyo na talagang fully, sabihin na natin, ready etong teams na sumalubong sa mga kalaban nila and nagbigay na rin sila ng part. Gusto ko lang yung part din na hindi sila takot dun sa challenge. No? Binanggit agad nila directly Code and Twisted Minds Rough World era. Anyway guys, nakita na natin ang ating unang serye. Meron pa tayo mga susunod na serye. Yan sa pagbabalik ng MDL Philippines Season 7.
O ano mga girls, may bago na naman tayo ha. Malamang matutuwa na naman ang mga bata at matatanda niyan.
Maglaro tayo, di kami patatalo. Maski duo o trio, kahit 5 man pa kayo. Kahit pa sabay-sabay, ang kalaman sasablay. Kung mag-rank ang pambilis, sure na wipe out! Get out! Pili na ng lane, at mag-pick ka na ng hero. Sa mid lane galingan mo, pag nag-ulti dapat sakto. Push na ang turret, ready to attack the Lord. Tara ube, summer bonding na ng todo. Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Natali! Sige, push mo! Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Natali! Sige, push mo!
O ano, sasali ba kayo? Lahat ay masaya, pwede dito kahit sino. Nasaan ka man, nasa bahay o trabaho, pwede niyong laruin to.
Successful tayo ay panalo! Appear, disappear, one half, one fourth, one half, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one half, one fourth, one half, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one half, one fourth, one half, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one half, one fourth, one half, disappear, appear.
Laro, laro, laro.
Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila.
Appear, appear, appear.
Ay! Natali! Sige, push mo!
Laro, laro, laro.
Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila.
Appear, appear, appear.
Ay! Natali! Sige, push mo!
16 series 5G.
I'm out of Kasawa. I'm a designer. I always be getting some inspiration from my everyday life. I feel urban perspective, world is chaotic. We need order. Touch, the UI already touching everything. Touch means we can feel everything. We call it design sensibility. That is the meaning of touching. Human function is focused to be live. You cannot really live without any good telephone. This is one of the great mobile phone I designed. Really fit your fashion and life. I hope everybody like it.
Realme 16 series 5G.
Different shades, different moods, but somehow we just click. We all move through life differently, chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color? Hey, where's your safe place? A place where ideas ignite, where laughter lingers, where work feels light. This is mine, and I'm not gatekeeping it. A chair isn't just a chair. It carries me through wins, through setbacks, through every step forward. And a desk isn't just a desk. It rises with me, stands tall when I do. Through triumphs, through trials, this space keeps me growing. This is my safe place. Home, playground, grounds where I stand. This is TT Racing Home Grounds. For every dream I chase, every battle I face, TT Racing has my back. So I'll ask again, where's your safe place?
bago na naman tayo, ha? Malamang matutuwa na naman ang mga bata at matatanda niyan. Get out!
Maglaro tayo, di kami patatalo. Maski duo o trio, kahit 5 man pa kayo. Kahit pasabay-sabay, ang kalaban sasablay. Kung mag-rank ang pambilis,
Sure na wipe out! Get out!
pili na ng lane. sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay, nadali! Sige, push mo! Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. Gigi na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay, nadali! Sige, push mo!
O ano, sasali ba kayo? Lahat ay masaya, pwede dito kahit sino. Nasaan ka man, nasa bahay o trabaho, pwede niyong laruin to.
Success pag tayo ay panalo! Appear, disappear, one hop, one court, one court, one hop, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one hop, one court, one court, one hop, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one hop, one court, one court, one hop, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear,
back sa ating MDL Philippines Season 7. Second series is up. Ngayong araw na to, kami pa rin mga kasama niyo, Prof. B, Rockhart, and Gretchen. Grabe, yung first series. Hindi pa namin ako-confirm guys kung that is the fastest game. Pero I believe yung fastest ngayong season ay yung last game na kanina. Mamaya magtatanong-tanong tayo kung
8 minutes
sino ba
25.
talaga. 8, ayun, 8 minutes.
Parang napakabilis na, parang literal.
Ayun,
Ayan.
sakto.
On the spot, guys, di ba? Patalong pa lang, may sinasagot na. Eto, guys. Fastest game in MDL history. Game 2 ng Aurora Hunters versus Rock breaks the record for the fastest. Ayan.
Ako, hindi na ako nagulat doon kasi literally, kakagawa ko lang ng post last week and grabe si Cartesi, level 9 pa lang, 15 na.
Oh.
Ito, wala pang, sorry,
9 minutes.
9 minutes,
9 minutes.
level 15 na. Tapos ito, hindi pa 15 si Cartesi, natapos na yung laro. Parang ganun eh. Parang ganun yung naman sa utak ko, what the heck?
The future is bright, no?
Parang palawas pa lang yung Lord eh. Actually, no Lord game to, no?
No Lord.
No Lord game.
Yes.
Ano lang, mainit lang talaga yung no? Yung mga members dito ng Aurora Hunters. Pero papasok na tayo para sa ating series number 2. Again, this is between Dewa United versus TNCV. The Last Chance. Kumbaga sa pelikula, no? The Last Chance.
Ang ganda naman doon. Ang ganda naman ng ano nila. ng
Wherein,
titles natin.
this is their last chance actually to yung redemption day nila from their losses yesterday. Huling araw na or huling chance na nila makabawi or else kita-kits talaga sila sa next season.
At saka yan din naman kasi yung pressure that we're going to witness for match 2. Kasi biruin mo, best of 3 series at dito din natin malalaman kung ano ba yung future nyo sa MDL. Will you continue your journey towards the playoffs or will you be eliminated in this series?
Yeah, currently 0-1 sila pareho. Diba? So, pag nag-0-2 ka kasi, goodbye.
Oo. Dapat kung matatalo ka, manlaban-laban ka lang. Diba? Manlaban-laban ka lang. Pero again guys, the team coming from qualifiers, ito ang lineup ng Dewa United PH.
Yeah, so for Dewa United, obviously, we had some really promising performances yesterday sa totoo lang. Sumusunod naman sila sa kanilang keys to victory kahapon. Keep the Raven alive. Especially nung mga unang maagang laro natin. Pero bakit ng dulo, medyo may mga medyo nag-fall apart na. Dito talaga makakaalala mo talaga yung ginawa ni Ekong pang literal na naging hunter, naging echo location. Ini-echo location niya sa Dangerous kahapon, which again, probably inspired that last series we had.
Fastest game.
So, hindi mo din masabi na na they're out yet. I feel like malakas pa rin ang laban dito ng Dewa United. Again, just make sure that you really get the picks that you want. Make sure that your jungler and your gold laner Taku is very comfortable. I think you should be fine here.
And that's the Dewa United PH. At ang makakalaban nila, walang iba kundi ang may experience na rin ang TNC Voltes.
At ang daming pinagdaanan actually ng TNC Voltes kasi ito yung team na na-witness natin earlier on nung last chance qualifiers or yung tinatawag natin na LCQ for short. And based from the pressures na pinagdaanan nila, here they are facing Dewa United with that same pressure of being eliminated. So it goes to show ng how much Deku, Franz, Zeno, Vinjas, Godsu really needs to step up on this series or else their journey here in MDL Season 7 may not continue to the fullest.
May mga teams na talaga mas gumagana pagka mas mabigat ang pressure na nakahain sa kanila. Kung kailangan, kumbaga, etong TNC Voltes, galing to sa LCQ or the last chance qualifiers. Ngayon nandito na naman sila sa tanggalan. Hindi na bago sa kanila yung ganitong environment, yung ganitong pressure.
Yes.
So, Dewa United PH should be ready kung ano yung pwede pang i-hide. Minsan, pag nandun ka na sa dulo ng buhay ng tournament life mo, lahat ng natututunan mo, nailalabas mo talaga eh.
Yeah, man, that's true. Yung pressure na yan, sinasabi mo, totoo yan for them kasi 5 games din yung LCQ nila.
Yeah.
So sagad na sagad, sinagad din nila yun. So, alam mo yun, like, yung sanay sila dito, they know what to do. This is a team that definitely has undergone a lot of criticism nung regular season. Ngayon naman, nagmumukha silang mas maganda. Even on their loss, it looked very close. No?
Tama.
Kahapon.
Sobrang ganda actually ng mga performance ng ating mga teams at ang keys to victory ng Dewa United PH, prioritize initiators or damage type
Ayun.
of junglers to Draven.
Kakasabi lang di ba? Again, Draven, wag mong sasayangin yung micro mechanics niya. I feel like he's such a skilled jungler. And again, magiging matchup dito is si Franz, which actually did encounter some pressure din kahapon. So maybe that's gonna be an opening for Dewa United. Baka naman mataas yung pressure ngayon kay Franz on that jungler for the other side, that they might be able to actually get an advantage, especially doon. Wag nyo lang pag-Frederinin naman si Draven. Yun lang yung pinaka feeling kong baka malugi kayo pag ginawa nyo yun.
Oo, kumbaga ilagay nyo na yung mga tingin nyo mas gagana talaga, damage type. And of course, yung mismong galaw ng ikot ng Dewa, Echo.
Yes.
Yan, yun na nga, baka nga walang lumabas na na tawag do? Cheat. Possibly, no? Nakita na natin keys to victory, of course. Ito naman ang keys to victory ng TNC Voltes. We have give France the space to farm.
Siyempre, kasi yung space, kailangan nilang i-make sure na wala mga agaw kay Franz. Kasi yun naman yung na-notice natin for the side of TNCV. As long as Franz was able to form up accordingly to get on yung mga needed creeps niya, nakakakuha sila ng objective as well. So, kumbaga, Franz giving space is equal to getting objectives. Kaya malaking factor ito sa side ng TNCV if they want to get on early game control. Lalo't-lalo ng katapat nila ang Dewa United that is also known for getting those early game controls.
Yeah. Pilitin mo sila mag-weird picks tulad ng Carmilla kahapon.
Yun.
Sadly, hindi gumana. Pero I feel like may realidad siguro na pwedeng align yung stars na lahat ng season nila nag-connect. Kaso hindi natin nakita ng game 3
Ano yun tawag dito, sobrang bigat technically nung nung kailangan nila ma-meet para magawa or mag-align yung stars. Kung kailangan mong baguhin yung position sa solar system, ganun na yung level nun, no? Para mag-linya-linya ang kanilang pagkakataon. Pero ito, ang linya ng dalawang players. This is Jack sa flag ng Dewa United PH head-on against Dego. Both XP laners. May kita mo, nandiyan kasing experience. Kaya mapapansin natin na mas lamang ng bahagya in terms of total stats etong si Deco. Hindi naman ganong kalaki yung kalamangan, pero dyan mo mapapansin for the XP laner, yung kill participation kasi nagmamatter.
Oo, kasi dito din natin na ma-reflect kung ano ba yung numbers na to the team fights that are happening. So for the side of TNCV, kita naman natin that in every team fight initiation, there is always Deku who is frontlining. And kita din naman natin nagre-reflect ito sa top heroes na pinipick niya. In contrast kay Jax, kung saan low man yung kill participation niya, siya naman yung nagpe-penetrate ng mga backline when it comes to those Alice picks and the others.
Gusto ko yung yung Valentina na yan, nasa listahan niya actually ni ng Dewa. So ibig sabihin they're open countering out yung mga Sora na maaari natin makita. Pero heading para sa ating drafting phase for the map, feeling ko River.
Ay, River ba? Ay,
Hindi.
Ano naman, grass naman daw.
Dangerous grass. Maiba lang. Maiba lang.
They was enjoying a lot of these picks na medyo pang-surprise din. I like it. Actually, that's one of the ways that Draven actually gets advantage, taking them by surprise. Pero, again, over-focusing on Draven actually gets you a good advantage, especially kung kalaban mo sila is masyadong inisip si Draven. Ayan na, makakapag-Zushin si RKY. Yung mga ganun. Maraming mga ganun nangyayari sa Dewa United
And ganon din naman kasi ka-flexible ang Dewa United, if I would say. Kasi sa lawak ng hero pool nila, madami silang strategiya na tinatago. And because of these bans, Zushin may be the possible first pick of Dewa United since it's entirely open for RKY to use.
Ayan
And
na.
here we have it. They're going to go for the Zushin.
Maganda performance ni RKY and Sushin. Open ang Harley. Maaari makakita tayo dito ng Harley, Liam, hindi. Pwede nga actually. Iniisip ko kung Liam Ward kaso may may Sushin So kung ako dyan, ha-Harley muna ako. Tapos, Uranus.
Uy, pwede.
Uranus.
I like it.
Harley Uranus.
Ayan na.
Harley
Narinig ka.
first. Obviously, very good. Very good dun sa pag-pick ng Harley. Uranus would have been good. But I think that's a really good hero to leverage din para dun sa Dewa United. Most likely gonna get traded. If not completely banned out. Kasi nakita natin may mga games talaga na hirap din talaga yung Zushin sa Uranus. Medyo nakatagos parang dinadambahan ka So, then I think is very good.
Oh!
YSS
YSS
Very early on here.
So, still, that's a flex pick, actually. Para sa side naman ng Dewa. Maaari pa nilang laruin yung sa second phase. Mapipilitan tuloy na mag-ban later on. Advance to, feeling ko magtatanggal pa ng suyo later on ng TNC. Sa ganyang sitwasyon. Now, showing that Uranus and YSS, unless you want to grab the Arlot ng ganyang kaaga or even
Among the planes exist.
Eve!
Wow!
Na-open nga pala. Kasi earlier on the first series, parate actually nababan out ang Eve. Now that it has been opened, yun naman yung turning point ng TNCV para at least nandoon na yung area control from that real-world manipulation. So for the side of TNCV, mostly minimizing yung roamers right now, and that also goes the same for Dewa United.
Yeah. Roamer ang pinaka-focus ngayon nila yan for sure. Alam mo na yan, napanood mo na yan, boss. Although hindi gumana, no? Pero again, may mga universe na multiverse na pwedeng gumana kasi yun yung lineup nila kahapon super combo.
Pagka gumana, sasamain ka talaga. May paglalagyan ka kahit wala sa lugar. Ganon ka kabigat actually yung Atlas. Now, Sora has been removed by Team Dewa. A good pick actually para sa side dito ng TNCV. That is a Khalid on their roam. Ngayon dito natin malalaman kung naka-flex pa rin ba o hindi. Oy, Frederick and Kanita.
Wow!
Fast pick
Napakabilis na sagot. Ito, then actually yung gusto kong i-note yung mga ganitong picks ni Echo. Kasi parati kong maaalala yung Hellcurt ni Echo. Napakaganda ng mga initiation na yon. And somehow, similar ideology for that Kadita pick. Kaya Dangerous Grass din na yung kanilang pinili. But the challenge here is napakakulit nila Harley, nila Claude. So yung pwedeng targetin parate ng isang Kadita would be Eve.
Actually, the requirements are met. Bago mo kasi makuha din talaga yung mga damage roam, like Kadita and Hellcurt, kailangan yung dalawa yung XP and jungle, sobrang bigat or tanky type.
True.
Utility. So sa mga nag-Hellcurt dyan, guys, wag naman tayo pure damage lahat Nag-RG tayo Nadali nyo na ako mga nakalima na tayo
Yun lang.
Happy fast drop yun wala pa yatang 3 minutes yung drop na.
Kinukuha nila yung record sa fastest draft.
Mamadali ba kayo? Ano meron?
Kung may fastest game, may fastest drop.
Fastest drop.
Mamaya, tanong ulit natin. Bawi.
Baka may hinahabol silang record. Check natin check natin.
Okay. Pero when it comes naman sa overall team composition ng bawat koponan, they really have to be careful sa mga invasions that may happen kasi we all know for the side of a Khalid, pwede niyang agad i-spot on kung saan may ikot yung kabilang jungler, and at the same time for a Hardy, pwede agad-agad siyang mang-agaw. Pero sa side naman ng Dewa United, they really have to capitalize on the Echo here being the Kadita. Yung rough waves niya would be the game changer in every initiation.
Actually, magandang Harley pick din talaga dito. Marami siyang pwedeng bigyan. Like for example, Echo, si Kadita, RKY, and even Takbu. So tatlo kagad na mababa yung survivability na pwede niyang bigyan once na nag-level 4. The next ano lang dito, pipiliin mo naman pag may big objective na when to jump in dahil naka-ready si Draven to catch you.
Yeah, yung salo ni Draven dito definitely will be very much high demand. Again, sabi ko, wag mag-Fred rin, pero nag-Fred rin. Okay lang, sige, go. Pero I feel like yung salo niya is gonna be crucial. Yung control niya sa objective is gonna be high, pero I would say na in terms of damage output, Magic talaga. They're gonna have to rely so much on the magic damage. I'm not sure if I like that.
So yun naman yung challenging for the side of Dewa United. And I like what Vinges is doing, spotting on kung saan umiikot si Draven. Kasi alam naman natin, for TNCV side, they have to get on and capitalize on that Harley as early as possible kung gusto nila maikutan kung anong strategiya ang iniipon dito ng Dewa United. Now, we have the turtle spawning in just 10 seconds. Both of the teams are currently going in for this positioning. And all I can say is TNCV has to capitalize on that Raging Sandstorm pero wala pa dahil level 3 pa lang dito si Vinjas. And labanan na lang siguro ng Retribution ang mangyayari.
Pero mas maganda ang position right now ng team. Voltage, there's gonna be the knockup coming in from Echo. Not really maximized though. RWM gonna be locking in that turtle para sa Dewa United. Right now, it's gonna be a bit harder to get control. Dego nasa harapan. Zeno hindi na nakatulong doon sa team fight na yon. And now, it's gonna be Franz running. And that is a turtle. Kontrolado ng Dewa. Grabe, going for the kills agad kahit na nawala ng maaga doon. Si Echo.
Oo nga, kasi si Echo, maganda yung initiation niya. Although siya yung naging sacrificial lamb, it serves its purpose for that Kadita kasi na-proc ang real-world manipulation ni Zeno. Kaya si Jax, yung trabaho niya, every time there's a real-world manipulation, parating niya lalapitan si Zeno to either cancel it out or survive that initiation. Kaya it all worked well for the side of Dewa United kung ano man yung nangyari sa team fight.
Akala ko nga may hawak na talaga nung TNCV. Nung aga nila, magandang...
Tanggal agad si Echo.
Bigla kaso, nawala bigla si Echo that time. Though yun yung strength ng utility jungler na kaya niyang laruin yung buhay niya, push and pull. Pag nagkaroon ng extended team fight, mas makapal ang buhay na meron etong Fredrin compared dito kay Franz in a form of that Harley. Props din sa pagja-jump in specifically neto ni Jax. Pinag-iikutan niya ng mga ionic edge sa mukha eh.
Again, very proactive din kasi Echo. I feel like kahit hindi siya nakakuha ng malaking damage dun sa game na yon or sa team fight na yon, nakuha naman yung aggression. Yung mga skills niya basically. So after that, yung mga tropa niya, madali na yung buhay.
Ayan o.
There you go. Jax though, absorbing that deadly magic, I think that is absolutely fine. Yan yung talaga yung trabaho niya for now. And again, kayang-kaya niyang gawin yan dahil nga wala pang anti-heal ang Dewa United.
Uy, ang lalim ni Echo dito
He's expecting na yun sa ganyan situation. Pero ito isa sa mga pinakamaganda. Sobrang ingat dito.
Ay! Nakita niya, nawala yung mata.
Nawala yung mata.
Echo pa rin naman! Gonna be able to survive though. Kunti ka na yun. Sabi yung teka, parang delay yung...
Parang yung mata ba napansin niya?
Ano ba yung mata? Dinouble check pa yata niya eh. Parang tumayo siya dun. Ha?
Nag-isip ka siya tumayo siya. Ha? Balik kaya ako. Kala ko, pero small details somehow matter sa ganyang sitwasyon. Awareness, yung experience dyan papasok eh. Ngayon, isa sa mga favorite, pinaangat!
That's a huge knock-up. And of course, Binja is gonna go down. Sa ngayon naman, parang masaya ang Dewa United sa lahat ng nangyayari dito sa mapa to. Even though the pickoffs are not happening for Echo so far. It's gonna be Draven and Taku. Full control netong turtle na to.
Hindi na makakakontest din dito yung TNCV but they opted for another direction. But Jax with that foresight, alam niya kukuha si Franz agad-agad dito ng blue buff. Kaya yung mga members ng Dewa United dito nagsicentralize. And si Echo na naman ay lumalalim doon.
Malalim ang kanilang pasok. Deku trying to buy some space, no? Kailangan kasi ng space ni Franz para makapag-farm. He needs to get that level back. Dahil so far, Draven, even though slower, technically dapat si Draven dito as a friend rin. Parang bumibilis ng bumibilis ang tempo nila. They're going for the hunts, they're going for those kills non-stop. Forcing pati yung flicker dito ni Vinjas.
Grabe, ang daming na-force out ng mga battle spells for the side. Not only for TNCV but also for Dewa United to get on that pick-off. Pero the problem is habang tumatagal yung laban, mas nararamdaman din natin yung damage output na meron ng TNCV. So for Dewa United, Echo needs to step up. He needs to make sure na mapipick off niya yung mga squishy heroes. Although Franz, Godzu, makukulit yan, he has to do the trick, if I would say that.
Actually, ginagawa dito ng Dewa, they're trying to bring the clash dun sa baba eh. Kasi hindi kaya i-pick up ni Franz si Jax. Pero pagka-rotation na ng buff, si Echo naman hinahan kung saan nakapwesto etong si Franz. Kaso sobrang aware ni Vinjas. Parang ang deja vu yung nangyari, doon din siya pinatubigan kanina eh.
Yeah,
Parang
big deja vu.
Naparod ko na ito kanina.
Speaking of the 2v4 though, look at that. Jax is on the side, he is cutting hard. And 5 miyembro pala ng Deo ang handang-handa na sumagot dito with an only knock of the chain. CC is real. Pumutok yung Khalid dito ng TNC Voltes.
Such a good pick-off for the side of Team Dewa. And business lang talagang ginawa nila doon. No? Right after pumick-off, this is somehow ready para papasok sa ating next turtle.
Not only the turtle, but they can also push the top lane for Dewa United. But speaking of turtle initiation, sinisimulan na dito ni Franz.
Yup, simulan na, and ito na ang laban. Franz getting pressured very highly by Jax here. Again, buying so much space para kay Draven. Mas-solo na naman yung turtle.
Grabe, kasi as time passes by, Dewa United, unting-unti nila na-zone out ang TNCV to the point na hindi makalapit yung mga members ng TNCV. Yes, you have Deku with that threat of that flicker Throne of Ruins, but the problem is, RKY, parang isa-spotlight ka lang niya at doon na manggagaling yung mga damage output na meron sila Echo, sila Taku, and the other members of Dewa United.
Ito yung pinag-uusapan natin na sobrang hirap sa buhay as of now ni Franz kasi yung dalawa dito, Jax and Draven, automatic negats mo natatargetin yan eh. Gusto mong kunin si RKY kaso may threat ka ni Echo plus that Mountain Shocker coming from Taku. They're gonna invade on this one. And ito hindi yung invade palihim eh. Invade harapan.
Yeah, very much in your face, especially knowing na si Franz ay very vulnerable sa isang kadita. Kaya naman protektado din siya ng kanyang mga tropa. They're able to at least back off. Pero problema dito si Franz, kanina pa nakatambay kanina pa siya nag-walk trip dito sa taas. Hindi ko alam kung saan siya makakuha ng objectives kasi pati si Jax nandun, may control din doon sa kanan.
Oo nga eh, kasi all around the map, you can see Dewa United responding, putting pressure on the macro perspective. But for the side of TNCV, all they can do is react to that aggression. And for the side of TNCV, they need to make a gameplay that can change the tempo. Kasi if this continues, Dewa United can hold that momentum.
Technically, sobrang react lang silang react kung nasaan naghahanap sila ng potential kill. At the kill that they're looking for, nakuha nila. Ang problema, sobrang nag-punish yung buhay ng gitna. And yung poke na ginagawa nila talaga, ano lang eh, fake clash ang gusto dito ng Dewa kasi nagkakaroon ng opening eh. They have Taku, they have Draven na kayang umikot sa jungle, meron naman sa linya. Sobrang hirap ng buhay.
That's a beautiful engagement. Full commit coming in from TNC Voltes. Naka-minus 1 agad sila. Natanggal si RKY. That is the lantern flare. A big threat removed from the map. Looks like Dewa United finally mababawian bahagya dito ng TNC Voltes. And this time, Lord naman ang objective na kukunin nila. Pero tuloy-tuloy yata. We still have a lot of cooldown on the side of TNC Voltes. Alam mo na Dewa United, they're going for the hunt. They're looking for their target. And looks like they're even gonna be able to get another space para dito sa Lord. Vinjas na hanap niya. Nagsi-atrasan na din yung iba. Echo nasa gilid. Nag-aantay ng kanyang target. And huling-huli ka! That's, they're gonna be able to get a beautiful kill. -1 na naman ng TNC Voltes. Another Lord priority para sa Dewa.
Grabe, sinusubukan yung patience dito ni Echo pero hindi pa ata tapos ang mga members as they continuously poke out. But then, Dewa United can secure the Lord without any contestation for the side of TNCV because they know they don't have ninjas. Wala silang pang Raging Sandstorm, pang setup gameplay, at nagamit na din kasi yung Flicker Throne of Ruin si Deku. So all they can do on that moment was to watch and focus on what they can control.
Actually, napaganda nga yung kaninang biniglang clash ng TNCV. Yung nag-all-in sila sa gitna. Sinama bigla yung Dewa. Now, na-expose yung weakness. Ang ginawa naman dito ng Dewa, they went for that peak off. Napansin nila pag paisa-isa, dahil nga kailangan mo at least 3 or 4 na hero to take down, Draven or even Jax. Yun yung strength nila eh. Ginagamit ng Dewa ngayon, biglain na lang muna natin, paisa-isa, para wala kayong pwedeng galawin and hindi mo rin alam kung saan manggagaling. Etong si Echo, sinut siya sa bangay, Raging Sandstorm, binahonginan ka na, tinubigat ka pa.
Yun lang.
Baka maging semento yun. Mahirap na. So ito na. Si Echo na minus 1 ninjas, nakagante. Pero syempre may Lord ba kailangan sagutin dito. And sa baba naman, pinapaputok din naman itong ating throwback si Jax. For now though, it's a very good defense. TNC Voltes are going to be able to save their inhibitor turrets. Pero lamang na ang Dewa.
Pero ito din yung sinasabi natin, si Echo, maganda man yung initiation niya. Kinapos siya ng super duper konti lang.
Light na slight.
Yeah, very slightly para abutin doon si Franz. Pero nandoon din naman yung TNCV to the rescue to punish off those mistakes that Echo can do. Yes, 3 deaths na si Echo, but Echo is doing a tremendous job kasi nakakapitalize niya talaga yung mapa na Dangerous Grass. Now, we never know what to expect in that bush.
Yung pressure actually nararamdaman natin coming from Echo. Pinabalik si Vinjas.
Gamit naman yung Raging Sandstorm again just to survive. Hindi siya pwedeng basta-bastang mag-quick sand guard sa harapan kasi may nag-aabang na mga Petrify, may nag-aabang na knock-ups coming in from Echo. That Breath of the Ocean, hindi mo din pwedeng ignore yun.
Parang ilang ulit na, actually gusto ko lang nag-i-stick sa game plan si Echo na sabi niya basta maligaw dito si Franz. Yun lang yung pinaka-target ko. Hindi pa naman siya nagiging successful.
Hindi naman namamatay si Franz eh.
Oh,
pero hindi siya naka-farm.
Tama. The pressure is on. Nagiging aligaga. Technically si Franz. Nag-iiba yung rotation usually ng jungler. Pag may mga ganyang hero eh. Hellcurt, Kadita. Kasi yung potential pick-off mapupunta sa'yo. Ayun na naman ha.
Nakakatakot.
What you doing?
Pag tahimik ang pag tahimik ang ocean, asahan mo na. Delikado yan.
Oo. Parang calm before the storm. At
Tama.
yung storm na dala dito ng Kadita, ang hindi dapat i-ignore ng TNCV kung ayaw nila mapitas. Lalo't lalo na may paparating tayo na Lord.
Only bush check yan. Only bush check. Bawat bush kailangang i-check. And again, you're gonna need to check a lot of bushes, especially kung gusto mag-camping kayo dito sa Lord Pit na ngayon naman ay full control ng Dewa United. Don't forget din, hindi ka pwedeng malingat. May Uranus na nagbabadya din doon sa taas.
Ayun na, kalahati ang buhay ng Lord dito. They're trying to start the Lord right now. They have the vision. I don't know kung tutuloy dito. Nakapwesto si Franz ng maganda. Pero sa likod, si Echo, maaring kung may mag-clear, tutuluyan siya dito ni Echo. The jump in is going in.
Nakita na si Franz. Echo with the conceal. He is looking for that Harley.
Ay!
And again, dodging once more. Breath of the Ocean knock-up kay Vinjas. Again, it's starting to become a minigame dito. Takgu sasalo ng Deadly Magic. But they're still going to be able to at least back off. Now it looks like an even Stevens fight. Pero madami ng skills on cooldown here. No Deadly Magic means no big threat to assassinate quite yet. And dahil doon, Dewa United trying to buy more time. Going for the flow muna doon sa gitna.
Tamang flow lang yung kailangan nilang magawa. Kasi ito naman yung kagandahan about the Lord Dance. You can actually capitalize the long lane to put pressure para at least one member will respond to it accordingly. But the Lanterns of RKY are there!
Beautiful na sana engagement doon ni Deku with the Flicker Throne of Ruin pero walang tinamaan. It's gonna be the chase. Dewa United trying to carry it out pero Takbu babagsak na. And this time around, lumamang bigla ang TNC Voltes. They are low, they are bruised pero they are still alive.
Going in for that reset. Nakita na kagad natin, umuwi ang mga members dito ng TNCV. Mabilisan ang pagbalik kasi they really need this Lord para sa side nila. Pero alam din ni Jax yung requirement na hindi pwede ring ibigay dahil ito yung magiging parang susi nila for upper hand, map control, or even mas mapaganda yung minion wave control nila. Si Echo nasa kabilang banda ng mapa.
They are taking their time with this one. Knockups are happening. Echo galing sa likod na naman. It's another reset.
Ayan!
Pabalik na si Taku, and there goes that rough wave. Gonna be missing their mark this time. France is gonna be the one who takes that Lord. And ngayon, it's gonna be that TVP. Looks like it's gonna be the dispersion. 1-for-1 lang ba? And where is gonna be the big Lord walking?
Oh, no.
Jack, si the hunting pa. Di ko alam kung ginagawa. Ini-intercept niya yung Lord, and 4 na, 3 na ang humahunting. Pero buhay pa rin. The anti-heals are in effect. And looks like it will be enough to dispose of the Uranus.
At last, nagtagumpay din sila. I-pick off si Jax, though. That's somehow a buy time para sa side dito ng ng Dewa. Kaya pa naman na depensa nito. This is the level second Lord. Second Lord sa ating laro. Maganda pagbina for the side of TNC. Babalik ko sila sa bandang baba. Mountain Shocker, are they going in for the chase? Si RKY masyado kang malalim, par.
Oh no, hindi na nila ko continue because they also know na isang pagkakamali lang pwede ulit makuha ng Dewa United yung momentum. And ito na din yung sinasabi natin, just like Echo being successful when it comes to that pick-off. But the graph says otherwise, the TNCV is now taking in control sa laban.
Men, tumama din sa wakas.
Better late than never.
Yes!
Nagawa ko rin. Diba? Sabi sa inyo tira lang ng tira, tatama din yan. Tinamaan ng maigi entag si France. Now, somehow magandang buwelo for the side of Dewa United PH. Yung threat, wala for the next like 20 to 30 seconds. Hindi naman yung naging sagot para makabalik agad ang Dewa United, pero nakikitaan pa rin natin ng maliit na swing. Look at that gold diving kanina for the side ng Team Dewa, pero ngayon yung momentum somehow pabalik na.
Yun, tsaka yung momentum na yun, somehow naging equalizer lang yung mga nangyari from the previous team fight initiations as well as objective taking. Very crucial din yung pagkuha ni France ng Lord, kaya nakakuha ng momentum ang TNCV, pero when it comes naman sa waiting game for the 50 seconds Lord coming up, all I can say is Dewa United has to make sure that Echo can do a gameplay. While at the same time, for TNCV, they have to utilize Vinjas for checking out the bushes. Kasi siya lang so far yung kayang humarap kay Echo as well as Deku.
And this time, meron ng emo so okay na.
Oo, pwede na.
Feels good na yan si Vinjas.
Pwede na lalong sumalo, pero nag-switch si Vinjas ng ng boots. They're going in for the concealed play. Dahil kanina nung umall-in sila naging effective. Ngayon, concealan natin sila and let's go for a huge setup. Look at the hero distribution ng dalawang kupunan. Pinadala automatic si Jazz to control the long lane. Pero maganda kasi dito sa kit ng ni Deku Kayang-kaya mong humabol Tapos pwede ka rin mag-clear.
Oh no, Zeno! Uy,
And the force flicker, of course, of that Vinjas nasa harapan.
WM!
Na-burst nila si Echo and makakatakas pa. Godzu with a blazing duet doing some decent damage. It is going to be Echo going down and looks like good pressure coming in from TNC Voltes. This time around, may punchback naman. Kumagat nila ang Dewa United. May konting assist pa with that lord right now. RKY gonna have to Crimson Beacon away to safety. And it's gonna be another stalemate. Might be enough time para makabalik si Echo. 29 seconds. They might have enough to get this bursted down. Ano kaya ang play dito ng TNC?
Binabait lang ng TNCV ang Lord na ito para lumabas yung mga members ng Dewa United. But it seems like Dewa United will also respond to that.
A very good response. Na-force na maging defensive yung Raging Sandstorm na side si France. He is spotted out. Throws out the deadly magic. Godzu goes down, though ang laking bagay noon na wala ang goal laner dito ng TNC Voltes.
Papatuloy nila yung Lord. Pumasok din dito si Deku, pero yung buhay ng Lord, kukontinue pa to ng TNCV.
Hindi naman nabitan ni Draven. That is gonna be the Lord going over the TNC Voltes finally in 19 minutes of this game.
Men, nakahinga si Zeno. Kasi sobrang haba ng teamfight, may mana niya. Sabi niya, tapusin nyo na. Hindi ako pwede umuwi.
Hindi na ako makapagbato ng skills.
Kaya siya naglagay, though medyo makalat nung umpisa dahil yung RWM niya, yung unang-una pa, malayo dun sa Lord di ba? Tapos umexit lang yung mga members dito ng Dewa. Ngayon, in-adjust niya eh. The good thing about here, once na dumadive in si Draven, Deku is always there somehow to counter or i-outmaneuver yung pwesto. Mangre-retry ka, sige, bababa tayo sa blood ko. Yun isa sa mga pinakamagandang ginagawa dito ni Deku.
Yan din naman kasi yung kailangan niyang capitalize because that's the strength of an Alice. Pero may maipit nga lang dito, Jax. Kaya naman Frumonta, may immortality siya. And at the same time, mapapagamit ng Rock Wave si Echo defensively just to get out of that tricky situation.
Yep, nice try here with TNC Voltes. Ginamit agad yung kanilang conceal to maybe go for -1. But so far, so good para sa Dewa United. They are still in this game. Buhay na buhay pa naman, pero there is gonna be a big Lord walking on sa baba. And sabog ang Torre. That's gonna be 2 inhibitors going down. How are they gonna defend this? As a look-see, gamit naman, of course, yung Mountain Chakra for that vision. Wala tinamaan yung Throne of Ruin, pero nakapagkulap sila doon kay Draven. That's with Draven going down. And of course, RK-Y, the support damage is gone from Dewa United. And that just might be it. That is going to be TNC Voltes closing out this game in a very strong 1-0.
1-0 for TNCV. Masasabi natin pili lang yung ginagawa nilang galaw. Sobrang smooth nung peak off, map rotation. Yung Dewa, sinapuri naman sila. Maganda rin yung execute just so happen. May mga angles na mas tumatama or pumapabor sa side dito ng TNCV. The Lord fight, yun ang specifically napansin natin na may veteran moves kasi sila eh.
Veteran
move. Yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, yung binanggit dito ni Rockhart eh, na hindi na bago yung TNCV. Nanggaling na sila dito and they really familiar sa pakiramdam, sa pressure itself.
Oo nga. Tsaka, if we're also going to look at the composition of Dewa United, kita naman natin they heavily rely on the Echo. Pero, the problem is, what if yung Rock Waves the Echo along with that Petrify wouldn't work in the first place? Walang crowd control na manggagaling na sa ibang members apart from Uranus being the front line, kaya niya naman isustain. Pero crowd control talaga yung kailangan nila para maarangkada din yung laro. Yun din naman yung ginawa ng TNCV by penetrating the backline, by flicker in a Throne of Ruins, Raging Sandstorm of Vengeance. So yun naman yung kinapitalize ng TNCV at ito yung parang ticking time bomb na hinintay nila para sumabog yung composition nila.
Yeah, nung sumabog yung composition, I feel like it was enough to really push back, Parang naramdaman natin yung ang lambot pala ng frontline nila. Hindi makapag-front si Draven kasi kailangan buhay si Draven sa mga team fights. So, naramdaman natin pag wala si Jax, wala talagang kaya. Paatras lagi ang galaw ng Dewa United nung buwantang dulo.
And yung condition kill kasi na meron si Echo, you have Petrify. Pero pag wala ka kasi neto, hindi mo makukomplete yung combo. Even meron ka, sobrang palos or sobrang dulas ni Franz para hulihin mo. Even Gatsu actually, hindi binibigay ni Gatsu yung position niya. Ang natitira na nga lang ng option mo na pinakamabilis i-pick up si Zeno eh. Pero wala, ang stick talaga niya, hanapin mo lang etong si Franz. Kaso Franz is really aware kung paano umikot etong si Echo. Gustong-gusto ko yung part na chumicheck siya sa ice niya. Yung sa taas or sa orange area. And here's our big 4 stats para sa ating game number 1.
And when it comes naman sa rich guy wingman, si Franz did a phenomenal job in terms of getting enough space to recalibrate from what Dewa United is pushing them into. Kasi for Dewa United, yes, we did saw kung paano nila nakuha yung control by capitalizing on Echo's Kadita as well. Pero the MVP for Game 1 of our second series is of course yung Hardy na bumabaraha lang, masakit-sakit na, and at the same time, kaya niya din tumakas sa napakakulit niya na second skill sa mga tricky situations coming in from Echo.
The angle na gusto ko lang alam natin na hindi naman basta-basta makakakila, pero yung angles kasi just in time and even yung paglaban nila sa mga Lord Dance, alam din nila when to jump in, when to go for the reset. Sobrang gamit niya yung space Space Hut ba tawag doon?
Space Escape.
Space Escape.
Space
So,
Escape.
Space Escape yung kanyang second skill. In and out, the chase, or even yung ikot. Ito yung heat map ng ating MVP. Dito natin makikita kung paano ba siya nag-rotate dito. Hindi naman siya lagi lumalabas technically sa river. Ang pina niya lagi sa gilid. Tsaka siya lalabas lang sa gilid ng team fight or mismo dun sa mismong, basta lagi lang siya sa gilid nangyari. Makapansin mo rin dyan na hindi siya pumupunta sa gitnang linya.
Oo.
In fairness kay France, ang hirap MVP doon kasi hinahunting ka nung kanita buong laro. So, nagulat din ako MVP. Wow! So yeah, sobrang deserve niya kung sakali, no? Kasi, again, you're juggling PvP, you're juggling hunting down members of the opposing team, you're juggling surviving. Ang hirap din talaga ng buhay ng Harley dito.
So sobrang hirap. Nakita din naman natin in terms of this highlights kung paano din nag-struggle si Franz in the first place. Because as you can see, Dewa United took control sa mga zoning for the turtle. And even though TNCV is really trying their best to contest to it, maganda yung ginagawa nila kay Deku for that flicker throne of ruins, pero na-outposition din sila ng Dewa United just because of the Echo being the Kadita in the first place. Pero yung pagbawi nila dito, all I can say is ito yung turning point na hinihintay ng TNCV para maramdaman nila yung investment na ginawa nila sa lineup.
The juggle, the angles, or even the firepower, iba yung pinakita dito ng mga members ng TNCV. Yan yung sinasabi natin, yung experience na meron sila. Nung nilabas, yung Kadita, wala naman sila naging problem dito. And nasabi ko rin naman, that's only at 2 kills actually. Eh masasabi ko na bakit hindi siya umangat ng sobra. Hindi naman siya nag-snowball technically, pero ang ginawa nila, sa ibang paraan sila. They went on a Lord fight, tapos in-extend din nila yung team fight. As long as buhay si Deku, kayang-kaya nilang i-maneuver yung situation, which is yun yung nangyayari at pumapabor sa kanila. As long as kumonek si Vinjas dun sa kanyang Raging Sandstorm, tapos Throne of Ruins, mahihirapan pumwesto ang Fredrin. Lalo meron siyang ginawa, nasa loob mismo ng Lord Pit.
Oo.
Sabi ko, dumive ang ganda. Pagpasok din ng Throne of Ruin, wala na. Nakaano ka lang, nakatunganga ka lang. Yung isa sa mga pinakamagandang execution or counter play na meron dito ang TNCV. At ito nga pala, yung kanigan nilang mga common heroes na sabihin na natin may pinuruhan lagi lately. Even kahapon, hindi ako nakakita basta-basta ng Atlas. Third game na lumabas. Though hindi namang naging ganun magandang resulta. Pero alam mo sa ganyan sitwasyon, hindi na ako magugulat kung walang lalabas na Atlas.
Oo.
We are not high. Ito, matic ban to feeling ko. Oo, parang ban yan.
Oo, automatic. And hindi lang ata nasama sa Dewa United, pero yung Hellcrit talaga ni Echo, believe ako doon. Napakaganda ng gameplay na ginawa nila. And I'm pretty sure Dewa United still has that trump cards left na sinesave up nila. Especially one win lang for the side of TNCV. They will be eliminated. So a lot is at stake here for Game 2 and they may need to give it their all to force a Game 3.
Yep. Again, pagka umaabot ka lang sa tanggalan, iba na yung mismong laruan mo, pagaling ka ng pagaling.
Oo.
At syempre, meron din tayong tinatawag na Mobile Legends Adventure. Ito ay isang relaxing idle RPG mangolekta na mahigit 100 na heroes, mag-level at makakuha ng idle rewards, gumawa ng iyong strategy sa auto battles, tuklasin ng endless game modes na maaari ka rin lumaban sa global PvP. Yan, medyo LS kayo guys. Huwag yung pilitin, mag-low streak.
Tama.
Ano muna kayo, Mobile Legends Adventure muna.
Oo, chill muna kasi kapag pinilit mo, ikaw lang yung masasaktan sa dulo.
Yun lang.
That's right.
Yun lang. Pag nasa tilt ka na, no?
Solid yun.
Nagtitilt ka na.
Like ako, speaking of pinilit, sayang talaga alam ko magaling mag-Fredrin si Draven, pero kung ibang hero sana yun talaga. Yun ang iniisip ko.
Actually, binanggit nyo yun di ba? Na wag
Sa simula.
sa simula, wag pahawakin ng Frederick.
Bigyan mo na sa asin, doon siya magaling
Oo.
Doon siya malimaw
And-
So, parang wala lang. Sa akin, nasayang lang din yung potential dun sa game na yun. Kasi sabi mo nga, di ba, yung Alice, tina-throne of ruin lang siya, hindi siya pinapagalaw. Yun yung, parang yung naging project dito ng ng TNC Voltes, wag lang pagalawin si Draven and gumana. I mean, obviously, nung simula, nakalamang sila kasi si Echo only zone.
Oo.
Pero nung nawala na yung threat ni Echo, nung na siya, na-check na siya, kumbaga.
Oo, nakuha na.
Ang hirap pala mag-teamfight, no?
Kumbaga na-checkmate sila sa mga ganun na initiations. Lalo't-lalo na naramdaman na natin yung presensya nila sa late game.
Let's see. Hoping na ibigay nga talaga yung assassin. Though open yung suyo kanina eh.
Oo.
Diba? Nung game 1. Pero siguro, dun din sila sa part na feeling ko may yung lason strat nila to eh. Kasi para magkaroon ka agad ng kalita yung game 1, lason strategy na to. Ngayon, they're going back dun sa drawing board. Tingin ko mag-i-stay sila sa usual.
Back to the usual.
Standard draft ang kailangan gawin dito ng rock.
Kasi kailangan nilang make sure na ma-force sila game 3. All or nothing for Dewa United kung gusto talaga nilang bumawi. Lalo't-lalo na katulad nga ng sinabi namin, this would be their possible last match kung masweep man ito ng TNCV. Pero when it comes naman sa banning, we have the Uranus will not be given sa side ng TNCV. So, okay. Another open. Freya yung binan sa side nila. Since Dewa United already took the Zushin, ang prioritize nila would be the Phobius. Sa side naman ng TNCV, Zushin is open if they want to third pick that para at least ma-save nila yung first 2 picks nila for other heroes not selected pa ng Dewa United.
Yeah, very good yung control nila dito sa Phobius. Obviously, will have a lot more priority. So far, I would say na makita tayo ng pwedeng mag-leverage using the Phobius. Wow, that's a very early chip though.
Agad-agad sinagot.
Nagulat ako dun
Tingin ko agaw na eh.
Yeah.
Agaw na eh. Sabi, wag na natin ibigay kila Echo to.
Huwag mo iban pero i-pick natin.
I-pick natin. That's a deny pick kung tawagin natin. A good decision for the side of TNC. They already have the momentum technically.
Ganda ng agaw, honestly.
Oo.
Kasi kinokombo nila yan yung Phobius, the chip, then usually a very strong melee jungler like dami pwedeng ilagay niya kahit Leomord, diba?
Palag yun actually. And ngayon, Cho.
Uy, Cho.
For the side dito ng Team Dewa, parang naging hapon na yung tunog ng
Ano yata yun? Sa skin yata.
sa skin lang? Okay.
Yun pala yun.
Oo nga. Kasi kanina iba yung salta. There's no protection. Ganun. Tapos ngayon sabi ko, nanigas ke?
Wow! Marunong ka pala mag-Japanese proper.
Narinig ko lang sa'yo.
Sa akin pala, sorry.
Ito na, third pick for the side ng Team TNCV. Ang daming heroes.
Suyo.
Na Suyo or Leomord ang pwede mong ilagay dito dahil you have the chip. So aasahan mo talaga mabilis ang Phantom Steed. Pero if you're gonna deny, yun na nga, another deny pick actually para sa side dito ng TNCV. Ngayon, they can punish. Yung natitirang dalawang slot dito, kung comfy na sila sa ganyan, they can put more ban against Draven. Ayan na nga.
Ayan na. Isa-aside nyo na lahat ng pwedeng iban kay Draven dyan.
Pero at the same time, for the side of Dewa United, countering out the usual chip Masha combination para at least macro perspective, macro pressure, that case wouldn't happen. Side ng TNCV, a possible Leomord ban para malimit din kung sino ang pwedeng tumapat sa isang suyo. Pero the problem right now for Dewa United is ito na din yung pinihintay natin na moment for Draven to shine. Kasi ito yung mga mabibilis na heroes yung binan nila, Hayabusa, Hardy. So I feel like for TNCV, they want to force out a Leomord here for Draven, not unless they go for another direction.
Actually, yun nga I was thinking, if ba yung Leomord, haya na niya na to. Kaya na Draven to. Kaso, alam sobrang aware yung kalaban mo na ito yung forte mo, tapos bin-knock out nila yung avenue na yun. The Leomord is actually not as quick as you think. Hindi naman din assassin yung Leomord. Obviously, it's a fighter, di ba?
Yan na yung Harit na hinihintay natin. Maganda yung Harit din na pangtakas sa mga tricky situation. Mag-iingat lang sa Phobius.
Pero, well, hindi rin naman 0-6 actually. Sabi ko, naalala ko itong Harit na to eh. Though hindi ganun kaganda. Technically yung yung Harit, pero still, Leomord for the side of Dewa. Yeah, ramdam natin last 2 picks nga. I mean, the last 2 bans, pinuruhan na nila si Draven.
Farsa.
Putting
Farsa.
Draven sa Leomord as well as sa Parsa. Tingin ko, nag-decent naman sa side nila yung dulo. You have a good clear potential. Burst na meron. Ngayon, last pick for the side. Wala na tong Khalid.
Walang Alice. We need a strong XP laner na solid. Lapu-Lapu is like the next option. Arlot?
Arlot still open.
Arlot maybe?
For additional
Although pag ginawa nila yun, lambot nila. Lapu na.
Lapu. Safer option.
Safer option talaga yung Lapu. Kasi gusto ko yung Arlot. Gusto ko makita ng Arlot dito. Sarap combo sa chip. Kaso problema,
may Pobe.
Oo eh. Tsaka hindi, mahirap din yung, aside from kawawa yung Arlot sa Phobius, wala, malambot na talaga. Pero itong, alam mo yung Lapu, malambot pa rin yan technically. So, I was hoping for something more sturdier, pero wala, dito tayo.
And ito na lang magbo-boil down yung execution kasi for the side of Dewa United, ito yung mga hybrid, if we would call it, yung mga Showa being the roamer. So technically, wala silang solid tank for their side, not unless they're going in for, of course, yung mga defense items na binibuild nila over time. But sa side ng TNCV, they really have to be careful for that ship. Yung mga shortcut na out-position yung out-position mo kung saan nakalapag ang Dewa United sa mapa. Yan yung kailangan at yung challenge for TNCV if they want to sweep this series.
Here we go for our game number 2 match point para sa side dito ng TNCV. Nilapag na may isolation play for the side of Team Dewa, habang yung kabila, outing ng buong barkada. Yung isa pick up kay Echo eh. Si Ninjas, hindi. Dumugin na natin.
Yes. Actually nga, yung TNC Voltes, parang sobrang laskano na nga nila yun, no? Sobrang aasa na lang yan sa isang magandang setup ni Vinjas to go straight for a really big -1, -2. And then baka dun sila maka-advantage. Pero the poll results show, dumami ang TNC Voltes Army.
Oo, madaming sumuporta. Lalo-lalo na na-witness yung Game 1.
Oo.
Pero
50-50 kanina eh.
oo nga eh. Ngayon medyo may kalamangan ng bahagya. Pero what I like about the rotation right now is if we're going to notice laning phase, napakasakit, and highlight natin na naka-marksman na emblem na yung Leomord kasi ito na yung sinasabi natin new patch. So ini-implement na dito ni Draven yung marksman to have that adaptive penetration to the biggest para ma-utilize accordingly for the first turtle.
Yeah, and faster attack speed never, hindi naman masama sa Leomord yun eh. Hindi sa attack speed kung Leomord. Okay.
Yun yung importante din. Pero rotation-wise, pumuposisyon na dito yung mga members ng Dewa United. And take note, wala pa naman mga respective ultimates in the preparation for the 15 seconds, which is pa-respawn pa lang ang turtle.
Actually, tinitignan ko, akala ko they're rushing in the level 4 neto ni RKY. Kasi yung rotation niya kanina sa XP, sabi ko, are they trying to force agad ng level 4 na maaga para meron ka Feather Earth Strike bago pa mag-umpisa? Etong Turtle, harap dito si Vengeance, likod naman etong si Zeno. They have the idea kung ilan na nakapwesto.
Sisimulan na ang talon dito, of course, around the Crab. And looks like matatanggal agad. -1 for Deco and -1 for Jax. XPs are out. And Draven, nakuha na ang pagong.
Ito na yung sinasabi natin na early control na ginagawa right now ng Dewa United. Still the same storyline as Game 1. Pero the difference is Echo now has higher mobility with that show to somehow also get information kung saan ba umiikot si Franz. And kamuntikan na nga mapo-force ang retribution ni Franz dito kasi yan naman din yung kinagandahan. Pero si Vinja sumaranggada!
Diretso agad kay Echo, nakapag-shoot mo pero nahuli din. And there goes that blazing duet, trying to get some decent damage. And Taku with the kill onto Denku. And some gold on the mid. Thank you very much, sabi niya. And looks like, gumagalaw-galaw, naka-1 pero nagagantihan lang, bro.
Ang ganda nung ginawa actually dito ng setup ng TNCV, pero ready rin talaga yung Dewa that time. Na once na may pick off, sama-sama lang din talaga tayo. Look at the execution nung pinakawalan dito na hindi ka pwede talaga nagtitipid.
Oh, what a beautiful way of driving. Si Franz ay nabibigyan. Ay, numama sa pader. And looks like that will be another jungler going down. TNC Voltes are now getting hunted down.
Ito na yung parang same storyline pero nag-iba lang yung hero pool ng Dewa United. Pero we can still see the same effort. Mapapagamit ng black shoes ng doon si Zeno kasi ito yung sinasabi natin advantage of a Forza, that outranging. Mas madami, mas malawak yung area control ng Forza in contrast to Lilia na mas magbe-benefit lang kapag dumalapit yung mga kalaban mo.
And kailangan lang din talaga. Ang condition kasi ng TNCV dito, every time na mayroong shortcut, mag-hunt si Vinjas. And ito namang si Draven, dahil sobrang baba nung cooldown, nung Phantom Steed, pwede ka rin naman mag-hunt eh. Kahit hindi sabay yung ikot ng skill nyo ni Echo, as long as makakuha ka, makapag-poke ka, still a small win na yan. Ito nakapwesto si Echo, they're trying to block yung maaring daanan dito ng mga members ng TNCV, yung rotation dito ni Franz, hindi. Mag-safe play muna tayo dahil nung huli akong sumilip sa turtle, nasipa ako sa panga.
Oo, hindi na nakagalaw pa. Yun yung problema dito eh. For now though, Echo is very proactive. Yung Cho niya, talaga namang gigil na maghanap ng mga target sa mapa.
And kung papansinin din natin si Vinjas, earlier nung turtle fight, nandun siya sa red buff. So they're putting more pressure sa bottom lane para at least kapag napitas nila together ni Deku yung Torre sa baba, pwede na sila gumawa ng gameplay na pinaplano nila earlier on pa. So it's very tricky kasi Dewa United, look at Echo being aggressive in terms of penetrating yung control na meron yung TNCV. Kaya all I can say is for Dewa United to keep on pushing back TNCV to get that control.
Sobrang comfy technically ni Echo ngayon, no? Kasi kung kanina, doon ka lang sa mismong naghahantay ka lang na pwede ba pick off?
Yun nga, pick off ay nangyari na. Si Jax wala. Kahit tumalon-talon ka dyan, wala kang ibang pupuntahan. Magkakadikit lang kami. And of course, Draven trying to go for the fight. Vinja's gonna go down. Oh my goodness. And now it is gonna be another 1-for-1. Nakatipad na din at nakabalik na si Taku. And looks like Dewa United always slowly finding small advantage on the map.
Tama ba yung nakita ko yung BMI ni Takbo na sa baba pero bigla siyang pumunta sa top lane? Grabe
Yeah, the global BMI. Ginamit niya yung portal ni Chip.
Portal pabalik.
Parang nagiging kakampi din nila si Vinjas in that process and yun naman yung kailangan ingatan every time Vinjas will go on for that shortcut kasi not only his respective allies can use it but Dewa United can capitalize on that factor.
And ngayon gusto ko yung pina ng Dewa United PH. Sobrang ganda nung position lagi ni Echo. Maganda rin naman yung counterplay ni Vinjas kaso hindi sila nakakuha ng advantage.
Sipa! Deku ang unang bibiktima dito and hindi man lang nakapagbitaw ng kanyang bravest fighter. Dahil dyan, Draven nakalamang na naman nakuha ang pagong and sunod-sunod ng isa-isang nabibitas ang TNC Voltes. Dewa United, alam nila na lamang sila and pinupush nila yung advantage.
Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina na napakaganda ng pwestuhan tsaka nung condition ngayon ni Echo. Wala siyang takot eh. Imagine that's Deku. Yung lapu-lapu pa binigyan niya ng sipa. Totoo yung sinasabi dito ni Rackard na malambot pa rin naman yung lapu. As long as may dalawang hero na malapit kay Echo, ang call na naman yan, partingin tingin dito tingin lang sipa ako sa'yo Saluhin mo lang maigi, tapos kayo na bahala dito. Hindi kasi nila hinahayaan makapwesto si Vinjas eh. Yun na may win condition ni Vinjas dito. kailangan kong pumwesto. Habang kay Echo, kailangan ko lang makita si Vinjas at maunahan siya sa pwesto.
Oo, kasi yung problema right now for Vinjas, kumbaga sa larong hide and seek, parati siyang nasisik ng mga members ng Dewa United. So hindi siya makapagtago to the point na hindi sila makakagawa ng mga surprise plays. Kasi look at it, Echo, alam na sa bandang itaas dito si Vinjas. So they already have that information that they can capitalize upon. And that's a problem for TNCV.
Uy, ang lalim nito ha.
Lalim.
Malalim ka dyan. Maaari kang puruhan dito. Nakapwesto na naman si Echo. Ayan na. Sinasalubong. Flicker burned. Though, conceal naman kapalit. Ay!
What? What? Wait a second. Bumalik si Vinjas. Na-sticker pala yung at siya ngayon nahuli ng Dark Wave. And the Grand combo dito looks very, very smooth para sa Dewa United.
Oh no!
Nag-ghost touch, men.
Nag-ghost touch.
Portal 2 yung pinindot ko. Bakit sa 3 ako?
Nagkamali at yan din naman yung pinonish agad-agad ng Dewa United, and just because of that factor, Dewa United can really get the Lord without any contestation for TNCV because right now the movement is pushing the bottom lane.
Ika nga ni Looney. Pasensya na.
Tao lang.
Tao lang.
Nagkakamali. Kaya may pampurang lapis eh. Ay! Cancel ang TP ha. Pwedeng habulin to. Though,
Cancel.
meron siyang Flicker Wave the Dragon.
Get Arcade!
Why? Aray!
Aray ko.
Aray na lang ang masasabi mo doon. Wala ka ng ibang masasabi. Kung hindi tanggapin ang katotohanan, ikay nasaktan. 3 hits, 3 salvos from the feathered airstrike. And Godzu goes down.
Putol
Grabe.
talaga yung paa eh. Tinamaan ka sa Achilles tendon eh. Nakita ko, hindi ka talaga makakadash doon, par.
Oo nga eh.
Pader na yung katigit mo eh. Wala ka.
Alam mo yung sinisiksik mo yung sarili mo para wag kang tamaan. Wala, ganito lang yung mapa eh. May pwesto sila sa gitna.
Yup, Draven, confident na playing into that fight. Taku with the BMI and Blazing Duet. Walang problema. Still going. Whoever's up on front, kinakaray nila ng dahan-dahan.
Wow. For now, TNCV, all they can do is defend their base because Dewa United is not leaving them room to breathe in the first place. Kasi look at it, in contrast to Game 1, nakakahinga kahit papano pang TNCV, but right now it's a different story. That economic gap, that control of Dewa United, diyan, hirap ngayon ng TNCV!
Gamit na, of course, yung
Mortal.
shortcut 5-man fight. Pero kahit kulang pa ang Dewa United, lumalaban pa rin and lumalamang this time around. That's 2 down after a shortcut by TNC.
Naku po, parang napasama pa doon yung initiation ni Vinjas kasi dalawa ang nawala sa kanila. Pero buhay pa naman ang TNCV kasi hindi naman pipilitin ng Dewa United na tapusin. If we're also going to look at this gold graph, kita naman natin na very stable yung pag-akyat ng Dewa United in terms of that. That also reflects kung paano nila nakokontrol yung mapa as a whole. Itemization-wise, nandito na yung mga Holy Trinity of their respective members in contrast to TNCV na nagka-catch up pa lang sa damage.
Napasabi ako, ang ganda. Tapos nakita ko napasama, para sa kalaban. Maganda actually execution, pero yung counterplay na meron yung Dewa, dahil you have that 8.2k gold lead, kahit sobrang ganda pa ng execution mo dito, dugi ka sa items eh. Yun yung tingin kong isa sa mga pinakamagandang ginagawa dito ng Dewa. They're putting a lot of pressure and aasahan mo yan for the next 25 seconds. Na to the point na mapapashot ko lang TNCV. Sige, let's skip the Lord. Tapos later on na lang tayo lumaban ulit.
Yup. Skipping the Lord is a very big option din eh, no? Parang wala eh. Wala kang gamit eh.
No choice.
Minsan, kailangan mo skip yung mga bagay-bagay para gumana yung mga plano eh.
Tama, you need to let go of the things para mag-grow ka.
Yan.
Aray ko po.
Tama yan. Tama.
Oh, balifig ka, no? Sarap. Kumpleto na halos tong si Takgu.
Oo, at saka,
Life is good.
diba? Life is good indeed for Dewa United as they were able to get the Lord without any hesitations, without any troubles, just because TNCV will not contest to it. Pero itong, nako po, grabe yung feathered airstrike ni RKY, mapapaatras lang doon si Godzu.
Ano yun eh, feather airstrike sa bunbunan.
Papangaray ka na lang, wala ka nang
Dalawang ano lang yun, no? Bomba.
Dalawa, tapos
Yeah.
one hit na lang.
Grabe ka. Puno yung buhay mo.
Buti di tumama yung pangatlo.
What if itas doon si Godzu? Kaya they have to respect the damage output right now of Dewa United if they wanted to defend their base. They want to prolong the game. All they can do, utilize
Conceal.
Vinjas pero may conceal gameplay yung gagawin si Echo.
Eko, nasa loob. Sinalo lang yung synchrovision. Walang problema. Now there's a big minion wave. And not to mention a big lord going into their base. Ang galing na si Godzu and there's just not much. Wala silang makuhaan ng damage sa team fight na to. TNC Volt is struggling. They're trying as best as they can para maklear yung waves. It looks like they will be able to clear wave 1. But here comes wave number 2. And go for it. And of course, nag-dodge. And there goes that 3-man knock-up. And the blazing duet coming in from Tangu. And just like that, it's the tower lock and the win. We have game number 3. Dewa United equalizes.
Napakaganda ng execution ng Dewa United PH. Nung una, akala natin pumipina na sa TNCV. Kaso nung naramdaman na nila alam din kasi nila kung paano gumagana yung chip. Sabi, dating ako si Sir Chip Ngayon, alam na namin kung paano i-counter yan. Peak of Ales. Dinaan din nila sa skill cooldown Mas mabilis ang Way of the Dragon talaga compare dun sa sa portal or sa shortcut. Kaya ang problema dyan hindi nakakasabay yung mga huge skills na meron ng TNCV. Not to mention, hindi ko naramdaman tol si Harit.
Yeah, parang nasayang yung pick ng Harit for Game 2 where they can actually utilize that for the upcoming Game 3. But because global ban tayo, hindi na pwedeng umulit, ito na yon yung tricky situation for TNCV. Who are the heroes that they can use? Pero before that, let's talk about Game 2 kung saan nag-shine bright talaga ang Dewa United dahil yung storyline na na-witness natin nung Game 1, na-execute nila ito better for Game 2 at hindi na nila pinahinga ang TNCV kaya hindi na din sila nakabawi.
May namaya't maya technically ng
Bulilyaso ang
Dewa
plano,
United.
no? Nung chip. Chow lang pala talaga kailangan.
Hindi ko kasi laki din ng ng survivability ng Chow. Alam natin na syempre yung mga dash out lang yan, pag-unat ka lang. And you're gonna burn a lot of resources just to take down a Chow. Kung mag-fail ka, yung habang tinitake down mo, on the way na yung mga yan Si Draven, si RKY, and si RKY, technically, tanaw ka naman lagi niyan Yung isa sa mga pinakamaganda, meron silang burst na hindi nyo nakikita na nasa frontline, nasa pinakalikod lang.
Yung gusto ko din sa Dewa United, usually yung magulat ka, Farsa, parang first Farsa to in the last few weeks Tapos bilang, hindi nila in-overthink. Oo nga pala, ang lakas pala ng Farsa. Lalo pag yung mga katapat mo na gold laner, short range yung abot. Tulad ng carry, tulad ng Harit. Yung, siyempre, kailangan nila lumapit para gumante. Yan, walang agante-gante, di ba?
Look at that graph. Actually, parang dumikit lang pala yung laban. Wala pa sa huli 2 minutes. Yun lang yung huling puli. Tapos up until the end, na nasa side talaga ng Dewa. This is a huge one for Dewa United. They didn't play a lot dun sa draft na kinakasanayan nila. Hindi tayo nakakita ng mga kakaibang mga heroes na kailangan malaki yung requirements bago magtagpo or mag-align yung mga stars. Sabi lang, simplihan na lang natin timpla. Lagyan lang ng toyo, suka, tas adobo na. Pwede na yan.
Parang simple lang and it actually work on their case kasi if they overcomplicate things then baka it will also make things difficult on their side. So for Dewa United, straight to the point yung pinakita nilang galawan not only in the draft but also in the execution. That's why it also reflected sa Big 4 stats natin kung saan nakakapag-farm si Draven, RKY also going and for the damage dealt. Kasi ito yung sinasabi natin, outranging one another kahit hindi masyadong humarap. Nandyan pa rin yung sakit na hinahanap mo sa mid lane mo. And at the same time, for the wingman which is Echo, napakaganda din ng Way of the Dragon na pinapakita niya para sipain yung mga damang tao.
At ito, yung ating MVP, si Mr. Jabombits.
Yo!
Ang kanyang Feather Airstrike from downtown, RKY, sitting on a 507. Bumawi yung performance niya from game number 1. Nung kanina, meta hero na Sukshin, pero hindi natin siya ganun naramdaman. Now, here's the Parsa. Ayun kumul pala yun, comeback daw.
Ay, ganun pala yun.
Comeback Israel para sa side dito ni RKY. This guy somehow doing a great job, the zone. And meron siya mga ginagawa na hindi man niya mapitas, pero napapauwi niya yung poke niya. Yung poke niya, parang fake poke kasi pwede ka mapitas which naramdaman lagi yung kanina ni Harit.
Oo, ni Godsu.
Ni Godsu.
Kasi kahit wala mang team fight, pwede mong gamitin yung feathered airstrike pang zone. And yan naman yung kinagandahan about a Forza zoning potential area control to make sure that TNCV hindi sila makakalapit doon. And for TNCV side, hindi nila ma-dive itong Forza. Kasi first of all, yung damage output na nanggagaling pala kay Dewa United is so overwhelming na hindi na sila umaabot sa puntong iyon.
Ayun, nakita mo yung tatlong dot sa gitna. Yan yung, lumilipad siya. Share ko lang.
Lipad lang.
Oo. Sabi ko, bakit wala hindi nagduktong yung blue? Malamang lumilipad siya.
Isang mabilis lang yan. Mabilis yung balik niya.
Oo.
Nasa flying clouds pa yata tayo dito, di ba?
Tama.
Alam, doble bilis niya.
Ano nga pangalan ng ibon niya?
Ay!
Ferret? Ano basta?
Yeah.
Ferrix?
Ang madalas na...
Berry.
Si Berry. Si Berry. Ang madalas na
Ferret.
tatanungin nyo guys, naka-caster yan si Rockheart. Ano yan sa small details
Hindi, actually si Leo.
Si Leo.
Shoutout kay Leo. Yun yung si Lorman Pero
Wow.
natuto ako doon.
Si Leo naman, ito maliban syempre yung tropa natin kasi si Leo. Yung si Iritel, yung alaga niya si Leo yan.
Oo.
Pangalan Leo. Marami mga pangalan yan Even yung yung nakasakay sa robot ni Johet.
Oo, yung babae.
Oo. Si Jeffrey. Ano yun?
Si Gloria makapagal. Basta yun.
Pero yung napaka-outstanding sa larong ito is highlights pa lang, kita natin how Dewa United truly dominated the game. And even though Vin just initiated on that point, the counter initiation of Dewa United is something else.
Ito yung pag si Draven, nabigyan yun ng comfort. Ayan ang comfort Draven. Sabi ko sa inyo guys, walang katakot-takot, abante lang na abante. Bam!
Sakit.
Sobrang ganda. And I'm expecting sa papasok sa game number 3, re-remind ko lang si Dewa, guys, yung game number 3 nyo kahapon. Sobrang hirap nung win condition nyo doon.
Wag tayo doon.
Huwag kayong umabot sa ganung part.
Lumayo tayo sa ganung kondisyones.
Carmilla, tapos Carmilla
Atlas.
Jungle Atlas.
Hirap nun, hirap.
Ano yun? Pilit yun. Pilit talaga yun. Maganda pang My Day, maganda pang Reels.
Maganda sa RG yun.
Maganda
Pero
sa
kapag
RG.
sa alam mo yung sobrang basang-basa ng kalaban mo, alam na yung gagawin
Oo.
mo. Hindi din magdidikit-dikit, lalo pag maganda yung comms.
Yup.
Oo. Pang yun pang mga epical glory yun. Mapasok talaga yun. Switch mo, yung yung iba, Carmilla Silvana, yung gumaganan lason.
Yeah, oo.
Again, Carmilla, honestly, kahit nagulat tayo doon, underrated hero talaga si Carmilla sa totoo lang.
Yup.
Oo. Even on Rome, Carmilla is actually really good.
Tinanong ko yun one time. Sabi ko, Burits, kasi gumagamit ako ng Carmilla. Sabi ko, nanalo ako. Ba't hindi natin nakikita to sa mga high-level leagues like MPL, gano'n. Sabi niya, dali kasing bulihin Sa bagay, pagka nag-ano ka agad di ba, yung second skill mo yung mabilis.
Kailangan nadikit ka rin. Kailangan nakadikit ka.
Oo, kailangan lagi ka nakaibabaw. May lagi ka nakababad. Kailangan i-revamp to, Muntun.
Ay, may ganun.
Medyo malungkot na buhay ni Carmilla
Oo. Yan na naman yung tricky kasi about the Carmilla kasi sino ba gustong lumapit sa kalaban, no? Yun yung pinaka-iiwasan mo and
Si Uranus lang.
Uranus lang.
Yun,
Mapapad
technically.
lang. Ayun. Pero most of the time, Carmilla, mahirap paganahin. Kaya for this Game 3, I feel like what we're going to witness is yung mga strategies that work already previously. Kasi technically, do or die die. It's a matter of losing this game, and that means being eliminated in the competition, or winning this game to continue your journey here sa MDL.
Ayun.
And dahil nga random, of course, it is going to be broken walls. Kaya ang bilis nila mag-ban ngayon. Narinig ko na lahat ng ban bigla.
Parang magandang ano yan, no? Review. Boses lang dapat alam mo na hero.
Ay!
Eh, no?
Ganda yun. Pero, I mean, yeah, that's good knowledge. Pero at the same time, ang hirap din kabisaduhin lahat yan. So, pero alam mo pag nilalaro mo siya paulit-ulit,
Maalala mo eh.
paalala mo eh. So, tama yun. Magandang ano yan, magandang checkpoint. Naglalaro, nag-RG ka ba?
Sakto, di ba? Sa sa academy. Active yun.
Grabe naman, kawawa naman.
Test lang.
Oo. Kahit kami, mahirapan kami dun eh. Pero yeah, here we go. Back siya. Ito yung
Okay.
sabi na kaninang laging naka-check, laging binabantayan, and ngayon ay napabayaan. They are gonna be able to play it here for Dewa United.
Saka may ni Draven.
I'm
to,
assuming Draven.
Oo,
Yes.
hindi ako hindi ako palagay sa mga backsha roam eh. I think maganda pa rin yung kit kasi may potential invade ka kahit papaano. Pero after that, wala eh. Hindi ko siya ganun na nararamdaman. And kung mag-execute ka rin, naiiwan kasi yung jungle mo. 'Di ba? Kung magpapaikot ka, pag talon mo, may iwan yung jungle mo. Sobrang bilis eh pag nagpapagulo ang isang backsha. Nagkakasagutan sila ng kanika nila mga hero. Lumalabas na yung mga common heroes ng dalawang teams. The carry, the Arlot, even the Harit, and itong Sora, bago-bago pa lang to sa kanila. Hindi nila common heroes to.
Best picks na yan, feeling ko, no? Ito na yung all or nothing na yan for the season eh.
Yeah.
So, literally, just to remind you guys, ay matatalo dito, laglaggers na.
Kaya kailangan nilang buhos lahat-lahat ng mga kung saan sila komportable, kung saan sila at peace, ika nga nila, para at least kung ano man ang mangyari sa Land of Dawn na they can do it. And yung Hellcurt ni Echo na kanina ko pa sinasabi, ayaw na nilang ma-witness together with that Atlas. Limiting talaga yung
like
hero
the
pool
Atlas
ni
band.
Echo. Yeah, diba?
Very good. Kahit di kumana kahapon, there's a reason why they run it eh. There's a reason why they keep trying that composition. Ang last talaga makaset. And in a lineup na ayaw mo sana mag-purify, ayaw mo ma-force ng purify eh. Kasi pag may Atlas, automatic, pag wala kang purify, tagilid ka. So, tingnan natin. For now, I really like the bans here. Hilda as well. Remember, broken walls tayo, so it's gonna be an open, it's gonna be an open Lord Pit as well. Dalawa yung butas ng Lord Pit dito. So, zoning heroes pinaprayo ngayon. Puro physical ang pinik ng TNC.
Tawag dito. Yung Atlas ka boses ni ni Optimus, no? Si Optimus Prime.
Ay, we?
Oh,
Medyo.
this is who we are. Ganun, no?
Medyo.
Kaya feeling ko, sabi ko, parang napanood ko na to.
May ganun na factor.
Alright, last two picks for the side of Dewa. Meron bang Eve kanina na lumabas?
Yes.
Yung game 1?
Yup.
Para sa TNC?
TNCV.
Oo, kasi sabi ko, usual combo kasing gatot eh. Tsaka, pero wala. Going for the Kimi
Uy.
and Kalea. Balanced lineup
A
actually.
lot of magic damage. Sora is siguro full damage Sora nila to. Kasi kailangan nilang i-pump up yung damage. Kasi baka ma-radiant armor ka na
Ayun
naman.
na!
Yan na, Valir.
Pangontra sa
Baksha.
Sa Baksha. Susunugin ka talaga niyan.
And Sora.
Pero, kailangan lang aware sila sa skill kit. Once na wala ka ng searing torrent, yung tulak, wala.
Na.
Medyo kailangan mo ng dumistansya talaga. Pero yung babad na bursting fireball, yan.
Sige, habol.
Bomba ka lang ng apoy.
Oo, nako. Especially summer na yun, no, mas mararamdaman natin yung init ng baril na to if played correctly. And of course, for Valir, he needs to be careful about the Kalea, Baksha, Sora, those three heroes. And dapat ma-make sure niya kung ma-burn man yung ultimate niya, medyo aatas siya para yung plan B, plan C ng Dewa United ay hindi mag-connect.
Dapat may plan A to Z ka dyan.
Oo.
100%.
Knowing that this is a match point sa dalawang team. Again, remind ko lang guys sa mga bagong manonood natin kung sino yung matatalo dito, bye-bye na para sa ating season. TNCV versus Dewa United PH game number 3. Nakalagay na kanina nilang mga heroes. Tignan natin na hero distribution with regards kay RKY. That's an early game. Habang pwede mo sapuhin in a form of that Leomord. Early game din. Or yung power spike netong ni France, level 4.
At ayan na nga, yung the fall. Nag-iba ulit ang fall natin. Kaya let's see na lang kung mag-iiba din yung performance ng dalawang kupunan with knowing that it is a do or die for MDL Season 7. It would really mean a lot, and if we're going to highlight something, yung kay France naman, kung kanina Draven na marksman, ang emblem niya na yun naman, nag-assassin dito si France.
Okay.
Uy, Blinker, force agad kay Deku bago pa siya magamit, bago siya makapag-atake. Sabi nila, you know what, i-force natin yan, and first blood going over to Dewa.
Ang dami nagtatatalon doon. Binigla na isang mabilis etong si Deco. Ayan yung isa sa mga pinakamaganda, yung pagre-ready nila sa first turtle. And this is scary sa side ng TNC kasi nakakabuhilo ng maaga. Early game ang back siya. Magandang early up until mid game ng isang Sora. Mahihirapan kayo niya pag naunahan kayo sa level.
At ito na naman yung tinatawag natin na pre-turtle setup. Kasi kung sino ang mas maganda na setups, kung sino ang makakuha ng ultimate, mas malaki yung winning condition to get on that turtle. And if we're going to notice, Dewa United's positioning, it seems tricky kung paano papasok ang TNCV.
Sinimulan nila Shifting Skies, napa-disperse sila ng bahagya and na-force din yung flicker kay Zeno. That is a big opening para dito sa Dewa United. France is still on play here. Kasama naman si Deku. Ready na din ang kanyang final slash pero no flicker means na kailangan harapan ng laban.
Men, napapareact yung buong TNCV. Ay, tumalo na naman!
Slash doon sa likod, hinabot si RKY, pero looks like it is gonna be Vengeance going down first. Echo trying to get as much HP back with Surge of Life, pero hindi magiging sapat. France with the kill. And now, looks like magkaka 50-50 na actually the retry, and it is gonna be going over to TNC. Magandang palitan and multiple players going down for Dewa United. Plus, he got to with the farm on the bot side. Looks like TNCV got the advantage.
Grabe kasi supposedly it would go for the side of Dewa United, that first turtle. But because TNCV yung little step back na ginawa ni Franz towards the EXP lane, parang tinansya niya na, ay, parang kaya natin umabante knowing that Deku has that final slash. So TNCV continued their pursuit and it really paid off because they now have that advantage point.
And sinasabi ko na talagang yung power spike ni France is level 4 plus. Sobrang ganda ng position ni Zeno. Yung bursting fireball niya, dito na mayayamot. Etong si Draven, pauulanan ka ng pauulanan ng bursting fireball niyan up until it's either mapoke ka, ma-out position ka, or aatras ka na lang talaga.
Kasi yan din naman yung masasagot mo. And gold craft-wise, napakasakit katulad ni Godzu doon na nanganganib sa bandang baba.
Yep, it's gonna be Godzu getting a lot of pressure dun kay Echo, and Taku, hindi niya masyadong na-clean yung dulo. Well, literally one hit na lang and nakabawi pa. Godzu getting back in with the assist as well means that we will be on another stalemate. Actually, medyo patay din tayo on the economy.
Ano yun na-burn ng ng resources etong si Echo na wala yung flicker niya, hindi pa niya na tsunami slam. Dito magiging maganda para naman sa side ng TNCV. Hindi na magiging threat na ganong kabigat si Echo dahil wala siyang flicker, mas madaling pumosisyon sa Lord Take. So ang adjustment na pwedeng gawin dito ng Dewa, mamaya na tayo mag-turtle, pwede tayong pumikof ng hero, -1 muna. Tsaka
Flash! Yan ang Tsunami Slam that is maximized here by Dewa United. Deku nakatakas pa rin naman. Pero again, so many resources burned once more na opening pa para dito sa ating susunod na pagong.
Uumpisa na nila yung pagong dito. Kalahati ang buhay. Bumibuelo ang mga members dito. TNCV fronting in.
5 man na yan. Kasama yung Zaman Force dito ni Taku. Tumalun sa likod. Vinjas had to go down. Pero it's a steal. France gets the turtle. Beka yun na yata ang kailangan nila para makuha pa ng isang kill. Pero hindi na ipupush. Turtle is gonna be enough for TNC.
Everything started off with that mid lane initiation. Ang ganda sana ng final slash ni Deku, pero yun naman yung timing point ni Echo para umarangkada with that tsunami slam. And towards getting on that second turtle, we can see that Dewa United, they hold that position. But the way TNCV outpositioned them in the first place, doon na overwhelmed, doon nakuha ni France yung turtle, pero meron na naman nangyayari dito sa bandang ibaba.
Bumuelo lang.
Buwelo lang.
Yeah, for the meantime, I feel like ang lakas talaga ng ano. Ang ganda sana nung setup dito nila Echo. Alam mo si Echo, sarap ng buhay niya technically kasi wala namang purify yung mga nasa kabila eh. Although si Valier may built-in purify yan, mag-ulti pa yun. So, technically dapat ang daming kills dito ng DO United. I don't know why, pero they're slowing down a lot.
Medyo na ano sila dito, naiipit. Siguro handa rin sumapo eh. Ayun, papapansin mo, nagtetren-trenan sa baba. Aapatin na nila dito and they're trying to force a clash sa bottom. Maaari nilang bitawan yung top or magre-reset. Tatatluhin na. Kailangan ng bigyan tong Torres sa baba. Masyado nang tumatagal to.
Oo, masyado nang matagal. Si Vinyas, by the way, naka Radiant Armor. So, hindi na masyadong takot sa mga hits ni RKY and Takdu. So, let's see. I think this might be enough to push them back. Vinjas, humaharap na. And the initiation coming in from the duo of Vinjas and Franz is gonna be enough para matulak palayo ang mga defenders ng Torre na to.
Pero at the same time, towards the top lane, yan din naman yung ni Mirror ng Dewa United para at least equal pa rin ang kung kukuha kayo ng Torre, kami rin naman ang kukuha. Palitan ng kung palitan. And also for the third turtle, nakakatakot yung positioning dito ni Jax pero mga spot on naman dito siya ni Vinjas.
Yup, tatalon na and looks like Shifting Skies way too late para ma-deny yung red 3. It is still France with the kill and another one going down. Double kill para sa Leo Mord.
Grabe yun. TNCV got the turtle. They were also able to do the post-turtle punish by taking down Jax and Draven in the process. Now, everything seems going in plan for TNCV. Now that they have the lead, now that they have the advantage, kukuha pa din sila ng turret sa bandang itaas to somehow going in for that gap.
Tama nga, no? Parang medyo matagal na yung huling kill na nanggaling sa Tsunami Slam. Hindi ko nararamdaman yung peak of potential ng isang Kalea. Sila pa ngayon yung napapanish dito. And isa sa mga pinakamagandang ginagawa ng TNCV, alam nila kasi yung time frame when to strike. Look at that. Gold grab. It's all about TNC right now with a 3K gold lead. Yung rotation, yung map control. Napapansin ko, bago talaga mag-umpisa, yung like for example, yung post-turtle fight, ang pinaka-aim nila, burn lang yung flicker na meron eto si Echo. Maaring gawin ulit nila yan bago lumabas yung Lord dito.
Oo. Kasi every resources, regardless if it's a battle spell, item, would matter in objective taking. That's why maproc mo lang ang flicker, purify, that would really mean a lot.
Yeah, and meaning a lot as well is, of course, itong mga simple lang na ganong engagement. Parang i-deny mo lang actually yung mga ulti nila and make sure na matakot sila. Ano na yan eh? Mental mind games na yun eh. Actually, feeling ko nga na mental mind games si Echo kasi parang hindi sila willing bumitas ngayon. Parang sobrang play safe nila.
Parang puro amba, walang suntok. Parang gano'n eh. Di ba, tatalong ka. Pero hindi mo dinidiretso eh. Hindi ka dumadakot ng ibig sabihin nun, parang naaaurahan siya dito eh.
Medyo.
Ni Vinjas, no? Tsaka ni alam niya kasi may follow-up lagi si Vinjas galing kay Zeno eh.
Parati magkadikit yung mid duo ng TNCV. But when it comes to this Lord take, very crucial yan.
Ayun na, slam doon sa likodan. And that's gonna be Deku going down. No final slash, so that's gonna be a 4v5. Pero looks like enough pa rin naman yung firepower dito ng TNC Voltes to go for the dive. Here comes the AOG, nagamit din Echo. He's gonna be left alone here. Mapatras sila Takgu and sila RKY. Pero Echo at the last minute able to use that flicker. Pero ang kapalit, TNC Voltes secures the Lord.
Grabe, ang daming nawala sa side ng Dewa United in just one team fight. TNCV got the Lord. They were also able to take down 2 members of Dewa United plus the blue buff. Dito na unting-unti nag-widen yung gap na ginagawang microhan ng TNCV. And at the same time, when we talk about the macro pressures, nandiyan na din yung push na ginagawa ng TNCV para unting-unti maramdaman ng Dewa United na lumiliit yung mapa na kontrolado nila.
And kinakapitalize nila actually isang maling mistake. Isang maling galaw.
Isang wrong mistake.
Isang wrong mistake. Galing dito sa Dewa, napapanish talaga eh. Actually, Echo tried the tsunamis lang. Kaso yung counterplay ng fake AOG, lumalabas din eh. No? Yung setup na nanggagaling kay Venus. Kasi may bumilog na pero yung tinutuloy. Ang garap. Sabi ko, ang galing mang cancel. Tapos tsaka nilang bilang fin-run clash. Etong Dewa. Now, TNCV kakatok dito sa harap or sa second turret. Naka-ready si Echo
Oh,
pero
my.
fake ready eh. Hindi mo maaabot kasi ng talon yan eh.
Kasi parang ito din yung nabibitin tayo kahit slightly lang, that would matter a lot for Echo. Kasi ganyan din na yung na-witness natin nung game 1 with that Kadita. Parati siyang nabibitin ng konting-konti para maabot yung mga members ng TNCV. And I also like what was highlighted earlier on the mind games for the side of Vengeance and Zeno. Kaya hindi natin nararamdaman yung supposedly aggression na meron ang Dewa United just because of those factors.
Bebuelo sila dito sa baba. Mababasag ang Babantore. Inuunti-unti nila. This is a slow push para sa side ng TNCV. They have additional option. They can try to force a clash bago mag-umpisa ang Lord or hanapan na lang nila ng magandang clash once na Lord take na ito. Item check tayo dito. Magandang itemization technically neto ni Gatsu. No? So, kompleto na yung Trinity niya. Kailangan na lang niya ng mas magandang position at gumagana at gumagana. Ang hirap kumawala dyan eh. Corrosion site. Tapos mag-i-stack yung bursting fireball sa'yo. Yung may mini sinok, may mini stun.
Oo,
Wala ka na talagang galaw dyan eh.
Nandun na yung slow, nandun pa yung damage. So, paano ba makakatakas ang Dewa United sa situation na yun? And dito din naman papasok ang importance ni Echo. Pero speaking of which...
Raven, may namagga AOG sa madaming tao.
Ay,
Shifting
ganda!
guys, nagkagulo-gulo na. Pero sa lahat ng nangyari yun, ang importante na wala si Gatsu. That's a majority of the damage na natanggal. Dito, TNC Voltes coming out on top. Jax and RKY on the run. And parang sa kanila ulit ang ating susunod na Lord.
Napitas nila si Draven, which by the way is the most important member of Dewa United in this moment. Because of it, TNCV, they can go for the Lord. Although cooldown pa naman yung Red 3 dito ni Franz, magpo-contest dito ang Dewa United. Sino ang makakakuha?
Boom! There you go. That's gonna be France securing the objective once more. Ito yung sabi natin na sobrang on point na France. Gising na siya. Malaking bawi ang ginagawa niya yun compared sa game kahapon. And on that Leon Ward, katapat pa niya si Draven na bangga ng bangga at napakalikod. He's actually doing a phenomenal job.
Ginawa nila yung, yung post-Lord fight na gusto nila kasi naghanap muna sila ng gulo, -1 para ma-secure. Alam din kasi nila yung threat na meron ito si Echo. Kung dadalhin natin yung fight dun sa Turtle Dance, sa Lord Dance, may ihirapan pa tayo. Just so happen na yung mismong gameplay nila gumagana against Dewa United. Kakatok sa gitna, may Lord dun sa taas, paano madedepensahan to ng Dewa United?
The final slash! Oh my goodness, they got Draven at the very end. May ganti naman yung Tsunami Slam dito si Vengeance, so that's gonna be their roamer going down. Pero,
1 for 1
wala si Draven, wala yung major frontliner nila. It's gonna be a lot easier to defend now. Nasa paatras ang TNC Voltes. Ang TNC Voltes sabi nila, you know what? Hindi natin kailangan pilitin to. Slowly lang. We got this. And ginagawa nila, Shooting Skies, gagamitan din.
Oh no.
Jax one hit away from going down. He gets eliminated in the end. Kinakabayo na, dinadahan-dahan na, sinasurgical precision na ng Voltes to.
Grabe yung apoy na yun. nararamdaman na ng mga members ng Dewa United kung gaanong katret si Zeno in the first place. Yung apoy ni Zeno ang nagdadala din para mag-slow down yung mga members ng Dewa
Ayun na naman, ha?
United.
Take 2, parang pala deja vu ang galawan. Deku, natanggal. No fine slash means baka naman pwede nang lumaban. Etong TNCV Dewa United. Pero literal na same people na wala. It's gonna be very difficult. Pero at least, di ba, na-clear nila. Parang paulit-ulit lang yung nangyari dito.
Actually, they're putting a lot of pressure dahil ang hirap pagka lumaban sila ng 5v5 and sinusubukan din talaga nila na basagin yung gitna to get ready once na i-cruise na nila laro kasama yung Lord, mas madali para sa kanila. Ngayon, ramdam ng TNC pangalawang ulit na to medyo nakakakaba. Daw nananalo sila sa mga ganong clash. Pero hindi na pwedeng para ulitin pa ulit. Mas maganda na mag-play safe muna sila, which is yun yung parang pinaka-call ngayon ng TNCV. Ngayon, ng Dewa United, are they trying to look for a isolation play or a kill? Or lilikuran na lang nila to?
Basically, naghahanap yata sila ng ng mga nagliliwaliw, baka may nag-field trip. Namamasyal dyan.
Parang side quest ng TNCV, pero it seems like based on the rotation of TNCV, they wouldn't allow that scenario. But Echo, mas spot on agad dito ni Vinjas. Susugod ang mga members ng Dewa United.
Nakita nila ni Just full vision na ang meron. Echo looking for someone to get, pero looks like it's gonna be another Lord going over TNC Voltes, and parang mas masaya ang team fight nila ngayon this time around. Buhay na buhay si Jack. Si Jack guys niya ng tama ang kanyang tamang targets. Pero look at that, Deku.
Oh no!
Hindi pa sila tapos sumasayo pa, nag-final slash, and they're trying to get one more kill. And that's gonna be the Valir effect na naman dito sa game na to. Sa kanila ang goal, and looks like si Franz pwede na ding tapusin to. Taku trying his very best to survive. And yung nga naman talaga. Pero looks like sa dami ng minions dito nang wala nang pwede mag-clear, it's TNC Voltes coming out on top.
The last chance qualifier pressure ay inulit lang ulit nila. Nasa DNA na nila. Nagtatatalon. Piniga ang mesa. Piniga ang mesa. Yun ang pag-alis ng gigil. Kasi we cannot deny the pressure, yung execution nila just in time para sa side ng TNCV. Hindi rin naman ganun kalinis agad yung mga execution nila. Pero nung naramdaman na nila, nag-connect na talaga no?
The stars aligned
Oo, stars aligned talaga para sa kanila. Normal links dito ni Gatsu. And sabihin ko, yung pinakamagandang moment, hindi nila napapansin yung bursting fireball ni Zeno.
Oo, diba? Yung apoy na akala mo makakaligtas si Jax, pero sa sobrang sakit ng apoy, unting-unti nagliliyaba at doon din parati nadadali si Jax.
Ilang beses nangyari yun, parang kiliti na lang.
Oo, diba?
Grabe, nakatakas na pero kinain ng apoy.
Pinatakbo pero hindi pinuhay.
Oo.
Pinatakas ka, gusto mong pabuhay ka. Di ba? Magkalilingon. Tawa ko lang. And look at those items. Kaya pala nakapasma pasma build. Yung Ice Queen tsaka Glowing Wand.
Oo. Kasi doon din naman nararamdaman yung damage at na-amplify kung ano ba ang meron sa isang Valir in the first place. You have the damage, you have that slowing capabilities para mapaatras ang Dewa United. Samahan mo pa ng corrosion site dito ni Godzua kasi kung mapansin nyo sa teamfight initiations, habang nagbe-basic attack lang sila, nasa-slow down yung mga members ng Dewa United kaya napipitas din sila.
Hindi rin tumatagos kasi yung damage ni RK-Way. Kung mapansin mo yung gamit ni Vinjas, naka-Radiant Armor, naka-Athena Shield.
Insta-lock back good luck.
Tapos si Deku, naka-Rose Gold Meteor, tapos naka-Oracle. Ang ganda ng balancing nila ng kanila mga ng mga itemization. Kaya kahit maganda yung items, ng Kimi, sabi ko, ba't hindi nagpo-proc yung ano niya? Yung Sky Pierce, nakaka-free hit naman siya, pero nung nakita ko yung item, kaya, hindi talaga tatagos yan.
Hindi gaano ramdam, no? Yung Kimi dito, na, it's a sad way to go na you basically played so well in Game 1, Game 2, tas eto.
Hindi ka naramdaman actually. And well, that's item counter out a hero. In all in before hindi kino-combine masyado ang Radiant tsaka Athena. Ngayon, lahat ng magic. Lagay mo lang. Ito gagawin mo, saluhin mo lang lahat ng bala galing sa Kimi. Tapos kami na bahala. May revitalize pa yan. So, gaano kakapal yung buhay na kailangan bago ka tumagos. At ito, yung ating MVP from that match point, si Franz in the form of that Leomord. Pero iba ang build niya, guys. That is an assassin base emblem. Gumagana pa rin naman. 5-0-10. At itong lalaking to, itong si Franz na to, nakikita ko siya kanina, talagang labas lang siya ng labas ng Phantom Steed. Even yung, alam mo, pagpapunta lang siya sa kabilang side ng jungle niya, pina-Phantom Steed na niya. Movement speed is maximizing yung kanyang capability to farm. Hindi siya naghihinaing sa cooldown kasi ang cooldown natin lang neto sa mga 20 to 25 seconds eh. So pwede ka magmayat-maya mag-Phantom Steed.
Oo, kasi yan din naman yung kinagandahan about Franz. Hindi siya nagtitipid kasi alam niya every skill would matter. Kaya na-witness natin in this point of this game na early game pa lang nakokontrol na, and kita mo naman yung ikot, napakabilis based on this heat map. Kasi katulad nga ng sinabi ni Prof. B, unlimited yung paggamit niya regardless if there's a teamfight initiation or not, as long as he knows his goal. He is clear with his goal, which is to farm up as much as possible. Kasi it also reflected sa keys to victory natin na basta bigyan nyo lang ng space, ng espasyo dito si Franz, gagawin niya na ang kailangan niyang gawin. And it's really evident when it comes to this highlights na nakakakuha siya ng turtle at hindi makatagos ang Dewa United sa mga gusto nila mangyari.
Ayun, look at the position of Zeno, na pagka nagkaroon din ng konting forward, tinatawag agad ni Franz yung kanyang Phantom Seed, or kinakas na agad niya yung Phantom Seed. And si Zeno, with the chase, kumukonek lang yung bursting fireball niya. Lagi lang siya nasa likod, technically ni Deku. Tapos kung sino may apoya niya, yun yung i-execute nila. Even Gatsu, na sa umpisa kala ko sabi, nakaka-free hit naman ang maganda, pero di tumatagos. Pero pagka tumatalo na siya, or may napumapasok na siya sa clash, yun na yung moment na halos wala na rin talagang mga skills ang mga members dito ng Dewa United. It's all about the proper execution, tapos naka-focus hero. Ang focus talaga ni Zeno dyan, pansin mo lahat ng bursting fireball, dun lang ang bato eh. Kay Draven nakababad lang yung apoy niya. Kasabay niya si Deku. Kung aabante si Deku, asahan mo na may kasamang apoy sa likod na nagpa-follow up.
Parang nagbibigay siya ng effect na kapag nagkakabayo ka, may fire effect, no? So sobrang slow. And it worked well for the side of TNCV kasi kita mo naman yung contribution, and in this last push, fortunately, almost is never enough. And I'm pretty excited to see kung paano ba kukontinue ng TNCV yung momentum na ito.
That execution somehow smooth, and masasabi ko, doon pa sa match point lumabas yung lason na Valir.
Yung mga tinatago sa baul.
Ano pala yun lagi, no? Pag mga delikado na ang buhay.
Nag-aaral naman daw sila ng patch eh. Wala lang. May mga, mga heroes lang hindi napapansin tulad noon. Na sobrang laki ng impact. Pero syempre hindi namin papakita yan hanggang kailangan na kailangan.
Tsaka
siguro sabi din si Voltes.
Yung mga hero na conditional. Baka feeling ko, baka pag lumabas ang bank siya, alam natin na ito yung ika-counter natin. And syempre may mga ganun yan, di ba? Sige party, wala lang. Bigyan mo sa akin to.
Go lang.
Bigyan lang. Pero ito, tatawagin natin ang ating winners para sa ating Best of 3 TNCV. First of all, guys, congratulations sa laging laban, laging nasa bingit. No? Pero still prevail, pinapakita nyo yung veteran moves coming from TNCV. Anyway, guys, you guys officially secured yung playoffs. Ano yung ibig sabihin nito para sa inyo? Speechless.
Wait lang, naka-on ba yung audio?
Hello, dinig nyo kami guys?
Oo, naka-off.
Hello? Naka-off.
Oo.
Kaway nga kayo kung
Kaway
dinig nyo
nga.
kami.
Dinig naman yata tayo. Oo.
Hindi.
Hindi naman
Ay.
naka-mute, no?
Nakamute sila. Ay, nakamute tayo sa kanila.
Mm.
Wait lang guys.
Wait lang.
Oo, ayan. Kaway nga kayo guys kung okay na. Oh, yun! Alright. So first of all guys, again congratulations for winning. Ito question ko sa inyo, no? You have officially have a playoff secure sa TNCV. What does this mean for all of you na elimination match at nakabawi kayo from yesterday's loss? Ay, wala silang mic.
Wala siya yung mic nila.
Yung mic nyong wala sa amin, pero kami dinig nyo. Para sa amin, masaya kami.
Ayos natin.
Wait lang, ayos sila. Ay, natap ko na dapat. Actually, nanggaling na kami dito.
Yun, oh.
Yung pagkatalo namin kahapon, we just learned a lot of lessons. Play our game. Stay aggressive.
Representative.
Bigyan naman ng magandang laban.
Bigyan namin sila ng magandang laban. And we're expecting Dewa will somehow perform against us. We're just better tonight.
Paluka laban. Swerte lang, chamba lang po.
Tama.
Si Rax, sa dami na interview ni Rackart, alam niya na yung mga... Kung irarank mo ang top 3 na sagot sa mga question.
Yun.
Ito yung tanong ko, kunyari, muntik na kayo, natalo kayo kahapon ngayon, nakabawi kayo, Rackart. Ano to para sa'yo?
Ano po?
Magalang.
Ang galing po. Ang galing lang po yung kalaban namin. Nachambahan lang po namin. Maganda lang po, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Ikaw.
Masaya po.
Okay lang po.
Okay lang po.
Okay.
Yun ang parang pinaka...
Classic yun,
Classic.
answer.
Okay lang po. So, sobrang saya niya. Okay lang po.
Okay
Yun ang
lang
sabi
po.
niya.
Ito na. Ito na ba? Ito na.
Ito na.
Legit na to.
Tatawagin na ulit natin ang ating winners. Again, from the top, TNCV. Again, congratulations. Yon. Alright. Again, congratulations for securing yung inyong playoffs. By the way, ito question ko sa inyo, what does this mean for all of you na elimination match at nakabawi kayo after yesterday's loss?
For the third time,
Yeah.
it means a lot. It means a lot to us, and I think it means a lot to other teams as well. Kami naman from season 5, it's been a journey for us. Sobrang thankful kami to Montun and to MDL for continuously having this kinds of events. So yun, very thankful, and it means a lot to us.
Yeah. Awesome. So, by the way, Zeno, Community MVP and Weekly MVP for week number 4. Anong masabi mo sa performance mo this season? Paano mo ma-describe yung adventure mo so far?
Yung mas dinoble ko lang rin ko kasi feeling ko nung nakaraan napapag-iwanan ako ng ibang katapat ko kaya ginawa ko lahat para mag-step up at para makapasok sa playoffs.
Dijang lang yan, Dijang! Dijang!
Ganon lang pala. And of course, isa sa mga last few questions namin for you. As a team, sino ba ang pinaka-gusto nyong makatapat sa next round? At bakit? Ayun. Meron ba kayong minamataan na team?
Marshall Mayhem po kasi tinalo po kami kahapon eh. Gusto po namin sila po.
Bawi.
Marshall Mayhem daw.
Real quick question, ano yung ganon? Ano ibig sabihin nun? Sabay-sabay kayo lahat eh.
Alam po.
Ano yun?
Yung
Ano
ganon.
yun?
The expression lang po yun.
Wala po.
Bye-bye lang.
Parang not today.
Not today.
Not today. Diba? Parang hindi, alam mo, galing na kami dito, hindi ngayon.
Not today.
Hindi ngayon. Anyway guys, again congratulations. Meron ba kayong gusto i-shoutout, pasalamatan yung mga community ng TNCV, family, friends, or yung mga bebe buff nyo?
Yung papa mo, yung store, hindi mo. Tinex sa kay Kuya Banjo po.
Shoutout po sa kanyang dalawa.
Tapos shoutout din sa lolo ko. Birthday.
Wow.
Ay, happy birthday.
Happy
Happy birthday. Lo, wala ba tayo dyan?
Diyan po kasi Big Soto, ito po, paiyak na po kasi ito eh.
Tears of joy. Ayun. So anyway guys, again maraming salamat. That's our winner. TNCV securing the playoffs. Sobrang solid ng performance. And dito masasagot natin or masasabi ko na kaya pala na weekly MVP and community MVP etong si Seno with that Valir, yung kanyang bursting
Solid
fireball.
Valir, no?
Solid. Again guys, congratulations for securing the playoffs. So ano yun natin, dalawa ng teams ang nakasecure ng playoffs.
Yep.
Yung kanina ang nakasecure ang
Aurora Hunters.
Aurora Hunters. Next natin na nakasecure ay etong TNCV. Alam mo, sobrang bigat ng story ng TNCV.
Yeah.
Na ito yung literal na ginagapang eh. Diba? As long as dadalay andar natin, makakarating din tayo. Nakakapagod lang yung sa part na to dahil sobrang dami yung laro. Pero dyan lumalabas yung mental fortitude eh. Yung experience, yung learnings. Sobrang solid ng performance ng mga teams ngayon. Anyway guys, meron pa tayong next series. Yan ay mapapanood nyo sa pagbabalik ng MDL Philippines Season 7.
bago na naman tayo, ha? Malamang matutuwa na naman ang mga bata at matatanda niyan. Get out!
Maglaro tayo, di kami patatalo. Maski duo o trio, kahit 5 man pa kayo. Kahit pasabay-sabay, ang kalaban sasablay. Kung mag-rank ang pambilis,
Sure na wipe out! Get out!
pili na ng lane.
At mag-pick ka na ng hero!
Sa mid lane galingan mo.
Pag nag-ulti, dapat sakto!
Push na ang turret, ready to attack the Lord.
Tara, ube, summer bonding na ng todo!
Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila.
Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Nadali! Sige, push mo!
Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila.
Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Nadali! Sige, push mo! O ano? Sasali ba kayo? Lahat ay masaya. Pwede dito kahit sino. Nasaan ka man, nasa bahay o trabaho, pwede niyong laruin to. Successful tayo ay panalo! Abilis to be one half, one fourth, one fourth, one half, disappear, appear. Abilis to be one half, one fourth, one fourth, one half, disappear, appear. Abilis to be one half, one fourth, one fourth, one half, disappear, appear. Abilis to be one half, one fourth, one fourth, one half, disappear, appear.
Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila.
Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Nadali! Sige, push mo!
Laro, laro, laro. PG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Nadali! Sige, push mo! Get, get out!
Realme 16 Series 5G.
I'm not of Fukusawa. I'm a designer. I always be getting some inspiration from my everyday life. I feel urban perspective, world is chaotic. We need order. Touch, the UI already touching everything. Touch means we can feel everything. We call it design sensibility. That is the meaning of touching. Human function is focused to be live. You cannot really live without any good telephone. This is one of the great mobile phone I designed. Really fit your fashion and life. I hope everybody like it.
Realme 16 Series 5G.
Different shades, different moods, but somehow we just click. We all move through life differently, chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color? Hey, where's your safe place? A place where ideas ignite, where laughter lingers, where work feels light. This is mine, and I'm not gatekeeping it. A chair isn't just a chair. It carries me through wins, through setbacks, through every step forward. And a desk isn't just a desk. It rises with me, stands tall when I do. Through triumphs, through trials, this space keeps me growing. This is my safe place. Home, playground, grounds where I stand. This is TT Racing Home Grounds. For every dream I chase, every battle I face, TT Racing has my back. So I'll ask again, where's your safe place?
Malamang matutuwa na naman ang mga bata at matatanda niyan.
Maglaro tayo, di kami patatalo. Maski duo o trio, kahit 5 man pa kayo. Kahit pa sabay-sabay, ang kalaban sasablay. Kung mag-rank ang pambilis, sure na wipe out, get out. Pili na ng lane, at mag-pick ka na ng hero. Sa mid lane galingan mo, pag nag-ulti dapat sakto. Push na ang turret, ready to attack the Lord. Para ube, summer bonding na ng todo. Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay, natali. Sige, push mo. Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay, natali. Sige, push mo.
O ano, sasali ba kayo? Lahat ay masaya, pwede dito kahit sino. Nasaan ka man, nasa bahay o trabaho, pwede niyong laruin to.
Sex pag tayo ay panalo. Abilis sa beer, one hop, one court, one court, one hop. Sa beer, appear. Abilis sa beer, one hop, one court, one court, one hop. Sa beer, appear. Abilis sa beer, one hop, one court, one court, one hop. Sa beer, appear. Abilis sa beer,
Kami nagbabalik para sa ating MDL Philippines Season 7. Kami pa rin mga kasama niyo. Profi nga pala. Kasama ko walang iba, kundi si Rockhart and Gretchen. Grabe yung result ng first and second series. Kamusta ang mood natin from that 1-2 series?
It was very good kasi I think nasagad naman din yung Dewa United doon. I really like na we were able to bring out the strongest of TNC Voltes na talaga namang lahat ng series na nilalaro nila recently is sagad to the bones na serye. So I think despite, you know, nakakaba panood yung TNC Voltes, I think they were able to bring out their best today.
Despite the outcome, what's important is that nagpakitang gilas sila bilang rookies. And here we are entering the third series na last remaining rookie na lang ang natitira. No? So, tingnan na lang natin kung paano ba sila aabante. Lalo't-lalo na yung mga natitirang teams na yun, puro mga veterano. And a lot of pressure is put upon sa Code Unknown.
And again, last rookies na natitira or tinatawag na an empty throne kasi yung mga kalaban ng last rookie na natitira ay ang defending champion. It's either we're gonna see a new champ or magmo-move forward ang rookies. Mabigat itong istorya na itong dalawang teams na to. Sila rin ang pinaka-favorite ngayong Season 7. Ang daming mga natutuwa sa performance ng Code. Nagugulat din sila kung paano nangyayari naman sa ating defending champs. No? Sobrang kulay technically ng mga result na nakikita natin para sa ating Season 7. Pero again, etong Code na to, we are expecting a lot. Even the community, madalas tinatanong saan nanggaling to at sino-sino nga rin ba ang maglalaro sa flag ng Code.
Yeah, so Code Unknown, obviously it's still gonna be Nagi, Kira, and Maven and Asu. Again, they suffered their first series loss yesterday. So that is interesting. Kaya, so again, sinabi ko kanina to, I'm very curious to see how they will fare. Now na naranasan nilang matalo here in MDL Philippines, will that change who they are? Will that put them in a panic mode? Will they... Kasi, if you want to be one of the champions of MDL Philippines, kailangan handa ka din eh. Yeah. Handa ka din sa pagkatalo. Kailangan makapag-react ka ng maayos sa pagkatalo. Kaya right now, my eyes are on these guys to see if they can actually, recover and bounce back properly nang walang masyadong overthinking at panic. And that will show na talagang handa na sila for the playoffs.
And tingin ko aware din sila sa changes. I mean, sa mga errors nila yesterday. Ibang-iba rin talaga yung galaw ng Code. Unusual from the Code na magiging ganun yung resulta. At ito, yung makakalaban na the defending champ, the Twisted Minds, Rough World.
Kita naman natin that ever since Season 6, these 5 players truly showcase what it means to be champions. But now, their throne is being tested upon by these super rookies. And dito natin masusubukan kung yung same Twisted Minds Rough World era na nasaksihan natin ng Season 6 ay patuloy na magpapakitang gilas sa Season 7 now that sila ang tinitingala ng karamihan. Sila ang parang role models when it comes to MDL. But the question is, can they actually maintain that momentum knowing the threat coming in from the super rookies of MDL?
That's true. Actually, alam mo itong Twisted Minds tsaka yung Code, sila yung pinaka-upset kahapon. Kasi a lot of people were expecting these two teams to be the 1-0 teams.
Tama.
Diba? So, yung performance nila, dikit naman, kasi lahat naman ng games sa hapon, dikit. I mean, despite dikit, I think a lot of people expected more from these two teams. And again, this is an opportunity para ma-prove sa lahat ng nanonood, sa mga believers sila na tama, maniwala kayo sa amin kasi kaya namin to. Pero again, daglagan portion.
Kung kailan nilang pinakakailangan ng suporta ng mga teams, eto na to. No, ibuhos nyo na dyan kung sino man yung sinusuportahan yung teams. At ito, ang key to victory ng Code. Choose proactive mages for ends.
Ito si Enz talaga eh. Literal captain. Siya yung pinakagigil kagabi sa totoo lang. And again, it's all about controlling that mid trio for me para sa Code Unknown. It feels like once they have that really good momentum going, pag consistent na nakahanap ng mga pick-offs itong mid-trio na to. Parang dire-diretso na smooth sailing na for Code. And I think a lot of their wins are actually, again, based off of pag hindi namatay or one deaths lang ganun si Ends.
So again, nakita na natin parang once na maganda ang araw ni Ends, maganda ang buhay ng Team Code. He is the heart of the Team Code. At ito naman ang keys to victory ng Twisted Minds Rough World.
And of course, Nibor give up
Yan.
on the fight. And kung hindi niya na-gets, never give up. Pero we just change it in the context of Nibor. Kasi for Nibor's side, ito yung gusto natin na highlight for the side of Twisted Minds. Kasi from his performance ever since the last season, parang this season, kailangan niya mag-step up. Kailangan hindi sila susuko knowing na elimination match ito. Kaya they have to do their best and everything will follow accordingly.
Isa sa mga kailangan din actually tignan dito ni Nibor, may mga times yesterday na napipick off siya na nandun lang siya, kumbaga napipitas lang siya na hindi naman kailangan or pwede naman maiwasan. So yun yung kailangan din tignan at mag-step up technically neto ni Nibor. And for the Code, para sa akin, malaking lesson yung nakita natin from series number 2. That is TNCV, isa sa mga veterans. Etong kalaban nyo ng Code, hindi lang veteran, defending champ pa.
Yun.
So kung may veterans pa, kumbaga yung may siko, eto may sipa pa, na kailangan nilang tignan para sa koponan na to. Ang daming kailangan nila i-check. Yung bounce back factor, especially yung sinabi nga dito ni Rakard na na-shake up pa sila from that defeat. Yun yung nakakatakot kasi hindi ka familiar na matalo, tapos nandito ka sa laglagang portion. What if biglang mag-relapse eh, no? Maalala mo, paano mo gagawin mo? Kumbaga, nandito ka sa mundong hindi mo kabisado. At ito, ang ating player head-to-head. This is the mid laners. Ends para sa side ng Code. Vin naman para sa side ng Twisted.
And all I can say is, for Ends, kahit super rookie pa lang sila this season, nakakasabay na siya for the defending champions. Kasi statistics-wise, very little lang yung difference nila from what we have presented here sa KDA, GPM, and etc. Pero when it comes naman sa hero pool, yung notable lang here for the side of Ends would be the Kagura, and of course, for the other side, for Vin, it would be the Zetian. So dito din natin makikita na kung ano ba yung Ends sa larong MLBB, ano ba yung Vin sa larong MLBB. Si Ends mostly nagfo-focus sa mga damage output, habang si Vin, they have the team player composition na nagwo-work naman for their side.
Oo. And nakita na natin kanina ng mga hero pool. Again, etong dalawang members, dalawang players na pinakita natin kanina, sila yung nagpapagana. Yun yung binabanggit natin ng mid trio. Once na gumana ng mid trio, madali na lang din, parang dudulas na para sa side nyo eh. Mapa gold lane or XP lane. Twisted Minds Rough World choosing the blue side. And anong mapa yung maaari nilang kunin dito? Mukhang river ulit.
River.
Ramdam ko.
Ay, yun no? Ang lakas ng kutob mo, prof.
Expanding rivers. So we're expecting a lot of quick rotation. Tapos parang heavy fighters. Madalas pag nasa ganyang mapa.
Yeah, heavy fighters, I think you expect the Leomord to make an appearance. Harley as well, faster assassinations. So I'm very excited makita yon. And para naman sa ating mga mid laners, I'm assuming, syempre, I think na-exhibit na din sa nakaraang serie natin na medyo Zushin wins games. Out of all the picks, I think only lost once.
Tama.
Oo, tama.
Tama.
Ang dali kasing partneran pa rin talaga eh, di ba? Though hindi siya nagiging priority yesterday. Ngayon masasabi ko, kailangan bumalik sila sa ganong ideya. Para pakawalan si Sushin, kailangan it's either nakawalang Marcel or ang Freya. Yun yung nagiging story ng exchange ng kanina nilang mga draft. Now, they remove etong si Marcel, Harley, Pati Phoebus nadadamay na ngayon lately,
Yes, sir.
Mm.
Ang alalahan mo lang dyan, of course, with Freya. Ayan.
Na, Freya.
Ito yung sabi ko dapat. Alalahanin nyo lang yung nangyari kanina sa Freya. Kung saan may Freya game, dun pa natalo ng 8 minutes. So, hindi siya totally God pick sa totoo lang. I think we slowly are finding it out. Actually, yung kanina, yung Valir, pwede din yun eh. Ang Freya din yun eh. So, hindi din totally like insta-win ng Freya sa puntong ito. I think second loss na niya so far. Pero again, mataas pa yung win rate naman.
Kumbaga, sa sobrang parating binaban out yung Freya, a lot of research is also being studied upon on this hero. Kaya kahit i-let go man nila yung Freya na ito, they already have countermeasures kung paanong makatapat ang hero na ito. For the side of Code, they're going to answer the Guinevere carry. And pansin ko lang, Guinevere, hindi na masyado din pinapansin.
Pero ito, first pick here is very good para sa Code Unknown just because of the crowd control na kailangan mo. You want to be able to jungle fast and to be able to have the crowd control para kontrolin nga yung nagwawalang Freya na yan. Pero yung carry, ano na yan, hard answer na yan. Hindi na pwedeng basta-basta mag-free hit pag may carry na may gamit. Pero then again, pwede mong gawin dito ng Twisted Minds is to really draft around making sure that you can have heroes na pwedeng pumitas yan sa carry na yan.
Yan, one of which would be the Valentina YSS na pwede pang lumiko. Kasi we all know YSS Gold Lane is a viable option, but at the same time, it can also go sa jungler. So, yan yung parang mind games, I would say, na ginagawa ni Coach Amethyst here.
And ngayon kaya hindi rin masyado actually napapansin si Guinevere dahil nga nauuso din yung Leomord eh. Isa yun sa tingin kong naging factor dahil kahit anong mo, daw makokontrol mo yung Leomord, at the end of the day, that's a base fighter hero. Ang kapal pa rin ng buhay. They're going in for that Harlot. Napaka-ready nila pagdating sa mga crowd control or jump in against a Freya. Yan, sitting at chip, a good ban para sa dito ng Code. Tama nga naman, no? Kasi Vision sabay portal or shortcut, -1 kagad yung pinaka pwedeng i-partner sa chip.
Pero interesting, no? Kasi usually maganda din siya sa roam against the Freya kasi na-unli knockups na yun sana, unlisted na sana yun. Yung tipong pag sila kumuha. Pero I think may ibang plano sila dito. Siguro may ibang roamer silang binabalak.
Tingin ko pinaka lang talaga high loss para sa akin. Pinaka safe for me, high loss.
That's the safest pick for sure.
Against a Freya or even a YSS. And meron na sila magandang crowd control. Ngayon ang question dito, saan nga ba pwesto? Kamusta ang para sa inyo? Pagka magkakaroon kayo ng Freya, mas feel nyo ba siya as gold or jungle?
Parang gold ngayon.
Gold.
Sa ngayon, parang kahit yung kaninang natalong Freya, XP Freya.
XP siya actually.
So, gold Freya definitely ramps up faster, mas mabilis magpass, mas mabilis magka-corrosion site and all that, especially in the early game. So I would really still prefer it on gold. So itong Freya to, I really hope it still goes on gold kasi YSS, mahirap siya i-jungle ngayon just because yung sinasabi mo nga, like there's a Leomord and everything that can actually malakas pakipagsabayan ng kampasan. Pero, Freya gold. Yun yung Brayo dapat.
Freya Gold. At yan din naman yung matutuklasan natin kasi yung YSS Gold Lane, alam naman natin, low win rate historically, statistics-wise.
Across the board. Across multiple tournaments, hindi lang sa MDL.
Kaya yan yung kailangan ingatan ni Coach Amethyst, not unless may alam na siyang direksyon that they want to take on against Code Unknown. And for the side of Code Unknown, if they want to go for a safer option, the high loss nga would be the viable pick here na pwede nilang kunin, pwede nilang huliin agad si Enz. Pero back siya.
Back siya jungle, Guinevere roam.
Nangyari na to sa
Medyo classic yun, technically. Ako, hindi ko na ginagamit talaga ang Guinevere sa XP ha. Kasi nabanggit ko nga yan eh. Pagka nakakita ko ng XP Guinevere, GG na.
Ganun ba yun?
Para malaman mo totoo yung sinabi ko, ginawa ko rin siya.
Yun.
Nung natalo ako, sabi ko, totoo nga. Alright.
Proven and tested.
Actually, ini-expect ko, it's either a high loss or a Khalid for the side of Code. Pero they're going in for that Baksha. Mas gusto ko ang Baksha jungle. Then, hayaan natin etong si Guinevere for roam. Kasi yung setup niya, setup in and out. No? Hindi masyadong mapapunish yung gold prowess or gold progress nyo kung ikaw ay isang jungle Guinevere. Pag tumalong ka, maaari ka ma-pick off diba? Pero kung roam ka, okay lang as a sacrificial lamb as long as magkakaroon ka ng exchange.
Yup, yung exchange yung hinahanap natin.
Ito na.
Pero baka apoy na naman.
Si Lena.
Apoy nga.
Apoy nga.
Nakaramdam na ako kasi yung line-up ng Twisted Minds parang ang gandang sagot ng Valir sa side ng Code Unknown to push back yung mga gustong lumapit at yung init na damage output na dinadala dito. And I'm pretty sure Ends would do a phenomenal job, especially going back sa keys to victory natin. Proactive mage, one of which would be a Valir na patuloy lang sa kanyang Vengeance Flames.
Tsaka they're removing the UG skill na magandang pwede sanang kopyahin ng Valentina. Ang meron ka doon yung instant purify lang no?
Oo.
Pag kinopya, magkakapoy ka lang sa gilid Pogi lang. Di ba?
So yung Valentina most likely will always have just that final slash sa game na to.
Yeah.
Yun lang talaga yung prayo yata ni Vin. Pero I guess that would work. That's fine. For now, it does feel like, gusto ko dito yung draft ng Code, honestly. Yung Baksha on the front line is a great save. Everyone else, kasama din yung Guinevere jungle, by the way, will do very well. But Maven is on that Baksha. It's gonna be a roam Baksha pala.
Yeah, roaming back siya. Gusto nila limit agad kung paano gumalaw si Sir Matt. Knowing YSS, medyo nagsistruggle siya sa early game. So, Code Unknown would have to capitalize on this information agad-agad para hindi makasnowball ang isang YSS. So, for the side of Twisted Minds, if they want to keep on funneling Sir Matt down sa kanyang respective jungler path, they have to ensure that si Wes, Nibor, Vin, Reggie, basically the members of Twisted Minds or Off-Road era would have to ensure na in every objective taking protektado itong si Smat. Kasi iba yung dynamics kapag fighter gold lane lalo't-lalo na considering yung mapa natin na malaking factor yan kung paano sila magro-rotate.
And gusto ko lang yung pop nila dito ng ng revitalize kay Maven para sa kanyang Baksha. Yeah, kaya bumabad. Saktong lapag ng revitalize. Same idea kanina nung Valir Arlot. Diba kung sino talaga dinadive. And easy stacks nga naman yun nung pag dumive ka. Tapos tatama lang bursting fireball. Ewan ko kung paano sila makakatakas dyan. With regards naman sa lineup ng Twisted Minds, conditional. Lalot yung Valentina kasi. Limit lang yung pwede niyang i-copyahin or makapitalize dito. Yung final slash nga inaasahan natin na pwede niyang kopyahin maya't maya. Anyway guys, third series, here we go. This Super Rookies versus the defending champs. Game number 1, best of 3. Tanggalan to.
Interesting, no? Kasi we have seen the Valir in play kanina. Pero I'm not sure if it's gonna do as good here just because very mobile din yung lineup dito ng Twisted Minds, no? So 71% bowl results for Code is very interesting. 71% for the rookies voting. Aba-aba.
Men,
sige.
Mga yan bagong si Evil ng tournament yan. Bagong salta yan. Pero mabigat agad ang fan base.
Oo, diba?
The new ones are doing it.
The new kids on the block. Ika nga.
Okay. So, we're seeing Valir, obviously, super speed lang yan. Only ba to? Stun lang ang gusto. Gusto niya lang mang-stun and mang-slow ang mang-bad trip overall. Bagay kaya to kay Ens, we'll find out.
Maganda naman Yun yung parang isa sa mga parang idea kung paano maglaro talaga. Very aggressive move. Kanina, nasa gitna lang yan. Nararamdaman mo na yung Code, nag-i-start na silang pumina or umaura. Pinapakiramdam kagad nila yung estado ng Twisted Minds.
Oo, kasi alam nila for the side of Twisted Minds, they would have to protect, but Kira would go in for that initiation and first blood na nga.
Uy, kinounter go dito ah.
Swabe lang. And of course, it is Maven with the attempt to go for the revitalize. Kira goes down. I think that's a pretty okay trade. Grabe naman si West. That is a very deep cut.
Man,
Grabe.
gold ka ha? Gold ka.
Gold lane na gumeganon, no?
And usually kasi pag fighter, tapos expanding, sasama ka agad talaga eh. Sa clash or sa turtle thing.
And yun yung ginagawa nila ngayon with the big advantage coming over this turtle pit. It's gonna be Reggie with the turtle take and nanlihampas na naman itong si West. And this is what I'm talking about. Especially pag sobrang bilis ng target, medyo mahirap pag targetin if you're a Valier. Madali lang pagpapunta sa'yo. Pero pag pakaliwat kanan, mahirap habulin ng fireball kasi manual target yan.
Nagmamarsilin, no?
Oo. So parang gumagamit ng baril. Pag moving target, mahirap talaga.
Mahirap talaga yun. Wala ka namang aimbot dyan eh.
Hindi naman siya target lock, di ba? Hindi siya homing.
Hindi siya homing. Talagang lapag eh. Hindi mapapansin mo sa mga high level para sa user eh. Yung tinututok. Ay, sa likod!
Ay, naku po, nasa ilalim si Azu, forcing a figure out. Alam nila na hindi pa makakapalag itong Karen to. Kaya talagang nice try on the drive-by para dito sa Twisted Minds.
Tsaka yun din naman yung kinakapitalize right now ng Twisted Minds, knowing that they have picked a fighter gold for a reason. And it clearly manifested because look at the West doing the high cuts just to contribute in the turtle fight. Yan din naman kasi yung kailangan gawin na yun ng Twisted Minds to get the control. At samahan mo pa ng Torre, getting the gold platelets. Nako po, tumataba yung Freyang to.
Ito kailangan lagi lang talaga ma-meet neto ni West na every turtle kailangan din siya kasama. Nakalbo niya yung full gold bars sa Torre. Sobrang ganda ng kalamangan niya dahil may part din na umuwi pa si Azu on that potential kill. Pero sobrang ganda ng poke. Mapapansin ko lumalabas din yung weakness ng or challenge para kay Ends kasi nag-ahabol sila ng clash eh. Napansin mo nung sitbukan nila i-pick up si Azu, papunta pa lang sila Ends, sas alisan na. Hindi ka pa naman makakahabol. Una, wala kang Ice Queen 1. Wala rin follow-up pa coming from Nagi. Ngayon, eto na yung turtle. Kailangan sumama lagi dito ni Wes.
At speaking of sama, pumupunta na si Wes going in sa turtle pero sumupunta sila.
Beautiful raise. Sandstorm right before the turtle. And there goes that Valkyrie's descent. Napakahirap niyang sabayan. Hindi pwedeng makipagampasan. And that's gonna be 2 going down. Para sa Code Unknown, they are now feeling the pressure from Twisted Minds.
And at the same time, going inside Isu, namataan ng mga members of Twisted Minds and that's a successful pick-off. That goes to show the defending champions. They're clearly manifesting the champion heart at hindi sila basta-basta susuko sa mga pagsubok na pinapresenta sa Land of Dawn.
Dumadrive-by lagi dun sa Kari. Kawawa naman si Azu.
Kaya nagulat. Actually, hindi ko masisi si Azu that time eh. Kasi nagkaka-clash lang sa sa turtle
nasa Torre naman siya eh.
Oo.
So,
pero walang ganon.
Walang Torre dito sa
Mama yung pumapasok na nakakayamot. Kahit magtago ka, kita lagi talagang papasukin ka. And this is scary para sa side ng Code. Though hindi napapatay ng ganong karami si Azu, pero unang-una napigilan siya for the first 5 minutes. Nakaka-recover na maganda at nakadalawang kill na technically. Yung katapat niya si Wes!
Yun na nga, isa na again, yung mga piyesa nila, pag mag-isa lang kasi talaga, hindi yan gagana. Lalo yung yung Arlot. Naku.
Oo nga.
And I think yun ang nakita dito ng Twisted Minds, no? Sige, labanan natin sila isa-isa. Huwag natin sila hayaang magdikit-dikit.
Oo, kasi for the side of Code Unknown, team fight-centric yung lineup nila. Pero the question is, what if pitas ang gagawin ng Twisted Minds, and it clearly manifested kasi look at the difference economic-wise, KDA-wise. It is going in favor of Twisted Minds kasi sila ang kumukuha ng control. Sa side ng Code Unknown, it will take a lot of time to reset, recalibrate from the itemization, and feeling ko magsashine yung Code Unknown sa mga Lord fights kung saan nagsasama-sama na sila sa parteng yun.
Parang nasobra nata ng puso ng puso ng saging.
Puso ng saging.
si Reggie, sabi ko ba't naka-radiant armor ka na? May isa ka pang puso ng saging. Hindi ko alam kung anong bubuin niya that time. So sabi ko, baka iba yung build neto. I don't know guys, kung sumobra pero tumalon. Look at that cat coming from west. They're putting a lot of pressure. And yung reaction actually ng Code dito, ito yung sinasabi.
Aray!
Nagpapasip lang sila.
And again, the follow-up coming in from Tibor, showing up even under the tower. Again, Asu trying to make a play. Sinusubukan naman yung dumamage, pero it looks like hindi talaga sapat, at least for now. And despite that very beautiful dive, again, natanggal pa rin si Nagi sa kwento.
Grabe, kinakalbo ng Twisted Minds right now yung mga tore ng Code Unknown sa top lane. Hindi pa sila tapos dahil mid-turret naman na yung gusto nilang kunin, and difference of level. That's what we're seeing right now because for Twisted Minds, kita naman natin na alam nila, gusto nilang tapusin agad-agad yung laban kasi for the side of Code Unknown, take note, taking time bomb itong carry na to. Once ma-activate si Ace Zoo, doon madedehado yung mga members ng Twisted Minds, so they have to ensure makukuha agad nila yung game as fast as possible because if no, Code Unknown's winning condition will activate.
Grabe, iwan sa gamit technically si Ace dito against kay West.
Corrosion pa lang.
Oo, may part kasi na, ay, teka lang ha.
Even
tuluyan nila to.
Okay, the Baksha roam is very different, no? From the Baksha jungle. Malayo ang diferensya sa kunat, no? Kahit sabi mo may revitalize ka, kung bursty na yung kalaban mo, wala eh. Yung passive mo, hindi din gagana ng ganong kalakas eh.
Aanihin mo yung yung revitalize kung desidido yung kalaban, tuluyan ka eh.
Oo, 1-2 skills lang, tunaw yung buhay mo. So, ang hirap.
Pero medyo tumatahimik. Etong si Keira, yung Guinevere na sumetap kanina, hindi ko na ulit siya actually nakita.
Wala na.
From the last almost 9 minutes, pumako sa unong kill. At yung pa yung unang kill galing kay Keira. Dahil nga sama-sama talaga eh. Hindi mo naman, sama-sama yan, pero hindi magkakadikit yan. Yun ang problema nung gusto mong talunan, pero alam mo pag tumalong ka, is this the end? Ganun naman yan.
Parang yun na nga ang nangyari. It's another 4-man dive kay Nagi. Hindi man lang makapag-final slash to save himself even under the tower.
At yan na nga yung something that Code Unknown has to watch out for. Now, inhibitor turrets na lang ang natitira. Instead, kailangan nilang dumepensa to the max because if not, Twisted Minds can end the game. They have the minion flows going in sa top, mid, bottom. Dinedepensahan ng Code Unknown itong torrent na to kasi ito yung last line of defense, I would say. Kung gusto talaga matapos agad ng Twisted Minds, hindi na nila papatagalin yung laban.
Yep, they can go for the engage here. Siyempre yung Holy Defense. There goes that huge dive sa likod ng Torre. Wala nang pake ang Twisted Minds. Alam nila na maunat sila. Alam nila na hindi pa gaanong kasakit ang Code and talagang pinupush nila ang advantage. And now inubos ang mga inhibitor turrets. Looks like this could be a very, very quick game pag hindi nakapitas ng isa ang Code dito.
Kaya actually tapusin to. Makapal ang mga minion waves. Pero dinidikit lang nila muna sa torre. Babasagin ang baba dito. Ngayon, buhay itong si Asu. Going in for the clutch. Mountain Shocker. Bilang lang sila. Sabi, hindi. Disiplina. Ito yung sinasabi natin na pagka veterans ka, pagdating sa ganitong sitwasyon, ang hirap, experience to eh. Alam nila, they're putting a pressure dito sa mga super rookies. Sige, sa inyo na yung regular season. Pero once na pumasok na tayo sa laglagan, hindi nyo alam yung pakiramdam nito. Bago sa inyo to. Diba? Ang alam nyo lumaban, Pero with this kind of pressure na nakalinya, yung buhay nyo sa tournament, ibang usapan na to.
So sobrang iba yung usapan, iba din yung nakikita natin sa Twisted Minds. Look at the KDA. Low KDA man yung laro, but all we can say is it translates na kontrolado ng Twisted Minds right now yung laro. For the economic wise, sila na yun yung may itemization. Kasi kung babalikan natin yung items, si Azu lalo highlighting Azu, dalawa pa lang yung nabibuild niya in contrast to Freya na dalawang items na lang yung kulang para makabuo na. So, ganyang kalaki yung difference. So, for Code Unknown, if they want to turn the tables around, they have to find the game equilibrium. And when we say that, it's mostly 20 minutes and above. But the question is, will Twisted Minds actually let it go? Yung ganon katagal na laro, knowing the threat that Code Unknown has sa laro.
Tinitignan ko actually yung laro ng Code, no? Code are just playing, pero etong Twisted, they're playing to win. Yun yung galaw mismo eh. Makapansin mo, yung mismong movement ng mga heroes coming from Code, hindi talaga sila pa, eto yung ganyan, parang hinahain mo lang yung sarili mo. You know na hindi pa kaya ilaban!
Tumive na sa tatlo, wala nang katakot dito si Nibor and Vin on the backside, removing ends from play. Parang napaganda pa talaga, sobrang daming engage tools na ginagamit dito ang si Twisted Minds here. But look at that, they're able to find Matt, nakahanap ng isa, pero parang ang kapalit ay buong pamilya as they're able to take out Nagi once more. Only Keira is surviving. Paano kaya madidepensahan ni Keira to? There's gonna be a big minion wave and 4 players from Twisted Minds. And that's gonna be it. Game number 1. Twisted Minds ang nagwagi.
The defending champs showing up kung kailangan sila. Look at that. Sobrang relax.
Nakataas pa ang paa.
Nakataas pa ang paa. Relax lang, oh.
May kumot pa!
Nakataas pa.
Men, pag may kumot, A-game.
Chill na chill.
Oh, chill na may kumot. Pero sabi ko sa inyo, hindi nag-show up si Ents dun sa sa previous game. And Twisted Minds, Rough World, they really decoding the super rookies. They're putting the rookies dun sa unfamiliar situation. Ramdam ko, they're into challenge, pero hanggang dun lang eh. Into challenge ka against that Freya. You're trying to prove something by like picking the Arlot Valir. Pero hindi ito yung part na kaya mo sa ngayon eh.
Alam mo doon yung idea? Nandun na may idea kasi Arlot Valir, grabe yung crowd control nila doon.
Yep.
Pero hindi na napaabot to the point na nagsama-sama sila eh. Literally, naglalaban silang kanya-kanya sa lanes nila. And you're right, Proby, literally playing to survive lang yung code sa larong yun. Hindi yun yung code na nagrumaragasa nung regular season.
Oh, sobrang iba yung naging laro nila. And that also goes to show how Twisted Minds adapted to Code Unknown. Kasi during the group stages, nakita natin na overpower ng Code Unknown. But then Twisted Minds has learned their lesson. They have already studied how Code Unknown actually works in the first place. Kaya yung line of composition na lang, that really speaks for itself. I would like to highlight to West dito kasi grabe, napahanga ko yung nag-high cut lang siya para makakontribute sa turtle, which by the way is an important factor kung paano din nila nakuha yung early game control. So, for Code Unknown na hindi nila na-anticipate yun, wala silang pangsagot in that early game stages. Although the connection is there, but the question is kung sobrang iksi lang yung laban, 12 minutes lang, hindi na mag-shine to the fullest ang sila Azu, sila Enz. Kaya doon din naman kinapitalize ang Twisted Minds para tapusin yung laban.
At ito yung big 4 stats natin from that recent game. Makikita natin Matt on his YSS. And pagtingin ko, lahat actually isa lang ang nakalapag dito, that is Maven with the damage taken. Talagang binoxing ka eh. Maganda tignan, nasa big 4 stats ka. Pero kasi alam mo kung bakit ka nandyan as a damage taken. Though you have absorbing a lot of damage coming from Twisted Minds, pero hindi nyo kasi nako-convert eh, para mas mapaganda eh. Not to mention, the kill participation dito ni Vin itself. Ibig sabihin yan, nakakilo siya na maigi, hindi naging threat si Ed sa kanya, at ang explosive na MVP, si Nibor mismo. Diba? Neighbor give up.
Neighbor give up.
Lumabas siya ngayon for that MVP, those explosive penalty zone. Ching, ano yun, no? Ang ganda tignan. Why? Biglang tumatalon kasama ng Raging Sandstorm. Penalty Sandstorm ang nangyari.
Oo nga.
Very good combo and yung dalawang hero na, sige, itulak mo kami. Batuhin mo kami ng fireball mo. Tignan mo kung tatablan kami. And I think that was one of the reasons why sobrang, alam mo yun, nung nakita ko yung lineup, teka, hindi yata ito yung tamang lineup para ilabas yan. Maganda yung Valier against sa Freya. Freya lang muna. Pero pag lahat ng mga frontliner na yun nagsama-sama, kayang-kaya nilang saluhin and they're able to actually really utilize yung pagkamakunat ng mga heroes nila. It's a big difference from yung last game na napanood natin, no?
Yep.
Kung saan sobrang superhero nung Valier. Dito kasi, pwede lang i-bypass, pwede kang talunan, nanggagaling sa kung saan direction yung mga kalaban.
No, dito natin makikita sa highlights, lagi lang nakabang. Look at the position of Nivor. No, lagi may follow through with that Raging Sandstorm. Tapos penalty zone. Ilang segundo kayo, walang galaw. And wala naman naka-purify sa inyo eh. You only have that revitalize. Pag pop niyan, later on mag-e-expire talaga eh. So kaya-kaya nilang pasukin given that you have Aso in a form of that carry na pang-shred naturally. Pero at the end of the day, isa lang ang kaya mong patayin. Mamimili ka lang dyan kasi sobrang kapal ng mga buhay niyan. Sobrang dami ng kailangan mo i-focus fire. Yun yung downside na meron kang carry. Plus, hindi ka rin makakapwesto ng maigi dahil nandito si Wes. Talagang meant pang my day. Absolute cinema.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think keyword talaga nun. Carry is one person. Kailangan mo yung carry laban sa isang Teresa, kailangan mo yung carry laban sa isang Kali, kailangan mo yung carry laban sa isang isang Freya. Pumili ka ng isa, pero habang tinatrabaho mo yung isang yan, yung the rest, tumadive na sa'yo. Anong gagawin mo, di ba?
Yan yung salita. Isa-isa lang kasi may nakalaban.
Oo, exactly. Sobrang applicable nun sa matchup na yan.
Oo. Kaya yan din naman yung kinapitalize ng Twisted Minds. And thus, they were able to dominate Game 1. And for the side of Code Unknown, tingnan na lang natin kung ano ba yung magiging adjustment sa draft. Kasi we have already dissected yung mga naging issues. Like, yes, you were able to focus on one, but how about the whole? Kasi MLBB is about teamwork. Kaya tingnan natin kung paano ba sila magsisync with one another.
Yeah. And ito yung kanilang mga common heroes sa kanilang mga side. Well, lumabas, ay wala pa. Ang nakita ko lang dito actually itong si Guinevere as well as Khalid. Pero yung mga comfort or yung mga hero picks na tingin ko bumuo sa pangalan nila ngayong season, hindi pa nila nailalabas. This is scary sa against Code kasi in Twisted Minds was able to perform on that high level without picking yung mga usual pick na nakikita natin, unique picks na ika nga like etong si Gatot or Eve Sechan. And makapansin mo rin dyan na yung mga unique picks, mas marami naka-base dito sa mid lane.
Yep.
Diba? Mas nagmamaterialize, mas tumatatak yung mid lane dito ni Vin.
At yan din naman yung importance na sinasabi natin at hina-highlight natin na mid-duo connection to not only win sa laning phase but also get and contribute sa mga objective taking. That really means a lot kung paano nila maarangkada. And going back sa previous draft, paalala lang sa ating mga audience, dahil global ban tayo, ito na yung mga heroes na hindi na pwedeng gamitin ng ating mga koponan. So, new formula for game number 2.
Okay to. I mean, I really like the Guinevere's already picked up here. Para sa Twisted Minds, I feel like yun yung isa sa mga heroes na nakakatakot din kasing iwan. Especially in the hands of Code Unknown. So now nawala yun, I feel like a big threat was already actually removed here. Kera though, ang dami pa namang possible na heroes ni Kera. Hindi mo din pwedeng basta-bastang tanggalin yung mga heroes tulad ng Fanny. Hindi mo pwedeng pabayaan. So I feel like yun yung hindi pa masyadong na-explore at least for now.
This is the double pressure against Code right now. Kung kanina, first game pa lang. Ngayon kasi mas malapit ka na sa bangin eh. Tanaw mo na yung lalaglagan mo eh. Ito yung mahirap para sa code. Uulitin ko, the pressure, double the pressure against dito sa code. Kailangan umabot na kayo sa point na doon kayo sa mas kabisado nyo talaga. Na hero pool, comfy. Kung kailangan nyo umabot sa semi-comfy type of lineup, gawin nyo na para sa side ng code. While Twisted Minds, just keep the pressure on. Maya't-mayain nyo, paramdam nyo na kayo yung defending champs, na may kita nyo yung minsan dyan lalabas na lalamang ng bahagya yung skill set ng isang mga players
Oo nga. And that would really mean a lot. And this is like a test for everyone for the side of Code Unknown and Twisted Minds. Kung paano ba nila malalagpasan yung pagsubok na ito. Knowing elimination match ito, kung sino ang matalo sa series, laglag na sa MDL. At kung sino ang manalo, magko-continue pa din ang journey nila dito. So, banning-wise, it seems like going for the same formula as we have witnessed earlier on. But the question is, will Phobius Zoshin be opened or ibaban out din naman ito? Kasi for the side of Code Unknown, Kalea yung binan-out nila, so they're forcing out another hero.
Beautiful itong mga mid bansa. Talaga, di ba, taas ang respect ng Twisted Minds talaga sa hero pool ni Ends, pushing the player back into a possible niche pick. Yung mga Kagura naman, yung Kadita. Ayun, sinasabi ko yung Fanny, huwag yung papabayaan sa draft. Naku po, na-focus masyado sa Pero, again, taas ang win rate pala. What? 87%? Yan ba yun?
Wow! Tingin ko
Taas ang win rate ng Fanny dito.
Wow.
Hindi kasi masyado binibigay. Kung ibigay, nananalo technically. Pero, Twisted Minds, ramdam ko ready sila. Right after pumik ng Fanny, kuha agad sila ng Hilda. O, tatapatan ngayon. Para tumapat sa Hilda, you need to pick Khalid. Kahit pa paano, kung kaya mong sapuhin ng Khalid. Ngayon, etong Twisted, they can go for Suyu or Moskov, a good counter actually.
Just to make sure na you'll survive the laning phase, actually that's very good. I love the Moskov laban sa isang Fanny. If mag-pick naman yung Fanny yung kalaban mo, 100% I also want to see at least one more piece of crowd control para hindi kasi pwedeng lalaban ka sa Fanny nang walang CC talaga. No? Hindi pwedeng hampasan lang, hindi ka pwedeng makipaghampasan dyan kasi hindi mo mahuhuli, hindi mo mapapatay yan ng hampas. Kailangan may crowd control talagang malupit. So I'm looking forward to seeing that from Twisted Minds.
Yes, kailangan kasi nila ng panglaban, pang-hold sa Fanny na to kung sakali, and they already have for it. But for Twisted Minds, wow!
Binigsa na kami sa laglaga.
Bigsa na agad-agad.
Ano to statement to bigsa na mo lang par.
Best picks, lahat ng naitatago nyo sa mga sa mga scrims nyo, ilabas nyo na.
Bel, makakagulo kasi sa Harit yan It's either mapilitan ka talaga mag-purify na naman sa Harit mo just to avoid yung fear ng niya or yung stun coming from that tawag doon yung golem na bumabagsak.
True sa Eternal Guard.
Yung Eternal Guard.
Tsaka biruin mo, Vexana pang tapat mo sa Fanny. Yes, walang mobility si Vexana, pero yung Terrify niya,
it works. That can work.
Yeah, it can work.
Ardot will also be a very good pick dito, no? Bigay mo na kay Nibor yung Ardot. I feel like that is a great answer sa Fanny din. Pag nahuli mo talaga yung Fanny ng isang malaking final slash, ilista mo na. Wala nang energy yan. Maglalakad na lang yan.
Balaga boom. Ito next pick, they can go for a Leomord, Guinevere, marami pang mga kung mainit.
Yes, actually sila nga pwede mag-win, no?
Hayabusa, lagay mo.
Mahirap lang ihalo. Mahirap lang hulihin yung Fanny ng win. Pati yung, yung pangalan yan. Yung Harit kasi napakalikot. Pero pag nahuli mo talaga, Leomord pa rin, hampasan pa rin kailangan nila.
Paluan talaga. Ito ang sagot nila, Foss 5 and mid laner. Phobius. Mahirap to. Pag ganito.
Mahirap yan, no?
Grabe din naman.
That's a good mid lane, Khalid is pretty good. Yeah.
Khalid just to protect yung Fanny kasi talagang aabangan ka ni, ni Hilde.
Tsaka manggugulo, lalo na dangerous grass yung mapa.
Oo.
So, yun naman yung kinakapitalize right now ng Twisted Minds. For the side of Code Unknown, very tricky. They still have the option apart from the Khalid na mag-high loss. And high loss talaga yung pipiliin nila, Valentina, for that copying and INU. And Esmeralda, panglaban sa Harit.
Actually, yan yung parang pinaka-direct counter against sa Phobius eh. No, yung Esmeralda, matagal na talaga to. Ano na yan, nakatatak na sa libro ng Mobile Legends.
Absorb the shields, make sure na hindi ka din easy target para sa isang Fanny. You should be good. Walang immediate threat dito sa Esmeralda na to.
At least nandun yung survivability. We already saw the compositions and the possible sequencing of skills. But at the end of the day, it's a matter of who will get the early control. Kasi very tricky, I would say, for especially the presence of a Fanny ni Keira na alam naman natin na super duper master niya tong hero na to. And giving it out in the first place being the priority for Code Unknown, that speaks a lot for the confidence of the super rookies.
Taas na ng confidence nila, no? I feel like you're able to just create a pretty good lineup. Hindi siya straight up answer. Hindi siya yung usual picks, by the way. Vexana here in game number 2, but it can work. It can really work. It works well with each other, pero ang problema dyan is, kamusta kaya sila on their own? So I guess din natin malaman. May Eternal Guard din naman, itong Code Unknown. So pagalingan na lang tayo ng bato siguro dito.
Men, etong Twisted Minds, they really want to win, pero may damage na silang iiwan. Men, biniksana ka sa laglagan. Yun yung parang may dagdag kurot. Sa ganyang sitwasyon, biglang po 50-50. Nasaan yung 20% kanina?
Nawala, no? Pantay kasi ganun din naman kapantay yung posibleng mangyari. Pero si Reggie,
Ganda nun,
Okay, Keira of course has full control. Flicker agad just to make sure na walang bitasan na magaganap. And that's actually the job, no? If you have a Hilda, yan, wala kang choice. Kailangan mo guluhin yung Fanny.
Oo nga. And speaking of emblem, naka-marksman emblem din itong si Keira. So that speaks a lot when it comes to the current patch that we have witnessed not only here in MDL but also in MPL. No? Nag-change kung ano yung ginagamit at yung priority na meron sila.
Gusto ko yung ginawa doon ni sumilip si Reggie. Tapos kinabledan siya dito ni Keira. Alam mo yung parang kinukulit-kulit mo yung ahas, biglang tumuklaw. Okay. Flicker run, malilikom pa.
Mapapatras ka kapag ganun, no? Kasi ayaw mo naman matuklaw ka agad-agad knowing na crucial yung magiging first turtle take. So, every teamfight initiations before the turtle would mean a lot kung sino ang makakasecure. But when it comes naman sa EXP, ang ganda din ng micros na ginagawa dito ni Nibor. Continuously poking out Nagi here para Twisted Minds would have the advantage point. Pero Reggie, ito na naman.
Ito na naman tayo. Sumasayaw-sayaw. Kasama naman si Keira looking for the target. Target locked. Locked and loaded. May laser pang kasama. Pero si Maven nagtatakbo na. Nagsisitakbuhan sila. They're all super low HP right now. Si Enz sinahabol. And that's gonna be Nibor taking Enz for first blood.
Grabe yung flicker in ni Nibor para habulin ng si Enz in the process. And just because of that factor, Twisted Minds will have the advantage sa pagkuha ng turtle. Pero at the same time, may invade na possible na mangyayaring pag-trade dito si Keira kasi mukhang hindi na siya abot. And yung blue buff dito ng Twisted Minds ay mag-spawn in now.
Pero Asu somehow winning the gold lane. They're trying to hold yung purple buff dito. Good decision for the side of Code. Kala ko i-invade na ni Keira. Pero ang ganda ng ginawa, tinago lang sa damo. Let them camp kung sakali. Nasa eskinita ka kahit wala yung purple buff. Konting galaw, kakapit kagad yung cable and may auto-regen kasi yun eh. Once na kumakapit yung pangalawang cable mo, mukhang lilikuan nila. I-invade etong si Keira.
Magandang gantihan to. Ginagawa nila ngayon sinasabayan and trying to go for the purple. And secure pa rin naman nitong si Matt. Pero this time, Reggie, no hesitation whatsoever sa kanyang Hilda. Takes down the Fanny.
Wow, yan din naman kasi yung trabaho ni Reggie at yung sidestep. Oh, grabe naman yung sidestep na yun ni Reggie para maiwasan yung threat nila Maven ends in the process. And that's a phenomenal job for Reggie, just spotting on Kera continuously because they know kapag napabayaan itong Fanny na ito, then dun madedehado ang side ng Twisted Minds.
Actually, swerte pa nga sila, hindi pa naman na-invade yung purple, no? Yung Fanny. Hindi pa siya nade-deprive ng purple buff. So, si Reggie humahampas pero hindi naman siya totally binabuli.
Ano lang, pinaparamdam pa lang. Pinaparamdam pa lang. Ang maganda lang kasi nakaabang yung mga members dito ng Twisted Minds Rough World eh. They really know the kit of Fanny dahil si Matt din kasi Fanny user eh. Kaya alam din nila na pag kumukol din dito si Matt, alam niya, tol walang energy yan ha. Pwedeng bigyan niya, pwede mong habulin yan. And we all know na once na nakuha ka agad, they have the number, the cooldown netong buff na meron neto si Kera. Magandang harang coming from the side of Team Code.
Stop! Nagi! Trying to get hunted down here by Twisted Minds. Nahuli. Parang kung sino yung nasa harap, ready silang kumampas, ready silang pumaslang. Pero with the Heptasis, may damage na yata dito si Kera. Trying to sharpen the blades. And mukhang makukuha niya ang target niya. Taken down by Nibor though. And again, the knock of the Only Chain CC coming in from Code. Looking light. Tumatama na ang plano dito ng Code Unknown.
Gumagana na yung plano nila and hindi pa basta makuha dahil si Sir Matt na doon sa taas.
May ganti naman yan with that Leo board. Good amount of damage. Mahirap din siyang sabayan na makipaghampasan. Hindi, especially pag tumatayo lang. Ang talino ng ginawa niya doon sa totoo lang, hindi siya nag-dash. He didn't use any of his skills para hindi mag-proc yung Hobius. What a beautiful play from Matt. Talagang nakita mo talaga yung experience niya.
Mastery and of course the knowledge when it comes to the Thank you for that.
Ayun na par.
Nice assist.
Regalo lang para kay Azu, no?
Pasok ka na sa Big Four.
Random nun.
Pero again guys, nakita na natin na somehow kumukuha ng kumpiyansa yung Code nararamdaman ko kay Kere. On how Kera jumping against Reggie or even kay Nivor, yun yung gusto ko. Nagpaparamdam pa rin na it's not over. I still have the damage. I can do some cable dance. And maganda rin yung backup na ginagawa dito ni Nagi.
Actually, for me, it's not just like confidence lang. Parang distraction kasi yung si Kera. Oo. So right now, Nagi though, like hindi man lang nakagalaw. Grabe naman.
Nags! What went wrong to Nags?
Si Nags.
Si Nags medyo delix para kay Nagi. Ngayon pwedeng ikutan. Eto si Azu. For the next 30 seconds, merong turtle. Hinahanda natin, yung tingnan nyo sa minimap they're clearing the waves very quick to secure etong turtle placement. Ay!
Bush check. Ayan from Boss Matt. Nakikipaghampasan ngayon sa isang body. Muntikan pa.
Grabe, na-proc lang din yung retry ni Sir Matt habang si Kera ay may retry pa. Pero si Nibor, grabe din naman. Nibor si Nibor dahil sa kanyang initiations.
Bibiro yung
pathway.
Nibor ngayon
Sundot.
There's gonna be a flicker committed. That's a full commit onto the kill. And they take out Pin. Mukhang hindi pa yata tapos maghahabulan pa. Here comes Sir Matt with the battle speed. And they're gonna go and make a play. Kumpul-kumpul na naman pero malayo yung body nila. And Maven goes down. Hindi nakatulong pa ang blades ng body na to.
Grabe yung initiation. Earlier on, it was supposed to be on the hands of Code Unknown. But then Twisted Minds forced a team fight that turned the tides around to their favor at sila pa din ang nakakuha ng turtle. May plano pa rin in-invade ang blue buff ni Fanny. Pero the question is, kaya ba bang depensahan ng Code Unknown? Dahil tingnan mo, nakuhanan. Ito na yung sinasabi natin. Def when it comes to the Fanny.
Given actually na nakakuha na sila dito ng last turtle sa ating laro. Pupuruhan na nila to. Etong Fanny dito
Target
na magkakaroon ng open up. Basag ng Torre sa kanilang nilang gilid. Ngayon kailangan sumama na rin dito ni Azu. Dahil ito na yung pinaka somehow after 5 minutes kahit papaano may item ka, the team needs damage sa ganyan sitwasyon.
Tama, kailangan niya damage. Sobrang crucial din pag, again, yung mga Zaman Force mong ganyan, please lang, i-conserve mo for later. Kasi si Keira ngayon is gonna be a little bit busy with multiple members of Twisted Mind Rough World.
Wow. I like that Vin didn't hesitate to go in for that Eternal Guard para lang baka sakaling mahuli dito si Keira. Pero Twisted Mind still going in for that team fight, continuously poking out the code unknown just to ensure that they can go for it.
Ako, Dark Wave. Napabagal naman ang galaw dito at ang abante ni Sir Matt. Pero si Nibor, sasaluhin ang sakit ng harif ni Asu.
Zaman Force.
Papatras, and looks like with the falling star moon, makakatakas pa rin naman habang busy din naman ang kabilang dako from Twisted Minds na umaatake kay Keira. Tumama ba ang SOD? Looks like it will connect and looks like makahanap siya ng target. Maven going down without a fight. Eds has to make a run for the hills as well. And looks like, naku, ito na naman tayo. Kinukuha na naman yung purple buff. Ni Keira.
Nako po, ito na yung sinasabi natin. Continuously getting the blue buff of a Fanny. Dahil doon, that would make Twisted Minds at an advantage point when it comes to this Lord take.
Nakita natin yung galaw mismo ng Twisted Minds Rafford, they're really locked in dito sa game number 2. Mapansin mo, una, balikan ko lang yung kanina nasa gilid, etong si Keira. Sa damo, binato ka agad yung Eternal Guard ni Vin kahit wala siyang vision. Next, yung sa mid, sumilip lang ng konti si Nagi, Phantom Steed pinap, they're going in for the kill. So talagang they're putting a lot of pressure against Code na wag nang pabueluhin.
Sabay-sabay na combos and one poke combo lang nakalahati, lagpas kalahati ang nawala sa buhay ni Maven.
Ayan na.
Boss Matt nananakot gamit ang Phantom Steed, forces the Zaman Force mula kay Asu. And that's gonna be another defense, pero habang nangyayari yun, West is on the side. Code, sabi nila, tama na, magsama-sama na muna tayo. It's getting a little dangerous out there. Take this! And looks like dahil nga dyan, Reggie and Ibor, full force silang depensa doon sa purple area.
Grabe din naman kasi Twisted Minds already has a priority, but just look at this 1v1. Uy, Reggie!
Boom! There you go, the threat, the bane of the existence nito. SOD tumama pa from West. Pero of course, he's low, hindi naman yata niya ipipilit yon. Pero naiisa-isa na ang mga miyembro dito ng Code.
Grabe, agaw blue buff na naman sa side ng Code Unknown. Hindi nila papahinga itong si Keira. They wouldn't even give enough space for Keira to flourish in this game. But just look at the poking mechanisms coming in from Nibor. Napakasakit.
Lord lang ang kasama niya. Sumabog naman ang Lord, pero the damage has been done. Na-clear na yung minion waves dito. Napakatapak na ngayon ni Nibor. Kaya nang lumaban ng 1v2 kasama lang ang ilang mga minions. And kita mo naman, kumuuna na din yung Esmeralda na to.
Makikita natin. Look at that gold grab. Palalim ng palalim ang side dito sa kalamangan ng Twisted Minds. The items are good, but yung execution dito ng Twisted Minds Rough World, ito yung literal na nasa ibang mundo sila. Ang gaspang against Code right now. They're trying to figure out They're trying to go for a clash. Kumukuha sila sana ng mga potential pick-off. Pero hindi talaga kaya sa ngayon Look at Keira on that 2-4. You have the 2 kills out of 4 kills ng total ng team nyo. Pahirapan pa yan. Yung nakuha niyang isang kill, nakuha din siya right after Yun yung clash around sa Lord or Turtle Pit area. Yan yung nahihirapan dito ang side ng Team Code. Ang pwede nilang gawin somehow, yung classic na split push na isang Fanny. Going for a kill. The burst!
Si Reggie hindi din tatagal. I think na-underestimate nila yung firepower doon ng Code Unknown. It's gonna be a 4v5, so may konting opening tayo dito. Matt,
Phantom Steed,
secure na secure pa rin siya doon sa purple na yan.
Si Nagi!
Si Nagi mapapa-flicker na palayo. Jumping in to try to go for the save, pero looks like that's gonna be 2 down. Laban sa Twisted Mind. Keira is down. Si West nagwawala na sa kanyang Moskov. And lack of minions will save this turret. Pero si Nems na lang ang natitira.
Grabe, dyan na ako sa loob, par. Wala nang lalabas dito.
Grabe,
Ayan na. They're really feeling it.
Ramdam na ng Twisted Minds yung game na to.
Oh no, may minions.
Going in for the GG push ha. Papasag ng Torres sa gitna. Tutuluyan din yung top. Lahat ng direksyon. Summon force nila pa. Going in for the defense. Natuluyan si Ins.
What? Grabe na naman kasi we didn't expect it. Not only did Twisted Minds get the lore, but they also got ends in the process. May time pa naman mag-respawn dito si ends, but the question is, the supposedly structure that Code has, parang na-decode siya ng Twisted Minds and they're currently twisting it in according to their favor. Nahihirapan na rumisponde ang Code Unknown because of the economic gap. And with this, Asu will try, but just look at Deborah.
Kunat.
Really sandbagging that damage.
Sinalo yung buong team. Grabe ka din. Ganun na katindi ang Twisted Minds right now with an 11k gold lead. May
Conceal,
Lord pa sa gitna. Conceal na gamit na. West looking for an opening. Nabinigay naman ngayon ni Tibor. And there you go. Asu trying his very best to dish out damage gamit yung Zaman Force. Pero sobrang dami na talagang target. And it's Twisted Minds with a 2-0. Laban sa Code Unknown.
Defending champs. Putting a lot of pressure against that super rookies. Iba pagpasok dito sa playoffs. Nakita na natin yung draft, execution, lahat ng elements technically lumabas para sa side dito ng Twisted Minds. Yung pag-punish sa sobrang small details lumalabas eh. Even malaman lang nila yung cooldown or yung timer ng mga buff, automatic, kinoconnect nila right after nila makakuha dito ng turtle. To addition to that, yung textbook counter against dun sa Phobius ni Nagi. That is an Esmeralda na hindi mo pwede questionin. You have the shield plus that Harit. Kinumbine mo yung masayang kuha na ng Harit, Phobius. Ay, sabi ni Nibor, okay, binigay niyo yung mga shield nyo, lagay lang natin Esmeralda. One hero countered out, 2 heroes dito agad ng Code Unknown.
And that really speaks a lot kasi kita naman natin how Nivor confidently goes in the base. Alam niya na kaya niyang sustain yung damage just because of that factor. And for the side of Twisted Minds, I also like na yung hindi nila binigyan talaga ng espasyo dito si Keira at alam nila yung threat, nire-respeto nila yung mastery ni Keira. Kaya ganun din yung nagiging ikot ng Twisted Minds to somehow limit and hinder that threat from flourishing, from happening in the first place. Kumbaga, they already have a foresight, they already foresaw what will happen, and that's why they already have countermeasures para tapatan yung ganun na scenarios.
Whew. Grabe. Ang bilis din ng game na to. I think this is surprising kasi usually Fannies at this point should be really scary pa. Very early on. Pero talagang bilang mo yung number of of purple buff na kinuha talaga ng Twisted Minds. Alam nila na without the purple buff, the Fanny just really has a hard time getting the kills done. So big kudos dito sa Twisted Minds. So na-realize nila yung biggest win condition dito ng Code Unknown. Yung possible na sinabi mo, yung split push na Fanny, hindi na din pinayagan.
Hindi pinayagan. Kasi si Reggie pala, talagang hinahabol siya di ba? Kung hindi man niya masasalubong ng on the spot, hinahat niya kung saan dadaan. Several times na nangyari. Plus, yung si Vin, yung kanyang crowd control, sobrang against do sa Fanny ni Keira dito. Pero ito ang ating MVP, si Sir Matt, with a 7-0-11, 86% kill participation. Talagang convinced na ako dun sa marksman base emblem para sa mga Leo Mord ngayon. Pagka winasiwas ka, they tried to go for a duel dun sa top di ba? Si Matt versus Keira. Pero alam kasi ni Matt hindi, nakadesign tong hero na to. Let's go for 1v1. Kaya kong daanin yung cable mo sa palo Plus that endless battle. iba yung sustain capability.
At saka, as a funny user, Sir Matt already knows and can predict kung ano yung galaw ni Keira. Kaya malaking factor din na yung mga scenarios like yung 1v1 na na-witness natin earlier on. Pero in terms of rotation, it's mostly centralized in the river area kasi nandun din naman lahat ng mga objective taking. And for Sir Matt, he also contributes sa mga team fights, and of course yung pinaka-popular creep in the land of Dawn, the blue buff of Keira na parati nilang dinadalawan every time there's an opportunity to steal it in the first place.
Ito, dito natin makikita, they start feeling it nun simula na nag-level 4. Technically si Matt, hindi na niya pinahinga yung kanyang Phantom Steed. Then of course, yung draft itself kay Nibor. Si Nibor, kahit alam niya na masyado siyang malalalim, hindi man niya mapapatay agad-agaran. Pero kasi yung idea niya, I'm going to hold you, gugulo-guluhin ko lang kayo up until dumating yung kakampi. O, di ba? Nakakuha sila ng isa, pero right after that, natatluhan or nadalawahan pa kayo sa ganyang sitwasyon.
Yeah, again, sabi mo kanina, nangyari pa to sa isang game na may Vixen. Pinigsana pa sila nung game number 2 and apparently, sobrang effective pala talaga. Hindi din basta-basta madive despite having a Fanny on the lineup, sobrang crucial. And I guess nakalimutan natin kung gaano ka-efficient yung Eternal Guards. AOG setup, tsaka yung mga sumasabog-sabog na passive ng Vex. Ang hapdi.
Oo nga, tsaka kumbaga may Lord ka na nga, may mini Lord ka pang kasama. So, todong push ang pwedeng magawa doon ng Twisted Minds, and thus they were able to do the sweep against the super rookies and still have a chance to defend their throne.
The execution, draft, it all goes para sa side dito ng Twisted Minds. Iba pa rin talaga pag yung depending or pag may experience ka sa ganyang sitwasyon. Alam nyo kung paano nyo gawa ng paraan, alam nyo kung paano laruin. And isa sa mga magandang binibitaw dito talaga, meron pa sila nakatagong Vixen. I don't know kung part talaga yon.
Gulat ako kasi game 2 pa lang, tas nasa Vex tayo. Usually pag ano yun, di ba? Pag wala ka ng no choice.
Pag wala ka na talaga no choice yun. Pero ramdam mo kasi yung performance nila nung game 1. Mapifeel mo na, dito kahit anong bigay mo sa akin.
Okay lang, parang ganun.
Ganun yung level nila, yung aura nila kanina. Kasi right after manalo ng game 1, nakita nga natin nakataas pa yung sobrang relax. Maglaro.
Tsaka yung kumot, diba, nandoon pa sa relaxed position na pinag-uusapan natin. So that goes to show how confident Twisted Minds are when it comes to facing off Code Unknown. They already decoded kung ano ba yung code na pinapresenta ng super rookies natin. And all I can say, napakagandang season for the rookies. They have showcased to us what it means to continuously step up and prove themselves here sa league.
Hindi na talaga kasi sila bago Matagal na rin talaga itong mga player. Inuulit-ulit natin yung experience really showed up sa ganyang sitwasyon. Ganito palang kaliit si Reggie noon Nakakas ko na.
Ay, ganun ba?
Ganito kaliit pala si Reggie Na-shoutcast ko na even Team Payaman pa siya noon Noon. Sobrang
Nakatawa din kasi yung yung MPL XP din. Gamit din talaga nila West, nila Sir Matt, si Nibor. So, I think lahat ng XP nila talagang nag-combine na and talagang nakakatakot talaga tignan tong mga players. Especially when they get into the groove, Again, it's a nice, I guess, it's a nice revenge din for them kasi tinalo din sila ng tinalo din sila ng code nung unang pagkikita nila. Again, congratulations pa rin to Code for reaching this far. I would say that's a big achievement.
Yes.
Na nawala ka na, tumasok ng play-ins ng walang loss.
Walang loss.
It's really interesting.
And mabigat yun para sa rookie. And yung wins nila, hindi rin basta-basta yung mga teams na nakalaban nila. Pero ito, ang ating winner for our third series, the defending champs, ang Twisted Minds, Rough World. Guys, dinig nyo ba kami? Wala silang mic?
Ayun. Pero sumagot si Matt, sabi niya, opo, pero hindi natin sila rinig.
Dinig nyo kami, pero hindi namin kayo dinig.
Okay, wait lang, ayusin natin.
Papayos lang natin ng audio. Si Madam K kasi, hindi inaayos yung mic
Biglang ganun eh.
Nandiyan pa ba si Madam K? Oo, di ba?
Ayun!
Oh, ayun! Isa na yan sa mga pinakamatatanda sa esports. Shoutout sa'yo, Madam K. Ano na yan eh? Ilan? 52 na ata yan si Madam K.
Ay,
Easy ka lang.
Grabe.
Oh, hintay lang natin.
Baliktad.
Oo, 25.
25.
Ayun! Okay. Ano? Dinig na. Anyway guys, again congratulations sa Twisted Minds. Rafford, sobrang solid ng performance nyo. First question ko sa inyo guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, gaano kayo ka-confident na kaya nyo madepensahan or para sa inyo pa rin itong MDL Season 7?
100 pa, 100.
Yun, no?
Solid.
100 out of 10.
Yan ang confidence.
Oo.
Real quick questions. Nandiyan ba si Nibor? Nakita ko kayo ni Nibor naglabas ng malupit na stickeran doon sa babae. Na-miss mo na ba yan, no? Miss mo daw yung mga Raiders?
Sakto lang.
Sa ano mas gusto mo? Sa Raiders o dyan sa mga tropa mo ngayon sa Twisted?
Dito bukas lang. Sige, matapali ka na sa coach.
Nice one.
Ayun, at saka for Twisted, we have playoff secured na kayo. So, para sa inyo, ano ba sa tingin nyo yung mga aspects na kailangan nyo pang improve at bakit? Lalo't-lalo na yung mga naghihintay na teams right now sa semifinals ay, alam naman natin, very prominent and strong teams, contenders din dito sa season na to.
Siguro kailangan namin i-improve lalo yung chemistry namin, pati yung gigil namin.
Yun.
Pati feel ko mas pinahirapan lang kami ng maibalik yung prime namin
Maibalik yung prime. Ayun. One loss pa rin naman naman sila. So I think very much malapit pa rin naman sa dulo. Okay, as Twisted Minds, parang natanggal nyo na yung code unknown, no? Malaking boost sa inyo for sure. Pero sino yung susunod yung tingin yung magiging mahirap kalaban?
Sa tingin po namin, di po kasi kami natingin sa kalaban Kahit sino kalaban namin, gagawin na tayo.
Basic.
Wala.
Sagot ng boss mat ko.
Wala silang actually wala silang kaba, walang daga sa dibdib, mga pusong leon.
Yun.
Anyway guys, any shoutout sa mga supporters, sa family, friends, or sa manager? Ayan, any shoutout sa gusto yung banggitin ngayon?
Shoutout po kay Boss Speed, tsaka kay Boss Wag, kay Boss Dre, tsaka po sa lahat ng sumusuporta po sa family ko, kay Boss Dom din po sa ulit na mag-suporta sa lahat po.
Ayan,
Sa magulang po daw ng mga teammates ko, shoutout din.
Ano yan?
Ano ulit?
Sa mga teammates ko, ayaw nila magsalita.
Baka sa playoffs. Yun.
Baka
Lahat pagsasalitain sa playoffs, no? Okay, isa-isa. Okay.
Si Reggie, uli ko nakita ng salita to, mga 2022 pa Again guys, this is our defending champ winning ang kanilang serye. Congratulations, Twisted Minds, Rafford. Shoutout sa'yo, Madam K dyan. Alagaan mo yung mga bata dyan. Ayan, peace.
Peace sign.
Nakita na natin kung paano sila nag-perform. The draft itself, yung aura nila. That is a scary Twisted Minds, Rafford. Kasi they're winning, pero they're not surprised.
Yep.
Diba? Yung steady nila na nag-start up until manalo, parang regular day.
Chillings.
Chill
we're just
lang.
here to win.
Literally nakaangat yung paa.
Siesta win.
Wow.
Galing, magaling.
Again, congratulations, Twisted Minds. Meron pa tayong huling serye at yan ay mapapanood nyo sa pagbabalik ng MDL Philippines Season 7.
Malamang matutuwa na naman ang mga bata at matatanda niyan!
Maglaro tayo, di kami patatalo. Maski duo o trio, kahit 5 man pa kayo. Kahit pa sabay-sabay, ang kalaban sasablay. Kung mag-rank ang pambilis, sure na wipe out! Get out! Pili na ng lane at mag-pick ka na ng hero. Sa mid lane galingan mo, pag nag-ulti dapat sakto. Push na ang turret, ready to attack the Lord. Para ube, summer bonding na ng todo. Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Natali! Sige, push mo! Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Natali! Sige, push mo!
O ano? Sasali ba kayo? Lahat ay masaya. Pwede dito kahit sino. Nasaan ka man, nasa bahay o trabaho, pwede niyong laruin to.
Success pag tayo ay panalo! Appear, disappear, one hop, one court, one court, one hop, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one hop, one court, one court, one hop, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one hop, one court, one court, one hop, disappear, appear. Appear, disappear, one hop, one court, one court, one hop, disappear, appear. Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Natali! Sige, push mo! Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Natali! Sige, push mo! Get out!
Realme 16 Series 5G.
I'm out of Kasawa. I'm a designer. I always be getting some inspiration from my everyday life. I feel urban perspective, world is chaotic. We need order. Touch, the UI already touching everything. Touch means we can feel everything. We call it design sensibility. That is the meaning of touching. Human function is focused to be live. You cannot really live without any good telephone. This is one of the great mobile phone I designed. Really fit your fashion and life. I hope everybody like it.
Realme 16 Series 5G.
Different shades, different moods, but somehow we just click. We all move through life differently, chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color? Hey, where's your safe place? A place where ideas ignite, where laughter lingers, where work feels light. This is mine, and I'm not gatekeeping it. A chair isn't just a chair. It carries me through wins, through setbacks, through every step forward. And a desk isn't just a desk. It rises with me, stands tall when I do. Through triumphs, through trials, this space keeps me growing. This is my safe place. Home, playground, grounds where I stand. This is TT Racing Home Grounds. For every dream I chase, every battle I face, TT Racing has my back. So I'll ask again, where's your safe place?
O ano mga girls, may bago na naman tayo ha. Malamang matutuwa na naman ang mga bata at matatanda niyan.
Maglaro tayo, di kami patatalo. Maski duo o trio, kahit 5 man pa kayo. Kahit pasabay-sabay, ang kalaban sasablay. Kung mag-rank ang pambilis, sure na wipe out! Get out! Pili na ng lane, at mag-pick ka na ng hero. Sa mid lane galingan mo, pag nag-ulti dapat sakto. Push na ang turret, ready to attack the Lord. Tara ube, summer bonding na ng todo. Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Nadali! Sige, push mo! Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Nadali! Sige, push mo!
O ano, sasali ba kayo? Lahat ay masaya, pwede dito kahit sino. Nasaan ka man, nasa bahay o trabaho, pwede niyong laruin to.
Success pag tayo ay panalo! Appear to be one half, one fourth, one fourth, one half. Disappear, appear. Appear to be one half, one fourth, one fourth, one half. Disappear, appear. Appear to be one half, one fourth, one fourth, one half. Disappear, appear. Appear to be one half, one fourth, one fourth, one half. Disappear, appear.
Laro, laro, laro.
Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Nadali! Sige, push mo!
Laro, laro, laro.
Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Nadali! Sige, push mo! Get out!
Realme 16 Series 5G.
I'm Naoto Fukasawa. I'm a designer. I always be getting some inspiration from my everyday life. I feel urban perspective, world is chaotic. We need order. touch. The UI already touching everything. Touch means we can feel everything. We call it design sensibility. That is the meaning of touching. Human function is focused to be live. You cannot really live without any good telephone. This is one of the great mobile phone I designed. Really fit your fashion and the life. I hope everybody like it.
Realme 16 Series 5G.
Different shades, different moods, but somehow we just click. We all move through life differently, chasing dreams, finding calm, and growing in our own ways. For some, their energy burns brightest when they play. For others, calm is where their focus finds its rhythm. And for a few, growth simply happens when the mind is at ease. But even in our differences, we're all connected by the things that hold us steady or have our backs. No matter the hue, there's a color that feels like you. So let me ask you this. What's your color? Hey, where's your safe place? A place where ideas ignite, where laughter lingers, where work feels light. This is mine, and I'm not gatekeeping it. A chair isn't just a chair. It carries me through wins, through setbacks, through every step forward. And a desk isn't just a desk. It rises with me, stands tall when I do. Through triumphs, through trials, this space keeps me growing. This is my safe place. Home, playground, grounds where I stand. This is TT Racing Home Grounds. For every dream I chase, every battle I face, TT Racing has my back. So I'll ask again, where's your safe place?
magiging serye ang nakahain ngayong araw na to para sa ating MDL Philippines Season 7. Kami pa rin mga kasama nyo, Prof B. Kasama ko walang iba kundi si Rockheart and syempre si Gretchen.
Grabe, no? Ito, sobrang intense masyado ang bigat sa loob nung nakakang mga serye. Dito muna tayo sa walang laglagan portion.
Tama. And pag-usapan
Tama, diba?
natin, no? Tama, walang
laglagan.
Walang
Safe,
laglagan,
Evas.
pero importante pa rin ang laban.
Oo.
Para sa dalawang team na to. Itong the ONIC uprising, technically, with a high expectation sa team na to. They are the veterans, pero hindi natin sila maramdaman nung mga unang linggo. Ito ngayon, binabanggit natin, rising of the ONIC uprising. At last, despite na nasa bottom sila nung regular season versus those, plus those high expectation, sila ngayon ay bumabalik. Not to mention, sila rin ang nagpadala dun sa laglagang portion yesterday laban sa code na natanggal na from that recent series.
Oh,
Yeah, that was a really close series din. Hindi lang dahil nag-3 games yun, pero I feel like yung sa draft, talagang parehong batak na batak eh. I was very impressed by the draft yesterday of ONIC uprising. But aside from that, yung execution nila talagang top tier pa rin. Pinakita nila na gamay nila ang yung communication issues na binabati ko sa kanila nung unang mga linggo ng MPL Philippines, tila na wala naman na.
Oo nga eh. Kumbaga, we have seen a different ONIC uprising ever since they have entered the play-ins. In contrast to their previous performance for the group stage, ibang-iba ang ONIC talaga. And all I can say, pretty excited to see on what we have in store for today.
At itong ONIC uprising ay haharapin ng Marshall Mayhem. Ang kanilang lineup, ang team na sinesemento ang status na sila ang most improved. We have Nuts Gods, Lalush, Aizawa, Manila Boy, Yuk, TZ. Anong feel mo sa ONIC uprising ulit dito, Rock?
Yeah, feels a lot better now. Especially with the performance of Lalush kahapon nung talaga namang gigil. Ramdam na ramdam ko yung passion ni Lalush dito. Especially on heroes like the Leomord. I feel like naging mas maganda yung communication ng mid-trio din nila, Aizawa and Manila Boy. Definitely up to par na. And I think I'm expecting a lot of chip gameplay, and this is one of those teams na pwedeng magamit yon.
Yeah, definitely iba yung performance. Segundahan ko na actually yung mga red 3 on point, yung mga red 3 neto ni Lalush. Kung merong player na kailangan din talaga nilang matyagan, pati rin si Aizawa dahil nga nabanggit niya na gusto niyang ibalik yung unkillable status na mage. Which is sabi niya malapit na para sa pagbabalik ng ganyang linyahan. Ang makakaharap ng ONIC uprising walang iba kundi ang Marshall Mayhem.
And of course, the Iloilo Pride really showcasing their best. Lalo't-lalo na we have Lostoy, Keanu, Wendell, Clarence, Nicolette na nagpakitang gilas from yesterday's match. At ngayon, kakaharapin nila ang ONIC uprising. All I can say is, dito natin masusubukan yung previous experience din ng Marshall Mayhem ever since they have entered Season 4.
Yep.
Now facing Season 7, napakaganda din ng pag-aarangkada niya and how they were able to adapt things accordingly.
This is the first time na makakapasok ang Marshall Mayhem sa playoffs simula nung sumali sila ng Season 4. Though matagal na sila sa mga ganitong sitwasyon na sumasali sa tournament, pero yung mapunta ka or makapasok ka sa playoffs, ibang level. And this is the first time as well that we will fly a team from Iloilo papunta dito sa Manila.
Sa Manila nga ba?
Yan.
Yun.
At padadala natin sa Iloilo si Gretchen.
Swap!
Yan.
Swap lang.
Kailangan may collateral.
Ikaw na muna yung Gretch. Bobotohan kami. Sino boto si Gretchen
Kuha tayo
padadala?
ng 5 doon. Alam ka namang walang maiwan doon. Siyempre kailangan may maiwan doon.
Ikaw na yung Gretch. Para
Ganun
sa
pala.
take one for the team.
Okay lang, bakasyon naman.
Sige na nga. Basta libre.
Matik. Sagot ni Miss Jeff.
Okay lang yun. Worth.
Ang key to victory ng Onyx Uprising. Fuel and ignite the uprising.
Kasi revolution na to eh. Ito na ang revolution ng Onyx sa totoo lang kasi all in na sila dito. I can really tell na parang nag-hands in na. Simula nung actually nung week 3. Week 3 pa lang parang ramdam ko na. Aha! This is the Onyx I was waiting for. Nung bagong pasok sa MDL, I was waiting for like the execution of this lineup. Specifically, their veteran wilds. Gusto ko yung makita yung mga veteran moves nila and I was actually really impressed. Especially nung kinakas natin yung games nila.
Konting sindi lang pala sa Mitche. Pagka talagang nagsunod-sunod na we cannot deny na kailangan lang may trigger factor. Siguro may isang part na lang din na sila Lush kasi bago. 'Di ba sa lineup nila. So it really takes time bago mag-glue in yung chemistry nitong Onyx Uprising and para naman sa keys to victory ng Martial Mayhem, ito po para sa kanila ang Strike Back with Poisonous Mayhem.
In English lang yun.
English lang.
Okay.
Kasi technically for Martial Mayhem, ever since Season 4, they have been known for bringing out poisonous drafts, poisonous executions. Kaya with this match, all I can say is they have to keep up that momentum at haluan nila ng chaos. Kumbaga, in every chaos, they would also capitalize on the opportunities, that silver lining na makikita nila para at least makalamang lalo na ang Onyx Uprising patuloy nag-rise sa mga performances nila ever since yesterday.
Actually, itong dalawang team na to, mabigat na rin. Itong series na ito. Nakita natin kung paano nag-perform yesterday. Itong dalawang teams, they really did well with regards to execution, sa draft. Yung pressure, hindi mo rin naman naramdaman kahit na umabot sa game number 3. Pero ang pinaka-base foundation ng dalawang team na to, sila yung humarap up to game number 3. Pareho sila marunong mag-adjust. Here we are, our head-to-head match stats. We have Aisawa for Onyx Uprising versus Windel for Martial Mayhem.
And of course, yung difference lang naman between these mid laners is for the side of Martial Mayhem, during the group stages, siniswitch pa nila si Cinderella and papalitan nila si Windel. But right now, si Windel na yon ang haharap. Kaya it also affected the current stats that we're also seeing. But also for the side of Onyx Uprising, we cannot deny the veterancy of Aizawa. We all know that ever since the start of MDL, nandito na siya, nagpapakitang gilas, and that also reflects kung paano yung nagiging execution niya sa mga top heroes na naka-indicate sa side niya. We have the Kimi and mostly burst type and team initiators yung nakikita natin area control that really helps for the side of Onyx Uprising to get on objectives.
Alam mo, tinitignan ko yung kanika nila mga top heroes. Lagi talaga may ibang isa lang no? Yung mga ganyan. Meron na ba tayo nakitang head-to-head na magkamukha talaga?
Wala pa naman.
Meron talagang distinctive hero na maglalagay This one, yung Lilia versus a Farsa. Yun yung changes. Pero mas madalas na natin nakikita ang Lilia, ngunit may magandang performance a while ago on that Barca.
Actually, Lilia getting prio pick in game number 1s here for our matches so far. I would say na nagsisemento na din slowly ng usage ng or yung variety rather sa mid lane natin. And I think that's very important. Kasi medyo nagsawa din ako nung time na puro Eve lang So okay na din to. Hindi na din masama na we're getting better variety. And I think people are discovering now, lakas pala nito. Kasi wala namang major na binago talaga. It feels like it's just a really good answer, especially sa mga lineups that have that chip, that have a lot of death ball compositions. Diba? Yung mga mahilig kumamit ng mga death ball na yan. Sige, magkumpul-kumpulan kayo dyan. And that's why I really like seeing that, Lilia. And I think may mga hindi pa na-explore Sinubukan ng mga teams natin explore ngayon yung Valier.
Yan.
Okay naman. 50-50 ba?
Situational. More on doon tayo.
50-50 naman tayo.
Additional din.
Situational din talaga yung
slowly.
Para ma-pick mo nga isang Valier. They're going on their textbook draft with regards removing Freya, Fredrin. May open pa na glue or even Fanny na pwedeng tanggalin dalawang team.
Oo nga eh. And
Focus
at the
pa.
same time, Fovius Eve, there are still options for Coach Noyes to ban out accordingly. Pero dahil sila ang prio pick, ang first pick, it really boils down kung ano ba yung gusto nilang i-trade off for the side of Onica pricing kasi hindi natin maiwasan na may ma-open at ma-open dyan. It really boils down kung anong lason ba yung gusto nilang kunin at yung lason na willing silang ibigay sa kabilang side.
Like, yung flavor nila dito, I think more, they're removing offensive options. So I feel like ang gusto nila dito is medyo glass cannon din. Gusto tinatanggal nila yung mga malalakas mampas agad na magic, yung Harley, yung Zushin. So I feel like medyo mag-risky-wisky na naman nga yung Martial Mayhem dito.
Gumagana rin naman kasi talaga sa kanila yung mga ganyan style. Ngayon, last man for the side, Fovius.
Marcel. Marcel is open for Martial Mayhem kung gusto nilang i-take yun. Kasi nakita naman natin si Clarence ginagamit din ang prio na yun. And here we have it. Marcel ang ita-trade off dito ng Onyx Uprising.
Kasi nung Marcel Mayhem nga eh.
Oo.
Marcel Mayhem,
Kaya
malapit.
pala.
Wala nang
Kaya
maisip.
Ka-level na lang yun Never,
Never give up.
never give up. Ka-level. Okay, I love it, Rock. Sabi sa'yo eh.
Kasi kahapon first pick din yata nila nung game 1 eh. Tama ba?
Yep.
Hindi ko maalala na patay tayo dyan.
Pero we have
gahalo-halo din
Arlit.
may laro. Ganda nito. Kasi yung if you have a Harry, bad trip pag may Phobius sa kalaban.
Oo nga. Pero a direct counter actually, you have the distance, invest for the late game. A Claude, meron pa Suyo. Technically, pwede nilang ilabas ang Suyo dito kung sakali man. Or even a Leomord that can capitalize. That is the Suyo. Ngayon, that is the next question. Are they going in for that Leomord? Or kukuha pa sila muna ng mid ni Aizawa?
Alright, so I think Aizawa has such a really massive minion pool. They have massive hero pools. I don't think they need to prio that. Kahit kaya yata magban pa yung dito si Martial Mayhem dito. I think Aizawa will be fine. So yes, mid lane nito I think also needs a lot of range kasi tatlong melee hero technically yung hawak mo ngayon. Ang hirap i-control niyan, ang hirap kumontes sa mga objectives pag puro harapan lang kayo. Wala pa nga kayong chip, di ba? Wala kayong option ng chip.
They can actually remove the Lilia against Aizawa or even Eve na isa sa mga trademark hero ni Aizawa dito. Fourth ban for the side of Team Onyx, and we are glue.
Ayun.
Ang daming alala eh. We are glue.
Ayun. Oo, kasi may mga little Patricks pa yun, di ba?
Oo nga.
Sa side naman ng Martial Mayhem, mostly focusing their attention right now, apart from Manila Boy, meron pang Aizawa. So, very tricky kasi wala pa rin mid lane ang Martial Mayhem. So, kung magbaban out sila ng mid lane, sila din ang mauubusan ng hero. Kasi first pick right now ang Onyx Uprising sa second phase. So, very tricky. Kaya, better to be safe than sorry. Mostly limiting na lang ang roamers or potential hero pools ni Manila Boy para at least nandun pa rin yung a lot of options for the mid lane.
Yeah, pwede tayo actually dito. Pwede tayo mag-mid contest dito with Lilia. I still think that we'll have a good job here if may kahit na magnobarya kaya dito. Ganun kalawak yung hero pool ngayon. Tapos may mga nagbibigsa na pa. Naku, ang daming nabubuksan para sa playoffs.
Actually, ang ganda-gandang start ng ng playoffs. Ngayon, they remove. Ayun na, inalis na. Si Lilia. Next, maaaring atakihin ng Khalid. For the side dito ng Martial Mayhem, they can remove a Khalid or even a Hilda.
Tama.
Kung sakali man na pwedeng ilapag dito. Pero tingin ko Khalid, yun ang pinakamagandang alisin muna.
Yep. Obviously, good din ako if a Cho gets picked up. Honestly, ang saya ding makitang magamit yung Cho kanina to a very good effect. And I feel like Cho underrated in lineups that have the Marcel. Kasi gusto mo i-displace yung Marcel as much as possible eh.
Ayun.
So tingnan natin dito ano yung magiging roam options dito ni Manila Boy. I am sensing Kalea or Cho. Kaya dudulo yata nila yung roam nila.
Binalentina nila to avoid the Sora pick. Actually, coming from Marshall Mayhem. They're trying to put Marshall Mayhem to pick a Uranus. Or an Arlot. Para sa side dito ng ng Team Marshall Mayhem.
Spicy nun, Arlot.
Oh, nakakatapat pa yung full views. So, little tricky. Pero, if they're going in for the Rizla, then yung tricky part for the side of Marshall Mayhem is may Valentina kasi. So, yun yung madaming kopyahin. Uranus.
Para gaganon-ganon lang siya.
Pang-display lang, just in case kopyahin ni Aizowato. So, pero Alice
is pretty good.
Yeah, Alice. At least ma-balance off, may pang-penetrate ng backline. And, yon si Security Guard ang lumabas.
One of my favorite mage. Ayun na!
Ayun!
Singara. Pikachu!
Tama. Anong skin yun?
Yung K?
K ba yun?
Ay, siya, Ayorigami.
Oo.
Ano ba yung linya ni Iori? Anyway.
Yun lang mukhang dun eh.
Mukhang yun na lang naman.
Pang-hapon eh, di ba?
Anyway.
Singara si para!
So, Gord on the mid. Sabi ko sa'yo kahit sinong mid dito. Totoo lang eh. Kahit sinong mid, ibabato niyan eh. So, I like the Gord. I was thinking more on the... Ay, naban nga pala yung Lilia. So, this is actually second best. Ayoko ding ipilit kanina yung Valier. I feel like this is not lineup for a Valier. So, we're looking good here.
Yung idea rin kasi ng Gord, no? Somehow close sa idea ng Valier, the spam, yung Mystic projectile. Si Mystic guy itong Gord eh, kasi lahat ng skill niya nagsusimula sa word na Mystic. Mystic Gush, Mystic Projectile.
Mystical.
Mystic guy talaga yun eh. Pero yun nga, no? You have the stun, you have a good clear wave.
Yung rank niya, Mystical Honor.
Ayan na. Anong oras na rin kasi?
Pag ganito, kailangan lahat magising na. It's crunch time. Basta mo ba yung crunch time ba? Clutch time. Basta!
Yan na yan,
Ito
crunch
na,
na yan.
game 1 na!
Oo, oras na. Ganon.
Combination ng lunch eh. Tsaka clutch. Crunch time. Ito na. Ito yung nangyayabot na Clarence ha.
Nakakabatrip yan, boy.
Mamayat mayain ka niyan. Tapos nakaano ka agad dyan, yung pang-conceal na na boots. Kasi kukuha ng pera sa yan eh. Dahil nga yung niya, trick shot. Yung niya, yung ting, ganun.
I also just want to get vision. I think maximum vision ang kailangan mo against Lelouch. Kasabi lang natin kanina, ang ganda ng glamour niya nung game number 3 and yun pa yung unang gagamitin niya ngayon dito, di ba? Sobrang fitting. It's sakto sa gigil talaga ni Lelouch dito on Onyx Uprising.
At saka yan din naman yung kailangan spot on parate ni Clarence para at least for the side of Keanu, he can farm out easily. But for the side of Onyx Uprising, I also like to commend Manila Boy. Parating yung mini-mirror out dito si Clarence just to make sure na hindi maagawan si Lelouch in any way. Pero poking mechanisms, medyo mali.
Napakaaga naman nun. Sabi ni Manila Boy, pumiligay ka pa. I got you, fam. And that is a very crucial take, honestly. Plus, may XP crab pa silang pwedeng kunin dito. Onyx Uprising are completely in control.
They're feeling it right now. Sa totoo, gusto ko yung TP and emoji neto ni Manila Boy. They're putting a lot of pressure sa early game. So ngayon, maghahanap ng exchange etong si Marshall Mayhem bago mag-start ang turtle take.
Gigil na. Gigil na sila. Mr. Gosh already doing some decent damage. Auto Lestoic! Napalayo talaga ng malala. And of course, meron pa namang atake mula sa likod dito ang Onyx Uprising. Clarence ng gulo lang sa likod. Keanu with the retribution taking that turtle. And yun na nga ang nangyari dito. For the meantime, Marshall Mayhem still feels like kaya pa daw yata nila. Clarence nasa harapan. Naku, baka madalawahan ka. Diyan ni Manila Boy. And they're gonna back off. Looks good. nagpantay bigla tayo sa gold kasi may mga naiwan din naman na mag-farm doon sa mga lanes.
Kumbaga, na-equalize lang din kung ano man yung nangyari from that turtle take and yung teamfight initiation that happened afterwards. So, for the side of Onyx Uprising, knowing that ganun yung rotation, especially highlighting Clarence here, ganun din sinasagot ni Manila Boy. Kaya, I like yung mirroring image na ginagawa nila, yung tactics na pinapakita just to ensure that no one would be at an advantage and everything will be balanced off.
Gusto ko yung itemization choice ni nila Stoink. Nakalapag agad siya dito ng Dreadnought Armor. And just pag nakakita kasi ng mga alis na ganyan, ano talaga yan, gusto niyang kumlas sa turtle. Hindi siya magfo-focus dun sa item against sa kalinya niya. Rekta siya dun sa jungle.
Yep.
Jungle counter item. Yun yung gusto ko sa mga sa mga XP laners na advanced din talaga and they really want to join the team fight. Imagine medyo mumuntikan ka doon pero lamang ka ng level. That's a level 6 versus a level 5 na XP Nats God versus Lestoing.
Yeah, I think may advantage kasi siya. Mas madaling mag-cut as an Alice, no? Kasi bumabalik buhay mo eh. So, parang mangbubuli ka lang eh.
Yan din naman kailangan capitalize ng Martial Mayhem knowing Lestoink and micro-wise, he can actually do it. Pero if we're also going to highlight something, Kiano, level 1 difference against Lelouch. So, when it comes to the second turtle, it would really mean a lot on what will happen in the next few teamfight initiations. Pero ang tanong, kakayanin ba dahil nakaposition na dito ang Onyx Uprising, Kiano umaambal lang.
Glowing one da.
Oo, may glowing one ka pa, Lelouch, papunta pa lang.
Aray ko! Missy Gosh gonna be missing out. Pero napasama pa. Ang ganda naman nun. Ginamit nila yung immunity pero looks like all is good. Dadive pa rin naman ulit ang Onyx Uprising. Walang turtle, walang problema. Tara, laban tayo, tol. And looks like, grabe yung timing dun. Napasama pa yung yung Golden R.
Oo.
Na-immune sila dun sa Throne of Ruin.
Oo nga eh. And ito din naman kasi yung kinagandahan about what they have for Onyx Uprising. Knowing Martial Mayhem, nakuha nila yung turtle, they went in agad-agad. No hesitations, went in for that teamfight initiation para mag-equalize lang. At sila pa nga na yun yung may hawak ng konting-konting kalamangan when it comes to economic-wise. Kasi ganun din naman na kabilis mag-decide ang Onyx Uprising na, okay, punish na agad natin to para at least makapag-trade off tayo.
Ito, kailangan nila mag-ingat. Skypier sa kamay mismo ni Kiano. Maaring dito na makakuha ng power spike ang Martial Mayhem. While Onyx Uprising, trying to play it safe. Lalo't etong si UTC on par naman with a glowing one. Kakakuha lang dito ni Aisawa. Maaring mainit ang harapan nila going for the exchange.
Nasipa si Nicolette. Very good targeting mula dito kay Manila Boy pero that will be just a bit of effort. Throne of Ruin perfectly coordinated that time around. Lelouch ang naging biktima ng transactionist na yon. And with the deployment of the Zaman Force, mapapatras ang Martial Mayhem. Onyx Uprising umaamba and they're showing off their prowess, especially sa pag-attempt sa pick-off.
Kumbaga sa first and second turtle, yun pa lang yung warm-up nila. And going into third turtle, they already know the sequencing. They already have the taste of what it's like to utilize the zero pulls. Kaya for the third turtle, I would say Martial Mayhem, maganda na yung positioning. And at the same time, towards the EXP, parati din nila inaambahan agad si Nats God.
And ngayon Turtle is already up for grabs. Pumipwesto na maaga ang Onyx Uprising. Nakatago ng maigi si Clarence going in. Napahinto ito si Manila Boy. Maaari siyang pumasok dito. Uumpisa na nila ang Turtle Dance.
Magandang simulain to, of course, with good zoning. Pinapakita dito ni Lestoink. Clarence nag-aantay ng possible opening para iba to. Yung Golden Hour, hinahawakan lang muna ni Lestoink para ipasa kay Kiano. Pero nasaan na ang jungler? Nasaan na sila? Ito na papasok at nahuli ng Golden Hour sa gitna ng Phantom Steed. And just like that, it is a man advantage para sa Martial Mayhem. Sinasewan nila ang Onyx right now and Nicolette is gonna go down, so that's a big advantage. That's a goal in the removed. Pero Marshall Mayhem nagpapakitang gilas. And that was a beautiful golden hour. Ang sarap i-replay noon.
Grabe no, on timing, may Mystic Touch ka pang nag-flicker in para kuhanin yung buhay ni Listoink. So, overall, parang nakabawi din ang dalawang koponan. Marshall Mayhem nakakuha ng turtle pero Onyx Uprising nakakuha din ng isang pitas gamit ang teamfight initiation. So all I can say is for the side of Marshall Mayhem, they really have to continue on that momentum kay Clarence. Anticipating foresight ang kailangan niyang gawin para at least mahinder na agad kung paano gumalaw ang Onyx.
Papasok na tayo actually sa mid-game. Para sa ating game number 1, Marshall Mayhem, meron silang 1.1k gold lead. Pero mapapansin mo rin, biglang bumagal ang kilos for the side ng Onyx Uprising.
The Jacqueline. Sarap ng hampasan lang ginagawa dito ni Keanu. Hindi pumapalag si NatsGod. He is so busy making a run for his life na hindi na siya nakapagkas pa ng kahit ano.
Phantom Steed.
Now Phantom Steed naman doon sa baba. Sinasubukang gantihan ni Lalush. Kita mo yung tapang niya sa kanyang layward pero nagkahampasan lang sila. And that is gonna be a trade. Pero so far, again, it is Marshall Mayhem who is looking like they're ahead. Nicolette, hindi na basta-bastang natatakot dito kay Manila Boy.
Sobrang tapang niya na. May purified din naman siya just in case. May Way of the Dragon, but to Wendell with that pick of another casualty for Onyx Uprising. Just in time for the Lord.
Ayan, Throne of Ruin sa tatlo.
Throne of Ruin, lahat ay nasa ere na. Grabe namang graphics yan, lumilipad na. And look at that, speaking of lumilipad, this is NatsGod finally pulling the trigger on the Infernal Pursuit. Pero nasa ng tropa, hindi ma-utilize. And NatsGod sinasalo lahat ng sakit ng mundo. And that will be him going down. And this could be a big Lord take for Marshall Mayhem.
I think they're gonna go for that reset, taking some time. Pero inahabol nila dito sa bandang likuran.
Way in the dragon straight into the face. Pero si Keanu gagantihan naman. There's the firepower from Nicolette. Tinitiis lang nila. And the flicker gonna be used. Yung easy na isawa. Tumatakbo na. Nice fadeaway shot there from Keanu. Pero with all said and done, Onyx Uprising ngayon ang duguan.
Grabe yung ginagawa ng Marshall Mayhem na paglason sa uprising na meron ang Onyx. Just because of 3 casualties, they were able to take down this Lord easily without any hardships. But right now, momentum-wise, kita naman natin yung huge difference because of that team fight. 5.2K na yung kalamangan ng Marshall Mayhem. May mga tore pa silang kill. Pwedeng i-take, may Lord pang pwedeng mag-push. Kaya mukhang delikado ang side ng Onyx Uprising in this time.
Kung merong players na pwedeng mag-angas ngayon, itong Marshall Mayhem, inunahan sila ng Onyx Uprising with those taunts, TPs, nagising ang Marshall Mayhem. Sige, sa inyo muna ang early game, pero ngayon, papasok tayo sa late game. Nararamdaman nila the pressure is on against Onyx Uprising. Lahat actually ng sides gumagana papasok sa Marshall Mayhem. Even those stacks talaga nasa kamay mismo ni Keanu. Ito yung binabanggit ko kanina na once na nagka-Sky Pierce, dito na mag-iiba yung sitwasyon against Onyx Uprising.
Bilangan na lang kayo ng stacks niyan. So we're gonna see again, Marshall Mayhem may karapatan mag-angas kahit wala silang balbas. Yan, sisimulan ng umatake dito with the Lord Wave. Lord is out, pero pwede pa silang makapush. And there goes that Phantom Steed. Kailangan na rin ni Lelouch. Aizawa got removed from the equation so early on. And that golden hour talaga namang gamit na gamit. At gustong madakit ang Marshall Mayhem. Nag-swimming sila sa ginto. And parang ito na yata ang katapusan. It's a triple kill for Keanu and a win for Marshall Mayhem.
Game 1 goes para sa side ng Marshall Mayhem. Taking it quick against the Onyx Uprising, stopping yung flow, yung momentum, yung angas malakas portion na meron kanina sa early game, yung Onica pricing, biglang naglaho.
Bilis nung game na yun din, ha?
Oo,
I
sobrang
was not expecting that to end right there.
Min, malaking factor kasi si si Mystic Guy eh.
Mystic guy.
Ganun,
Si Mystical Glory.
Marshall Mayhem really brings the mayhem in game number 1 against Onica pricing. Gets ko yung Valentina eh, pero hanggang kopya ka lang eh.
tamang kopya.
Nung naramdaman ni si Golden R, yung kay Clarence, nagko-connect na talaga yung nila. Plus yung Ruins, Throne of Ruins. Ang hirap
Nung
na
una medyo disconnect eh.
Oo.
Nung una.
Yung una. Pero towards the middle part, they were able to polish it accordingly. Kaya yung nakikita natin little things na improve nila agad-agad, nakapag-adapt agad sila. Kaya when it comes to KDA, sila ang may kalamangan sa teamfight initiations na nanalo parati sila, especially highlighting Keanu na nakapag-Sky Piercer na napakasakit with 9 kills. Kaya napapaatras na lang din ng Onyx Uprising sa mga every time na pumapasok dito si Keanu.
And may ginawa dito si gustong-gusto yung ginagawa ni Clarence on that Golden R na pagkako-contest sila Lush sa Turtle, dun niya sa papasok sa entry point niya nilalapag yung Golden R, no?
Oo.
Parang nakahinto kang gano'n, tinititigan mo, parang wala man retry, wala, nakatingin lang ako eh. tanaw muna sa tagumpay. Kaya napipilitan yung buong Onica pricing, let's go for a kill. Ang problema, yung Golden R is, aside sa nase-secure na nila yung mga ganong objective, yun yung another setup para alam na nila kung paano sila magre-reposition kung go sila for extended team fight right after nila kumuha ng turtle.
Pero legit Marcel Mayhem to. Sobrang lola nung Marcel doon. Paki-MVP naman, no? Sobrang lala. I mean, obviously si Keanu, napunta sa kanila lahat ng GPM, lahat ng kills. Pero grabe, yung setup ni Clarence doon, wala akong masabi talaga. Ang perfect, as in, pati yung, alam mo yung huli nung, pati yung si Leo Mord.
Oo,
Alam mo yung nakakusap
Nakagano, no? Kita ko yun. Ng orange yung papasok.
Grabe, yung timing niya, ang lala. Ang hirap pa naman gawin nun. Ang hirap i-timing nung ulti na yun.
Oo, kaya nakapag-predict agad siya na foresight niya, dito dadaan, kaya Golden Orco na insaktong-sakto. Pero MVP-wise, as we have expected, dahil sa kanya lahat ng funnel, ang KDA, ang mga kills, Keanu with that Sky Piercer nakapag-stack up accordingly with that marksman ng emblem pa, masakit-sakit na din yung nadadala yung damage.
That's true.
At ito ang heat map ng ating MVP, kung paano siya umikot, paano siya naghanap ng kill sa right after makuha ni Keanu yung kanyang Sky Pierce. Sunod-sunod na yung pag-proc, pagpasok ng numero or stacks kay Keanu. Kaya sobrang nag-dominate rin siya start nung mid up until closing the game.
And those things that we have seen sa stats, sa heat map, balikan natin sa highlights. And yun, no? Very perfect picture perfect ang ginawa ni Clarence doon, and yan din naman yung kinapitalize ng Marshall Mayhem, yung chaos that Golden R brought, really paved way for them to get that control. And kita naman natin dito, killing spree na si Keanu, walang nakakapag-hold sa kanya kasi natutunaw and blazing duet din ni Nicoleto, wala din.
I think na-busy din si Manila Boy trying to hunt down Clarence. Clarence was a very important target, kaya gets ko naman yun. Pero at this point, parang pag nagsama-sama sila lima, wala ka naman piling isang masipa.
Oo, ang hirap actually sa ganyan sitwasyon. Dahil mapoprok pa sa'yo ni Clarence eh. Di ba masisinuking kay kung sisipa ka,
ayan
may hihinto ka eh.
Sila sumipa, sila pa'y nalugi doon. Tapos ito, look at that, beautiful pang clip.
Wow!
Ayun o, boom. Nagmistula silang barbecue doon, tinuhog sila mismo. Sabay, picture! Ito muna ang mundo. Sabay balik, relapse. Hindi ka makakaligtas sa kamatayan. It is what it is para sa ating game number 1, Marshall Mayhem. Masasabi natin, or we call him the Marcel Mayhem.
Marcel Mayhem, ang lason ng MDL.
Game number 1. Yan yung mismong lason na kamandag pa.
Yun.
Para kay Venomous Poison.
Ay!
lahat ng synonyms, ilagay mo dyan.
Ilagay mo
Yan,
na
sila
lang
yun.
Sila na yan. At ito ang Martial Mayhem history.
And katulad nga na pinapoint out natin earlier pa, from Season 4 kung saan na pumasok sila sa qualifiers, proving themselves here sa MDL stage, nagpatuloy yung journey nila from 5, 6, and now entering Season 7 kung saan playoff secured for the Iloilo Pride. Nakakatuwa lang yung journey nila kasi kita mo yung huge difference at kita mo din kung paano sila nag-i-improve individually and as a team. Kaya a lot is to be expected for Martial Mayhem, lalo't-lalo na for Game 2 kung saan makakakita pa tayo ng mga venomous, poisonous.
For sure.
Ayan.
Yan.
Ito yung resulta nung pag-combine kasi talaga ng mga the best of the best, 'di ba? Ito yung Martial Mayhem na version na nag-combine na yung mga the best of the best sa Iloilo. So, 'di ba ito na 'yon? Ito yung version nila. Ibang version to sa season 4, 5, 6.
Puro na to, puro.
Ito yung purong-puro na talaga. So, ito kita mo na talaga yung pride. Ito literally the best of their players, and it really worked out very well for them at the end.
We're
So
seeing,
far.
we're really seeing a good result para sa side ng Martial Mayhem. Ito po yung kanilang previous drop. Para sa ating mga bagong manonood, we are what we call the global ban, kung saan once na na-pick na po itong hero na to, hindi na sila pwede gamitin sa buong series. So yung mga grade out, guys, hindi pa patayan. Nakaban naman yung side na yon.
Nakaban lang, pero tingnan natin kung yung mga black and white heroes na to ay magpaparamdam sa Game 2. Lalo't-lalo na dahil naka-global ban tayo, mag-iba din siguro yung trajectory. Not unless they're going in for that same banning but different prioritization na gusto nilang mapili sa mapa.
Yung prioritization, I feel like is going to be up to it's going to be up to ONCU Uprising to really dictate kung sino yung mga mapaprayo na last on picks, kasi it's up to them to, first of all, I think ban the, I think red side sila. I have to double check that later. Makita natin yan. Pero banning out that fray is gonna be crucial for them kung sakali. Yeah, Marcel out automatic.
Of course.
So I think that is, red side nga ata ang ONCU Uprising dito. There you go. So, number one, medyo prayo ban yung Freya. Ngayon, medyo limitado yung dalawang bans mo kasi ang daming lasong isipin. So, Zushin, by the way.
Yeah, Zushin actually pwedeng mapakawalan kung sakali man. Pero ayun, no, yung ginagawa.
Yung mga ginamit
yung
nila.
ginamit nila na alam nila na kaya din gamitin ng ONCU Uprising, they're gonna remove it. Yung mga heroes na feeling nila, malakas kasi paggamit nila and ayaw rin nila naman makalaban. May ganun part to eh. So gusto ko yung approach ng Martial Mayhem ngayong game number 2 on how they really run the draft.
Kumbaga si Coach Noise parang sabi niya, Game 1, ito na yung mga gamit nating heroes. Huwag na natin paggamit sa ONCU Uprising. Especially, they have also witnessed kung paano lumaban sila from yesterday's match. So mostly respecting din yung capabilities of ONCU Uprising and just limiting the heroes that gusto nilang makatapat. Kumbaga yung lason, walang antidote sa mga pipiliin nila dahil yung lason na gustong paganahin ng Martial Mayhem ay ibibigay na sa ONCU Uprising.
Third ban for the side ni Noise one, si Coach Noise. Pag nanalo sila, Noise one!
Noise one, guys!
Third ban for the side of Martial Mayhem. Okay, Harley. So they're trying to force itong ONCU Uprising to remove Zushin sa ganyan na sitwasyon.
Force na ba niyan sa Zushin?
Tapos papapakawalan yung first pick is the Phobius.
Tradable naman si Zushin. I think if you really want to stop macro, may mga hero picks kang pwedeng iba na makakancel si Zushin. Or maybe the gold lane Prayo. Hindi pa tayo. Wala pang gold lane lang nakaban, boy. So, again, that's gonna be up to whether or not what kind of trade they want. Do they want the carry? Do they want the Zushin? Another tradable here is definitely yung mga roamer options natin, I think. Like the Kalea.
Yup.
Yun yung mga Kalea kasi medyo anti-lason yun eh. Pag may makulit na pick,
Ayun.
Sushin talaga.
Sushin na.
Dahil alam nila na they cannot pick Phobius. So might as well let's try to give out Phobius, Glue, Khalid,
Kari. Prayon naman daw.
Marksman kay Nicolette.
Para at least kung ano man ang i-pick out ng Onyx Uprising, whether it may be utility, tanky heroes, they already have the true damage of Akari to somehow counter it out. For the side of Onyx Uprising, open pa yung mga backsha kung gusto nila i-consider yun.
Pwede
Kasi hindi siya napapansin din. Parang nakakalimutan natin na backsha is still open. Pero maybe they would go for another direction like an R-lot agad-agad.
That's good.
And let's see kung ibabacksha ba nila ito or YSS pala na open, which they went in for the YSS direction.
Yeah. Medyo flexible yan, pero most likely it will be on the Oyuk TZ no, for this one. I'm still expecting a more, a fighter gold lane maybe. Fighter jungle ulit. Maybe something similar to that. Or,
Leomord actually.
Hindi, Leomord si Lelouch kasi kanina eh. Kaya naisip ko parang, teka, hindi pala. Baka i-back siya jungle nila yan, pwede. Not bad yun.
Yeah,
Kaso, hindi ko din alam.
Phobius.
Sarap ng glue dito.
Pwede, no? Glue Phobius, nasa kanilang carry.
Oo eh.
Ang nag-Phobius kanina is si Natsgad. Oo, pwede sa kanila yung Phobius.
Yep. Yun, Phobius na.
The glue roam is coming!
May nakakatakot pa yung tsura ni Glue pag wala sa in-game.
Oo.
Friendly kasi pag itsura si Patrick eh.
Oo, basta ang deal dyan, lahat ng nag-glue ngayon, kailangan, okay, basta Patrick skin tayong lahat.
Oh.
May tawag doon?
Patrick Bap.
May gentleman's agreement.
Ay,
ang mga glue player ngayon, walang hindi pwede naka-Patrick. Kasi
We are Glue!
lahat tayo ay Patrick at lahat tayo ay Burger.
Yun!
Burger ka sa amin. Ito, third pick.
Third pick. Masyado kasing maaga kung backsha, ganun. Lilia din, open.
Yung mga sumasabog, Vexan, Varamis. Counterin nyo na.
Ayan.
Lilia.
Lilia yung magiging direksyon na. Kasi if they didn't pick out the Lilia here, Martial Mayhem would eventually ban it out considering their blue Phobius composition na mahihirapan silang lumapit. So at least for Onyx Uprising, meron silang countermeasures and slowing capabilities, burst damage na alam naman natin the carry Lilia means na nakita na natin silang napagsama previously and the damage is so phenomenal.
Okay, very smart yung ginagawa nila, banning out mid heroes, kaso kalaban mo yung team na gumagamit ng audit eh. So,
Audit!
Ewan ko kung gagana pa rin yan. Pero sige, I think you should try to force out really weird mid laners here. That's a good option.
Ayun.
Khalid
removed by Team Martial Mayhem. Pina-atake na nila. Leomord, ayun yung sinasabi ko, akala ko nasa first phase actually yung pick nila. Pero ni-remove na rin dito yung Leomord. Pwede pa silang umatake for another roam. Badang.
Oo, mga pang-sorpresa din, no?
Oo. Yung
pwede nga.
High loss kung gusto nila medyo safety kaso mamamahin sila later on ng niyan.
Actually,
Khalid.
Kailangan nga nila na makunat. Ban Uranus siguro or actually ang ganda ng Uranus dito for Onyx, I think. So that you don't get you can may pangsalo kayo nung glue. Kailangan nyo ng pangharap sa glue tsaka Phobius. Ang hirap niyan.
Oo nga eh.
Kailangan nyo ng medyo majunats.
Oo.
Uranus is okay. I'm running out of XP picks sa totoo lang.
Paano yung mga left?
So na kasi, R-lot na kasi yung XP nila eh.
Double MM.
Ayoko na may R-lot roam yan. So,
mahirap din eh kapag
it's a challenge.
Roam.
Oh, it's Jason siya jungle.
Yeah.
Okay.
So confirm na YSS direction niya jungler. Considering line-up ng Martial Mayhem, kailangan nila ng pangtunaw talaga para at least malutasan yung problema nila for Glue Phobius. Now, for Martial Mayhem, they can outrange Lilia by picking out a Forza again.
Assassin to.
So, That can be Lancelot din, yung, ayun, kakasabi lang natin Lancelot. And the Forza is already there para at least malutasan nila yung tricky situation na pinepresent na yun ng Onyx Uprising.
Last pick, very tricky. Kung magbabadang ka, hindi na siya okay technically sa ganyang sitwasyon.
Ano ba pang habol kay Farsa?
Kaleya.
Kaleya, no?
Kaleya na lang nakikita ko eh.
Kaleya, bawal na sila mag-chow.
Oo, bawal sila mag-chow eh.
Kailangan natin ng pang hunting sa Farsa, and you also need an answer sa Lancelot. Hindi pwedeng walang sagot ang Lancelot.
Hindi
pwedeng
sagot sa tanong. Ayoy!
Very good.
Opera man!
This is as good as you can get. If you don't want a Kaleya, kailangan mo ng mas tanky na hero. O sige, Kufra natin to.
Yun.
Okay, not bad.
Tagal ko na din hindi nakakita ng Kufra.
Si Bouncing Baby Boy.
Di ba? Bola-bola lang yan sa mga team fights and
Bola
of course...
muna, bago. Basta.
Tsaka kailangan nilang ingatan
Bago
yung
rotate.
isang yakap yung napakainit na yakap dito ni Kufra. Naku po, kailangan nila mag-ingat especially for heroes like Farsa, Lancelot kasi technically ito yung pang-hold off ng Martial Mayhem kung ano man yung meron sa kanila.
Tyrant's Revenge tama ba? Yung yakap. Ano yung talo niya? Tyrant's stretch mark.
Tyrant's Rage yung ulti.
Ayun.
Tyrant's Revenge yung stretching.
Stretching. Ayun. Baby bouncing ball.
Bouncing baby. Pero this, bouncing ball lang yan. Pero sa akin, bouncing baby ball yan.
Bouncing baby ball.
Yun.
Agreement na rin yun. No? Agreement na rin.
Ganun ba?
Ang bola-bola, hindi talbog. Minsan pwede si talbog.
Oo.
Pero we prefer bouncing baby ball.
Bouncing baby ball. Okay, noted.
Welcome back, Kufra. Galingan mo na lang, Manila Boy. It's up to you to control this kasi papasok na tayo sa ating game 2 na talaga namang nakakatakot din.
May kita natin na mas...
Uy, Lalush?
Actually, susubok siya. No,
NT
Uy,
NT tayo dun
Kita tayo sa camera para.
Kita.
grabe. Pero ang tapang ni Lalush na agawin agad yung blue buff Pero in the instance na si Keanu inuna niya yung red buff, that is a possibility for a skill kay Lalush. So, nice initiation pa rin, pero sadyang nautakan lang ng Martial Mayhem kung ano man yung strategiya. Foresight, if we're going to call it.
Pag nakita ng ng TLPH, sila Cartesi yung ganon, sasabihin, ang lolo! may tolo yun eh. Pag mumimintis ka ng mga ganong rotation.
Yeah, actually, mukha siyang maliit, pero ang laking bagay nung madedelay ka eh. Even sa jungle, low-level jungle, even like 3 seconds na madelay ka, iwan ka na agad eh. So, Lelouch definitely will have to go on super farm mode now na na-invade pa nangyayari itong ticket pang makauhaan ng purple buff. Keanu, no button execute, nadali for first blood.
At yan naman yung somehow pangsagot nila sa little delay coming in from Lelouch dahil sumilip siya sa purple agad-agad ni Keanu, no? So bawing-bawi talaga. So at the end of the day, naging advantage pa yun sa side ng Onyx Uprising para hindi pa sila tapos.
Actually, napansin ko, kaya okay lang din pala na sumubok doon dahil meron sila ditong si Aisawa. Yung mga glooms niya, tinulungan eh. Kaya napansin natin, akala natin madidelay, nahabol pa rin, nagawa ng paraan. Ay, talon!
Magandang talon dito. And of course, the final slash cleans it up. Para dito sa glue. Pahirap ng pahirap. Ang advantage nila nawawala. Yung bahagyang lamang. Hindi na makalapit si Keanu sa turtle na to. It's not a good matchup, lalo't ang dami pa talagang nakabox out. Sila Manila Boy and Nat Scott on the side. Turtle goes over the Onyx.
Ganda din ng positioning na ginawa ng Onyx Uprising to the point na hindi na posibleng lumapit ang Martial Mayhem because if they try to do so in the first place, then doon sila mapipick off. So mas lalamang pa yung Onyx Uprising, but they have chosen to go for a safer direction. And tumalon lang dito si Manila Boy, those initiation.
Okay, cool. And that is gonna be basically just the pakunting patikim lang. Patikim lang naman ng damage na pwedeng mangyari pa rin or manggaling pa rin kay Windel. Pero right now Onyx Uprising definitely mas maganda ang control nila sa mapa dito sa game number 2.
Mapapansin natin na nagiging bisyo na actually ni Lelouch na dumalaw lagi sa mga small camp, those green or the golem, iniikutan pa ulit-ulit ni Lalush dito. Nakikita naman natin with regard sa kanilang level, kaka-level 6 pa lang ni Keanu. Pero mas mataas pa rin ang XP dito ni Lalush.
Oh,
Pero
no.
Earth Strike, kinasa na.
Ayan na. Bits of damage being used, pero ang lakas ng ganti! Ang ganti ng gabi dito sa taas.
Grabe din naman yung foresight na ginagawa ni Manila Boy. Alam niyang kaya nila kasi 2v1 literally yung naging scenario na yun So, why not pick up a squishy hero like a Farsa para mas mag-scale up si UTZ na alam naman natin dito sila mag-heavily rely on, lalo't-lalo na double marksman setup ang Onyx Uprising.
Yung double marksman yan, bigyan mo lang sa simula, no?
Oo. Mahihirapan na actually humabol pag sa mga ganyan sitwasyon. Kaso, sobrang ganda humarang ni Manila Boy Kahit gusto mo, hindi ka binibigyan Look at the movement coming from the side of Marshall Mayhem. Alam mo na yung parang yung body language nila, ramdam nila na hindi natin kaya ilaban ng turtle. Unless i-feel it, you have the Phantom's execution just to die in. Just give me a vision. Yun ang shuttle dito. Keanu!
Okay, beautiful Tyrant's Rage. Comboed with the final slash. Listpoint hindi na nakagalaw pa. Oy, sumakay. Here comes the glue roam. Si Manila Boy ang target niya. Lalush takes that turtle. And makakatakbo pa si Clarence. Still an advantage para sa Onyx. Dahan-dahan na sila talagang lumalamang. And slowly, nawawala na din yung grip ng Marshall Mayhem sa mapa.
And yan din naman yung inarangkatan nila with that final slash. Just putting pressure sa mid lane and thus Onyx Uprising. They have a lot of opening. Pero Manila Boy, nandiyan na naman si UTZ.
Okay, nice sidestep. UTZ gonna be able to catch that off guard. Wala nang lugar para tumakbo pa yung carry na to.
And ngayon nakukuha actually ng momentum ng buo ng Onyx Uprising. Scary lang against sa Marshall Mayhem kasi double marksman pa rin to. Kung ngayon pa lang gumagana na yung double marksman, paano pa pag umabot sa late game? Item check, naka-sky pierce. Uy, ang cute naka-rapid boots. Talagang distance, chani lang gagawin. Neto ni FTZ.
At saka, base pa lang din sa lineup ng Marshall Mayhem, you have a slow from a glue of Clarence. Listoing, kailangan niya makatakas sa tricky situation na yun and toss going in for the rapid boots. Pero, for Marshall Mayhem, kung gusto talaga nila makabawi, they have to ensure that mabigyan nila ng espasyo dito si Keanu, Nicolette, to make us feel the damage output ng mga galing sa heroes ito. And at the same time, capitalize on the Windmill's range para at least nandoon pa rin yung poking mechanism and area control that you need.
Speaking of poke, Clarence, napasama na naman. No more ultimates for Vizcalu. That means na makakalibre na naman yata tayo ng pagong.
Oo nga, libreng pagong sa side ng Onyx Uprising dahil hindi pa makakapuntes ang Marshall Mayhem sa situation na ito. Considering nakalamangan na yon ng Onyx Uprising, they have the control. Pero, kita mo naman, Feather Airstrike to somehow pick things off. Pero may Black Shoes ka. Pero, nandiyan din naman ang mga members ng Marshall Mayhem.
So Marshall Mayhem, definitely hindi na nila tinry mag-contest. Pero ito na yung mga nag-turtle kanina. The backup is here. Windell gonna go down. Sinusubukan niyang hindi makita pero spotted na siya. Listcoin with the flaker parang makakadali pa ng isa. Natsgod decides to not go for it. Wala din naman silang final slash. Manila Boy saving the Tyrant's Rage just in case na mag-re-engage itong Marshall Mayhem. And they're looking good so far with 3,000 gold lead para sa Onyx Uprising. And so far, I'm still waiting for the impact ng Lancelot na to. Sa totoo lang, it feels like Keanu, despite a really good pick on that Lancelot, we haven't really seen that much talks for it yet.
Oh no. The Stoinks, kamuntikan na doon sa initiation ni Manila Boy. Pero katulad nga ng sinabi mo, Rockart, no? Tama ka dyan. Kasi right now, Keanu needs to step up with that Lancelot because the idea is there. We can see it sa draft, but execution-wise, it also needs to be felt para at least ma-penetrate yung mga squishy heroes like sila Lelouch. Especially Yuk TZ na nakakapag-stack up na siya sa Sky Piercer and damage output. So they really have to be mindful of those threats.
Actually, ginagawa nila, hindi na nila pinapabuelo no? Etong si Keanu in a form of that Lancelot, though mababa ang kill, death niya. That's only 1 plus that 1 assist. Pero after nyan, wala eh. Hindi ka rin nakakakuha ng objective. Okay lang, kaso she-knocked down yung early game. Ang bawi lang yan later on pag nagkakaroon na ng Lord Dance. Pero po problemahin nilang next, yes given, meron Lord Dance na mangyayari, yung itemization. Kahit maganda execution mo, babalik ulit tayo dun sa First Lord, lamang pa rin sa gamit ang mga members ng Onica Pricing.
Yep. Try nilang to go for a fight dito sa baba. Pero I think if you're Onica Pricing, ayaw mo din namang lumaban dyan. A very small choke area na baka naman ma-feathered airstrike kayong sama-sama. So, very good decision. Although there will be a bit of a call on the top side for the Lord here. Tignan natin kung tutuloy nila.
Tingnan natin kasi for the side of Martial Mayhem, if they want a change point, a turning point, that this would be a time contesting the Lord. Kasi even though may kalamangan ng Onica Pricing sa mga initiations, kaya nilang lumaban eh.
Oo. Eto, speaking of laban
Yeah, they go straight for the engage. Medyo malayo dito. Yeah, Perilous Toink is gonna be the first one to fall. Nahanap naman ni Nicolas si Nats God. Looks like the carry is doing it. Pero with the Tyrant's Rage, hindi na makagalaw pa ang carry na to. And lalaban sila 3v4. Itutuloy pa rin pala ni Keanu. Nasa likod, umikot-ikot si Windel looking for the target. Nakahawak naman dito is Lelouch going down. And the Lord going over to Keanu before he gets taken out by Yuk TZ. Tutuloy pa yata nila ang laban again. Wala pang hawak ngayon si Clarence. They will actually go back in. The cooldown is up
na
sa kanilang ultimasi. And talaga namang damay-damay na. That is the accurate word for that fight. Sinama na sa hukay ni Windel. Etong si Aizawa.
Grabe, no? Yung ganong clash. Meron akong nakita dito yung conceal tapos flicker, yakap. Men, on the beast moment.
On the beast moment.
On the beast moment. Now, ito yung sinasabi natin kanina na kailangan lumaban or the execution against that Lord, which is somehow nakuha dito ng Martial Mayhem.
Oh, ang ganda kasi ng sidestep na ginagawa doon ni Keanu. Even though napitas na sila ng Onyx Uprising during that initiation, Keanu still risk it kasi meron pa naman siyang retry, meron din naman siyang capabilities of doing so kasi medyo yung pwestuhan ni Lelouch earlier on, medyo malayo to retry it in the first place. So, yun yung opportunity na nakita ng Martial Mayhem para makabawi man lang sa initiation, and with that, they are actually equalizing kung ano man yung hold na yon ng Onyx Uprising.
Ang dami kasing standing gold din na nabitawan yung Onyx Uprising dahil nga nakuha with that Lord take. So si Keanu, 0-2-2, pero mission success ka dun sa retry mo, boy.
Kung sa tutuusin lang, ha?
Kasi dali rin si Lelouch eh.
Oo.
Nahawakan na ni Clarence si Lelouch, tapos di na binitawan. Sana all.
Pero, ayun lang. Ayun, nag-relapse pa nga. Ilang oras na rin kasi.
Ay, sorry.
Pero ayan nakikita na natin yung position coming from the side of Martial Mayhem. Malaking busto sa ganyang sitwasyon. Hindi man dikit ang kill points, pero ang gagawin na nila, naramdaman na nila yung damage output. Mas maganda sana kung makakuha ng mas magandang pwesto. Etong si Nicolette, nakarinig ako ng conceal play, etong si Manila Boy. Dadayo sila, sabi ito, Manila Moments. Ayun pag bumuelo to, hihintay ko lang scary if ever man na may tumawid para sa side dito ng Martial Mayhem. They don't have the vision or information.
Dumudulas. Isa ka lang. May clue sa harapan. Baka makapitan na naman. Hinanap ni Clarence. Parang sabi ni Clarence, kaya ko na yatang humawak. Kaya ko nang dumikita. Nasaan na si Lelouch? Nasaan na etong si Yuk TZ? Pero he's not finding the target so far.
No targets right now because I like yung presence ng dalawang teams. They are aware of the possible ambush and those damage outputs. They're respecting it. Nice initiation from Wendell though, even though hindi nila nahuli si Yuktz. Pero yung mga ganun na moments, yung kailangan nilang ingatan kung ayaw nila mapasama yung Lord take na to.
Alam mo, nakikita ko na yung pinaka-gameplay nila eh. Mababa naman kasing cooldown talaga ng Feather Earth Strike. Kailangan lang mapop or mapoke. Kung sakaling kayang tuluyan to, tatahiin talaga. Uumpisahan ng Lord Dance dito.
Yep, this is gonna be the Lord Dance that started off, by Marshall Mayhem, none other than si Clarence naghahanap na ng jungler dun sa likod and nakita niya, spotted Lelouch. What will be the call here? It is sinayawan na at kinabitan na. Again, Lelouch pa rin talaga ang gusto nilang kunin habang tinatrabaho naman si Clarence. Si Nicolette nandun na kasama ang apat na tropa. Flash and Nicolette will be able to take down that sword. There it's an all-in. Onyx Uprising says, you know what? Tara, laban tayo dito. And madadali nila ang tatlo para kay Yuktz. It's all up to that Farsa for the defense and parang rectables pa.
Oh no, Lord, but at what cost? Because it seems like end the ball.
And will play and it will be enough to save the day para sa Onyx Uprising.
Kamot kahit walang makate sa resulta para sa side ng Marshall Mayhem. Onyx Uprising holding para sa ganitong sitwasyon. Nakita na natin the growth, the adjustment. They're really feeling it right now. Inilabas pa yung classic counter sa mga dash type or hero, specifically sa Lancelot. Etong Kufra na nakita naman natin gumana kahit papano. Kung yung dati nakakita tayo ng mga, sabi ko, ng mga Patrick na nangaharang, I mean, yung mga blue na nangaharang, sila rin mismo yung hinarang ng isang Kufra.
Ang daming nakuhang advantage sana doon, no? I feel like yung ginawa ni Clarence was actually very on point, go straight for Lelouch. Pero nung pauwi na, no?
Ayun,
nung pauwi, may turbulence sa biyahe.
Yun lang.
Kung yung pwesto ni Nicolette doon sa bandang Cyclone Eye, nung hatak, maaari eh. Diba? Pero yun nga, napansin ko nandun siya sa bandang double green. Tapos ang cut ng kalaban nung pauwi na doon sa Cyclone Eye. So, mahirap talaga lumigtas. Pero
close bite.
Yung mismong bite time, naramdaman na natin, Marshall Mayhem is really fighting back sa ganitong sitwasyon.
Parang pag hindi pa naagapan yun, pwede, nakakatakot yung Lord na yun. Lalamang ng grabe yun. Tapos not to mention, si Nicolette nakahabol na din ng gamit.
Tsaka yun din naman kasi yung natatakot yung Onyx Uprising na mag-activate Nicolette's carry na prioritize nila during the drafting phase just because kayang-kaya niya din humarap at magtunaw ng mga tanky heroes like si Manila Boy, Nats God. Now, they have mitigated that risk for Onyx Uprising. Kinapitalize din talaga nila yung double marksman kasi look at the big four stats. Rich Guy, the carry, Wingman. Nandyan na lahat for Yuktz na kapag funnel down na sila sa mga respective marksman nila. Kaya napakasakit, nararamdaman na natin yung damage, especially highlighting Yuktz here with that Sky Piercer. Walang nakakapigil sa kanya.
Tutok na tutok technically yung Rhapsody. Tsaka yung Sonata sa kamay dito ni ang ating MVP. Kababalik lang ng hero na to. 108 Manila Boy. Hindi man ganong kalaki yung kanyang stats. Siyempre that's a roam. Pero pino-point out rin natin dito yung impact niya to stop Keanu sa pagkuha ng kung ano ng mga objectives, yung pang-mamama or pang-pa-front ng isang glue, ninenegate talaga ni Manila Boy.
Yes. Honestly, hindi ko din 100% sure yung effectivity ng Kufra dito. I was expecting yung mga yung nakasanayan natin, mga single target na panghuli sa mga lilikot na assassin tulad ng Kalea. Pero so far, I would say yung usage dito ni Manila Boy ng Kufra, halitang praktisado. Parang ang tagal niyang inantay na maghahanap ng opportunity na magamit
Tsaka napresenta na yung opportunity na to just because of what happened. Pero itong 2v1 situation, no? Ito yung gusto ko about Manila Boy. He contributes greatly not only in terms of objective taking but also putting pressure sa side ng Marshall Mayhem na anytime pwede mong maramdaman yung yakap ng Kufra, pwede kang makapag-set up sa mga plays na pwedeng gawin niya.
And dito natin makikita, no, maganda technically lagi ang pwesto ni TC. Napapatagos parang pinipektusan niya yung mga bala niya dito. Napapasok niya and yun yung isa sa mga favorite play ko.
Ganda ng huli niya kay Nicole.
Yung conceal range tapos flicker in. Automatic, kahit siya lang mag-isa, parang binatuko mo sa untog sa pader. Talaga hinto ka din dito. Pero I love how Keanu really fought para dun sa Lord na yon. Ito yung damay sa hukay. Moments nilang dalawa.
Ito na yung nagkagulo-gulo na. So, again, Lelouch was the target doon. Wala na din yung si Glue, wala na yung si Clarence. Pero yung takbuhan, parang hindi sila masyadong decisive pala nung ditong bad ng dulo, no? Hindi pa sila tumakbo ng dire-diretso. Kaya, ayun, mag-isa lang si Windel at the very end. And again, it's so hard to defend kasi may pang-cancel talaga. And the beauty of that Kufra, lagi kang may pang-cancel sa mga nag-channeling skill na yan.
Nag-channeling, nagdadash. Nakita ko pala, maganda pa rin pala pwesto ni Colette. Doon pala siya Cyclone Eye. Hinabol pala talaga siya. Akala ko, doon siya sa double green side. Si ano pala nandun? Si Parsa. Yun na ando na
lumipad, tas medyo pabalik-balik din yung lipad
So, parang go pa
Batcher
tayo,
yun
ganun.
Iisip niya kung i-go pa. Again, yung comms dun siguro yung sobrang crucial. No?
Yup.
Pero it is what it is para sa ating game number 2. We are heading para sa ating game number 3. Pero ito, yung stats comparison kung bakit natin nasabi na mas solid ngayon yung Onica pricing. Look at this week 1, day 1 versus sa week 5, day 1 ng Onica pricing.
Kasi ito din yung sinasabi natin at pinapoint out natin earlier on. Onic Uprising, when they started Season 7, it seems like we didn't expect that performance. Especially, ito yung all-star team, I would say, for their composition. Now, communications have already been polished. Mas nagkaroon sila ng connection, synchronization, and of course, the chemistry. Pagdating sa play-ins, nag-iba ang Onic Uprising. Parang hindi ko sila nakikilala ever since their group stage kasi iba yung pasok nila na yun Iba yung Onic Uprising na na-expect natin and thus it also reflected sa mga statistics presented to you on the screen.
Yeah. And this is actually same matchup. Same team.
Same team.
Literally, nag-rematch lang sila. And nung rematch, dumoble yung stats. Ganun na, yun ang improvement. Dumoble yung KDA, dumoble yung lahat. Ang ganda. So, Onica Pricing definitely kung ano man yung pinagbitingan nila, kung ano mang bonding na maduwet ang ginawa nila.
Tuloy nyo lang. Oo, makikita natin yung result. Specifically yung KDA, mas nag-glue na sila. Right after, nagbakasyon din kasi.
Nagbakasyon ba sila?
Hindi, kumbaga yung off natin.
Ay, yung 2 weeks.
Nagbakasyon parang nagpahinga rin yung mga yan Tapos, may mga time na kailangan mo lang manood talaga ng replay. Ano ba yung mga mali nating ginawa? Kaya syempre, experienced players na inside the team, yung adjustment, onti lang. Mas pag-iigtingin lang nila yung communication. Ito, yung ating mga draft from that recent game. Yung grade out, guys, yan po ay talo. Habang yung may color, syempre, panalo. Pero hindi na nila pwedeng i-pick yan yung mga heroes nila moving forward sa game number 3.
Kaubusan na. And Onic Uprising with these victories, walang carry, walang Claude. Diba? So, honestly, it's very 50-50 pa rin talaga sa akin. I think madami pa rin namang naiwan in terms of the other roles. Especially for parang tipid nila sa mid laner. No? Wala pa mang Zushin.
Wala pa. Wala pa.
Hindi siya pinakawalan nung
Oo, nung nakaban lang.
Kasi parang pakawalan siya. Parang pinakawalan mo rin na malaki chance sa manalo ng kalaban mo Diba? Kasi nakita naman natin siya from the recent series na sinashoutcast natin or nailaro ng mga teams na to. Ngayon, going back para sa ating drafting, Random na yung mapa nila. Tanggalan na talaga.
Maganda na yung nakikinig ko
Suyu. What's your play this word?
Suyo.
Mga same bands pa rin. Just like what we have witnessed nung game.
Same lahat.
2. Diba? Kaya ang bilis din mag-decide nila Coach Norris, Coach XY, kung ano ba yung ayaw nilang makita. And for the side of ONCU Uprising, maybe we can expect Zushin. And there we have it. Still the same naman. Kasi kung pinakawalan nila, delikado kasi sa side ng ONCU Uprising.
And now, first pick. Wala na phobius, no?
I think both of them are, pareho silang walang phobius.
Okay. So dito na medyo maglalabasan talaga ng ano.
Uy,
Fredrin. Tapos ngayon, Baksha na ba to?
I think Arlot pareho wala na din, no?
Yeah.
Yup.
Oh my gosh. That's funny. Cool.
Arlot, wala nga. Tama.
Wala.
Pwede ka maglapag dito ng ano, Tirisla Kari. May carry naman siya no?
ONCU Uprising, available ang carry, available ang Claude.
Oo. Tingin ko carry.
Kari. Kasi yan din naman yung tinipid nila from game 1,
Pero
game 2.
Carry
maybe for third pick na lang kasi bawal na yung parehong hero na yun sa Marshall.
Pwede, yeah.
So ngayon pwede muna sila mag mid or jungle.
Eve. Pwede kang kumuha ng Eve.
I've been
Ay,
waiting.
kinakagod. Carry Eve mo na yan. Pagka ganyan. Or gatot.
Kari.
Sila naman daw.
Palitan lang.
It's my turn. Tama ba yun?
It's my
yung sinasabi nila sa old chat ngayon.
My turn.
Tuwing tuwing
Medyo babalik mo
sumilat. My turn.
Oh, the classic! Matilda.
Interesting.
I like this. I haven't seen a Matilda for such a long time.
Pwede.
Men, iba na to. Kanina may Cupra na nilabas galing sa pahina 3. Ayun. Matilda, Fredrin. Paano man lumabas ba yung Barats dyan, ha?
Ito yung mga pinagbabawal na jutsu, no? Ito na yung mga tinatago nila.
Tsaka, Hanabi.
Hanabi agad, diba?
Si Netsuki lang may kakayanan to. Ay, Kari ano?
Kari Kaja!
Kaja, very classic. Hindi na nag-overthink yung ONCU Uprising dito,
Straight to the point.
So,
And yung EXP, pwedeng glue EXP Kaja Roma. Kaya ganun na yung...
Kaja Jungle, no?
Ay, oo
Kyrie.
nga. Kyrie Yarn.
Kyrie Yarn. Arlot, ni-remove. Oh.
ano pala? Okay.
Marshall Mayhem.
Alam ko may Arlot na yung Marshall. Okay, never mind.
For the side naman of Marshall Mayhem, they may want to limit out hero pools coming in from I believe Aizawa kung gusto nila malimit yung control na meron sa mid lane, or they can also remove heroes such as Alice. Open pa din naman sa side ng ONCU Uprising. Pero Aizawa yung magiging main target dito.
Kailangan alisin na actually. Even remove Eve. Pwede. Masha.
Anong klaseng baul ang pinag-uukaya ng ating mga kaibigan? Palamang may nalalaman silang mga sikretong jutsu. Wala na, lahat ng mga tinatago, hindi na pinayagan. I like it.
Jungle ano nga to? Jungle Kaja.
Jungle Kaja.
Ramdam mo pinipilit nila gawing roam Kasi, kailangan nilang mailagay yung blue sa XP.
Ano pa ba yung mga...
So they're trying to force a Kaja jungle.
Lalush special.
I mean, Kaja roam. Lalush special,
Lancelot,
Haya.
mga assassins.
Joy! Meron pang Joy!
Ay, oo, Joy nga is still open. Pero Hayabusa. Okay. Para at least may pang-abot sila sa, alam naman natin, Hanabi, tamang likod lang yan kung wala silang capabilities of doing so. At least may contingency plan sila sa mga Ugi Shadows ng Hayabusa.
Yeah, so we need a mid laner, a very solid mid laner na kayang tumagal sa isang hila ng Kaja, and kailangan hindi gaano vulnerable laban sa glue.
Sa Diana and Benedetta. Wow.
What a draft. Lang sabi ko lang, what a draft.
XP Benedetta. Tingin ko, para medyo classic talaga.
Ano?
Itong side ng Marshall Mayhem. Yung bago lang dito, itong si Zetchan eh. Pero the rest, nagkita-kita na yan eh.
Sa mga nakaraang season.
Oo, sa mga nakaraang season eh. Last pick, walang mage. Tingin ko kuha ka ng dyan, ng Eve.
Easy pickings yung Eve yan, oo.
Eve na yan, para makapwesto ng magiging carry.
Sobrang basic muscle memory na lang yung kay Ezawa.
Oo nga eh.
Nagparsa.
Nakaban.
Ay, oo nga.
Nakaba ni Parsa.
Eve na lang yan. Eve o Lilia mayroon.
Lilia, nagamit na ba?
Uy, Kimi.
Igilan.
Okay.
Kimi.
Para may contingency plan sila. Double marksman technically pa rin ang gusto nilang mangyari. Pero very tricky lang, I would say, because of the threat of a Benedetta as well as a Matilda na pwede silang abutin.
What if XP ka dyan, no?
Ay.
Di ba? Para mag-level 4 kagad, baka yun ang habulin nila. Anyway, same itemization lang naman
That
eh.
kind of works. I think mas gusto ko din yung glue sa roam ngayon for some reason. Pero I think they'll need the bulk din. Okay? They need the tankiness eh. So, I don't mind if glue goes roam. Kasi kailangan mo ng high level na glue na tanky. Kasi yung Kaja hindi naman tatangkayan eh. So, more util siya.
Eto na guys, para sa ating last game ngayong araw na ito. This is between Marshall Mayhem versus Onika Pricing. Maraming mga heroes ang nilabas sa kanilang ball. Even the old combination, Matilda, Fredrin. Asahan na natin na mabilis yung jungle rotation ng isang Fredrin.
Hanggang sa dulo, no? Talagang pinilit nila yung tawag doon? Pinilit nila yung lason lineup na hindi mo pinipredict talaga. Marshall Mayhem, hindi sila napapayag na hindi makalaso ng isa. And it's a very interesting lineup na gamitan ng ng Hanabi.
Oo nga eh. Tsaka considering first 3 picks pa yung Hanabi Kaya
walang tago-tago.
Oo, all out na agad ika nga nila. Pero we're going to highlight Blue EXP po yung ating witness dahil Manila Boy will be utilizing Kaja here. So we're going to see a different dynamic for Glue in this game, but still the same identity in every team fight initiation.
Doon magaling sila Lush lately yung mga nakaw-nakaw moments, double green na ninakaw niya dito.
Double green.
So better stacks, better small XP. Wag lang papanakaw dyan yung golem. Iba ang XP ng golem compared to sa double green.
That's true. And one of the biggest priority yan, yung XP crowd.
Ayan.
Instant level 4 yan pag napunta kay Natsgad, di ba?
Oo.
So,
ayan, tingnan natin. Ay, niliwan.
okay. Okay lang. Di ba, makita mo naman dito kita mo yung level. Almost level 4.
Almost.
Sakto yan pag turtle, basically.
Oo nga. Kasi,
Or even before turtle, they can actually set up pretty early.
Yup. Yan din naman yung strength that we're going to witness for the side of Onyx Uprising. Side naman ng Marshall Mayhem. Tignan mo naman na de-deny si Benedetta. Lustoink having a difficult time. That's why Keanu went in the top lane to ensure na may respective ultimates ang Marshall Mayhem to contest this turtle.
Ayan first turtle, nakap ngayon. Pumipwesto ang mga Onika Pricing right now. Meron silang idea kung ilan nakapwesto. Kukuha sila ng turtle. Eto na!
Here goes Fury of the Phoenix. Beautiful engagement, pero ang follow-up ay swabe lang din naman. Pwede pa yata umabante dito. They still have some firepower, pero without the Hanabi, they decide not to go for it.
Ang ganda ng pag-punish agad ng Marshall Mayhem. Yes, Onyx Uprising got the turtle. But post-turtle-wise, Marshall Mayhem was able to equalize it with that team fight. So, at least hindi masyadong lumamang ang Onyx Uprising sa mga initiation na yon. And both roamers, they're now centralizing their attention sa respective gold laners nila.
Yeah, back tayo dito sa gold lane na talaga namang kailangan talagang alagaan. Lumilipad na with the circling eagle.
Uy, sa pool, dalawa.
Lumana ka, pero I think aware naman sila. Wala pa masyadong threat. Yung firepower dito ni Nicolette ay talagang limitado pa rin. Clarence going down. Again, wala masyadong sagot. Hindi din pwedeng humampas basta-basta si Keanu doon.
Ang ganda actually ng nung ginawa dito ng Marshall Mayhem, pero pagbalik, nasaktuhan sila ng traction pulse. nagkaumpugan si Clarence at si Keanu. Right after ma-disengage, hindi lang nakalabas ng buhay dito. Mas less na agresibo ngayon ng Onica Pricing. Namimili lang talaga sila nung clash. Dahil ang bigat din nung ang tawag dito, Divine Judgment, para i-proc basta-basta. So kailangan talaga dyan, pagka pinik ko or kinuha ko, dinakot ko yan, si UTC kailangan din activated.
Para at least hindi masayang at makakapitas sila. And malaking advantage din kasi if magawa yun ng Onyx Uprising, lalo na for Keanu, siya yung technically magiging sandbag sa mga bala na meron si UTZ later on. And that's what Martial Mayhem has to mitigate, has to hinder para hindi mag-power spike kung ano man ang meron sa Onica Pricing.
Inumpisa na nilang turtle dito. Mukhang aabante ang Onica Pricing.
Yep. Looks like aabante sila. And there you go. Huling-huli pero healthy pa. And si Keanu pa nga ang nakuha ng pagong. Napaganda pa yata yung paglapit ni Manila Boy doon sa Frederin.
Ganda ng timing ng Fury of the Phoenix si Wendell because they already anticipated that Manila Boy would utilize the Divine Judgment to get on Keanu. Wendell bought enough time para ma-disintegrate yung Divine Judgment by utilizing the Fury of the Phoenix to get on that turtle.
Gusto ko panoodin ulit yun. Parang hinila si Keanu pero parang nabawasan yung buhay.
Tawag dito, pinang-stop eh. Pinang-stop talaga yung Fury of the Phoenix. Isa yun sa mga great counter, even basta isolation play. Wave the Dragon, Tsunami Slam, ginagamit na talaga nila.
Instant pindot. Pag may nahila, oy, pindot! Ulti!
Pindot! Emergency button lang yon. Yun lang yon. And yun yung isa sa mga pinakamagandang ginagawa talaga ng Martial Mayhem. Though halos pantay kasi yung level cooldown, parang nasa 59 seconds ata eh. Tsaka yung Divine Judgment eh. So, laging pag may green, pag-green na rin etong si Wendell.
Yun naman yung timing. And dito din papasok yung importance of saving of those skills, especially for those long duration ones para magamit at the right place, right time. Because if not, then mawawala yung opportunity na pwede sana nilang i-take just because naka-cooldown yung skill na yun.
Yeah, and you gotta play with those cooldowns properly din. Right now, wala pa namang mataas mo yung mga cooldown ng mga panghuli talaga nila. Yung certain Eagle din, basta pwedeng gamitin. And look at that. Si Lestoink yung actually, kahit na medyo nabubuli si Lestoink ngayon, parang siya yung pinaka-inaabangan kong mag-pop off eh. Pag nag-pop off kasi yung mga Benedetta player, kahit lugi, may mga milagro nangyayari. Si Keanu though, parang lumalalim yata ang bahagya, mapapa-atras. And again, with the help of the Matilda, basic lang naman, umatras. And they also get the turret.
Grabe kasi, ang lawak eh. Pero mas pipiliin nila yung gitna. They wanna huge exchange. The jump in coming from the Benedetta.
Yan yung pop-off na sinasabi ko. And of course, makakatakas naman siya.
Pinabol!
Habol pa rin naman with the circling Eagle. Clarence wants blood. Huli sila dito ni Aizawa pero habang busy kayo, sinolo na ni Keanu ang turtle.
Grabe yung diversion gameplay na ginagawa ng Martial Mayhem. And if we're also going to highlight Lestoink level 10 na ka-level niya na sila dito. Pero dito, napakasakit na ng mga nangyayari sa mga initiation just to get on the mid turret.
Actually, tinitignan ko eh. Hindi man kumukuha ng kill si Lestoink. Pero nakikita mo yung effect niya sa map.
Sa split?
Oo, yung split niya eh. Tinignan ko dito sa kabila. Sabi ko wala ng Torre doon sa second na. Pagtingin ko meron pa.
Puro blue yung lumabas na banner eh. Nakuha ng kill, nakuha ng Torre, nakuha ulit ng Torre. Sunod eh.
Tinitechnical sila.
Oo, tinitechnical.
Oo, sabi basag-basag lang. Sila mabigat ang skill mo. Ugi, shadow kill.
Lalush goes for Nicolette. Si Nicolette talaga ang target dito sa likod. Pero looks like manadali pa nila yung Hayabusa. Ang ganda ng shielding na nabibigay talaga ng Matilda na to. Tinangkin ni Keanu ang mundo doon sa tatlo sa likod.
Uno Manila Boy ay successful pick off pa rin. And it's like 1-1 trade lang ang nangyari doon. Pero kalamangan talaga, it's going in favor for Martial Mayhem just because Lestoink hindi man nararamdaman sa teamfight initiation but macro pressure, Lestoink is doing his job.
Alam mo, yung ganito nararamdaman ko parang naubusan din ng hero galaw si Lalush eh. Hindi ito yung na-expect ko na Hayabusa coming from Lalush. Sobrang tahimik niya nitong game number 3 dahil humaharap si Keanu, sumaside movement si Lestoink. And kahit papano, parang may ano to eh, may epekto ko dahil may Matilda. Gusto mo pagka-go-go ka, dapat at least makakuha ka ng isa.
Gets ko. Kasi parang naka-off yung I guess ko naman yung effort ni Lalush. Pero yung shield kasi nakaka-off ng kalkulasyon mo. Ano yung kayang kong patayin yan eh. Nagka-shield bigla. Wala na. Nakakatakas.
Tapos dinadapa sila sa technical, in and out, kite in, peak off. Lahat ng option kung paano nila laruin. Plus yung guiding wind. Yun yung isa sa panira na yung shield, yung guiding wind pa.
Yung lipad pa.
Walang flicker to pero lumilipad kasi. Di ba? Pag dumive si Keanu, ay, pumasok na, lalabas.
Yun.
Kaya mo, tama. Ang hirap. Ito they going in to
Ito
make
na
a
yung mga
huge
play na pag kailangan mo ng pagtagilid na ang vapor, gawa ka ng
Hail Mary play.
Hail Mary play.
One time, big time lang. Gumagana siya.
May dadaan dyan.
Oo eh. And effective naman for the side of Marshall Mayhem because they now have the momentum. They now have the control.
Naiiwala yan.
Oo, di ba?
Oo, dikit-dikit na yan, no?
Ang hirap sa side ng Onyx Uprising na umarangkada.
Yun.
Pero yung mga shadow,
Kun sila.
yung question is the damage output. Parang it's still quite not enough for Lalucia to pick off. For example, the tanky hero like Giado, Nicolette, even though squishy, may Aegis, may Matilda to the rescue.
Paano nang gagawin nila dito, bro?
Mahirap.
Minamakro. Territory only, no personality.
Inaano talaga nila, kinakapitalize nila yung meron. And maganda lang sa ginawa dito, sinakto nila yung putok ng shield. Sakto rin yung labas ng Lord dito. Sobrang planado. Mabagal pero mabilis. Mabagal silang umikot sa mapa pero mabilis silang bumasag.
Yeah.
Ganun yung nangyayari dito. Eh, ngayon, ang Onyx Uprising sobrang alaga sa kanila nilang mga skill.
Wow, this very aggressive play coming in from Marshall Mayhem, trying to go for someone for a pick-off. Hindi na siya emergency panic button eh. It's a form of attack. And ginagawa nila yun ngayon. Although ito na si Manila Boy going for the play. Nahatak si Keanu pero kung lalaban pa rin naman. And maganda ang firepower na pinapakita ng Marshall Mayhem dito. Pero at the back end of that fight, it's only Keanu going down na trade si Aizawa.
Grabe yung mga trades na nangyayari. And if I can also commend sila Stoink, pumapasok siya sa backline nung na-Divine Judgment. Kaya
sumabay eh.
Oo, sumabay. Confident siya sa mga initiations na gagawin nila.
They're really feeling it right now. Nakita ang ko makakatakas na si dun eh. Sino to? Si Aizawa and even si Natsgad. Kaso tinamaan ng fidget spinner sa likod.
Aray!
Napaaray ka talaga
Sa pulsa kitty eh. Tunaw siya dito. Ngayon, 25 seconds para sa ating next Lord. Wala sa sitwasyon ngayon na kayang pumalag talaga ng Onyx Uprising. Hindi ko rin parang feel yung fleeting time this time.
Ay, hindi. Manghirap kasi lumapit. So, hindi mo magamit yung ultimo. Walang magko-cooldown. So, and plus, not to mention, low kill game. So, walang assist, walang nagpapa-refresh doon sa fleeting time.
Sa fleeting time.
Oo.
Yun yung nagiging problema. Tapos, again, yung Fury of the Phoenix, may option siya to trigger to go or to stop, disrupt yung pwesto ng Onyx Uprising. Layo nung apat na dun
Oo.
Parang may gagawin silang milagro sa gitna.
May sinasalubong na isa.
Ayan
Si Halberd, of course, is locked in kay Lalush. So I think he will have enough firepower para tumago sa shields. Pero ready na kaya yung teammates niya sumabay.
Pwede to. Actually, wala na ako nakikitang rason para hindi pa pwede makipagsabayan dito. Nasa taas itong si Lalush. Nakapwesto ang mga members ng Marshall Mayhem. They're going in for that Lord Dance.
Clarence nasa harapan. Nakavision ng konti. Windel making sure na may makikita siya dyan sa left bush mid. Nabato na din ang traction pulse. I'm not sure if it's gonna be the optimal time to fight para sa Onyx Uprising. Manila Boy looking for a target. Isang conceal lang at pwedeng mabaliktad to. Pero with all said and done, it's a sure Lord going over to Keanu and the chase is on. Clarence nasa harapan, hindi matagusan ni Lalush.
Tinuloy na din ng Marshall Mayhem yung Lord kasi nakita nila na spot on nila si Yuktz who responded to the macro pressure towards the long lane. Kaya it's like the go signal for Marshall Mayhem to really get the Lord. Pero for defense mechanisms, Onyx Uprising needs to defend it as best as they can kasi if they don't, dehado yung magiging sitwasyon nila, lalo't-lalo na nasa kalamangan na yun ang Marshall Mayhem.
Puwersa sila dito sa baba. Kukunin. The taunt is there.
Oh, what a beautiful taunt! Nahuli sila, Lush! Naglakad paharap and that might be it. That is gonna be 2 down para sa Onyx Uprising. Not really enough clear to take out these target pero enough para sa minions. Ito na ang wave number 2. Will they be able to get rid of all these minions para masave yung base nila? Pero parang hindi na. And with that, it's gonna be a Marshall Mayhem victory.
Victory! And this is it for Marshall Mayhem. Minsan kailangan mo talaga maglabas ng mga old lessons, old lineup para gumana sa mga makabagong version. They maximize the guiding wind, the taunt coming from Fredrin. Alam nila yung weakness ng ng Hayabusa, harapan mo lang.
Crazy na,
diba? I-hold mo lang, hindi aabot ang Hayabusa na makipagpaluan sa isang Fredrin. And Fury of the Phoenix galing dun sa mismong Zechan to control yung huge skill na meron si Manila Boy. They really shut down the idea of Kaja Kari.
Kontrolado,
Galing.
no? Kakabi yung... Hindi ko naisip yun, honestly, yung Matilda into the Hazetian. Ang hirap yung patayin pala.
Oo.
Grabe din eh. And gusto ko parating i-point out for Nicolette, for Clarence, Kiano, na benefit talaga sila sa isang Matilda pick. Sinamahan mo pa si Nicolette na sobrang protektado nito ni Clarence at may CC immune pa na innate sa isang Hanabi. Kaya all I can say is this is the best game for a Hanabi to flourish despite a lot of threats happening for the side of Onyx Uprising.
And look at those kill participation. Technically, naglaro si Lalush para magtago sa buong laro. Dahil hinahanap siya ni Kiano. And every time na si Lalush ay susubok sa Ogi Shadow Kill, ito yung sinasabi ni ni Rockard kanina, nakakayamot yung miscalculate ka kasi dahil sa shield. Yung shield pa ni ni Hanabi, ni Nicolette, syempre na-skill niya. Ipapop mo pa gamit yung Aegis. Meron pang next, yung guiding wind. Bahala ka na dyan. Paano na tayo niyan?
Hirap tumagos doon, especially pag malapit yung Matilda. Like,
wala pang crowd control yun. Syempre, di ba? Anti-crowd control. If ever tatagal ko yun sa harap, Higan ba na, tapos yung petals nyo, pinag-uusapan lang natin, ni 0-2, paano papaslangin yan? Look at that item.
Oh my gosh.
The distance, the damage, critical, the hold, and Nicolette in a form of that Hanabi. Guys, look at that emblem.
Fighter emblem
Fighter
pa.
emblem pa. Lahat na, bawal na madits.
Oo nga.
Ikaw na yan.
Ang hirap niyan. Every hit you throw out, complete sustain, plus max items, ang hirap talaga niya. Tapos fully supported with a really strong frontliner, a good supporting backline, plus may makulit pa dun sa kabilang parte ng mapa na si Listoink. Ang hirap din i-focus down ng Hanabi na to.
Sobrang hirap. Ang daming contingency plans kasi ni Nicolette, especially highlighting yung respective allies na meron siya, AGs and the innate CC immune. Nandun na lahat eh. Kaya nakakapag-survive siya, hindi siya mapitas-pitas ng mga members ng Onyx Uprising. At makikita din naman natin sa highlights kung gaano din naman yung mga teamfight initiations that truly paved the way to snowball the game to take on that control. And for Listoink, highlight din natin siya kasi siya yung gumagawa talaga ng macro pressure when it comes to that Benedetta. And ginagawa na lang ng ibang members of Marshall Mayhem is to continue on that pressure in the other lanes.
And makikita natin, wala naman technically ng mga explosive na clash. More on chane, habol, counter punch. Eh, wala kasi ibang option ng Onyx Uprising na sa ganyan sitwasyon, kailangan nila talaga gumamit ng skill. Eh, ang problema, itong lineup mismo ng Martial Mayhem ay designed to counter punch. Hindi kami magka-clash basta meron once yung trigger nila ng Fury of the Phoenix, di ba? And well, naging matagumpay. Pero at the end of the day, out of like 7 or 8 times na sumubok ang ONCU pricing, 7 doon, counter punch at lagi silang sinasama. Naaurahan sila nung counter play na pinakita dito ng Martial Mayhem.
Kaya in Martial Mayhem, nagdagdag naman sila ng ibaban sa kanila. Ano ba yan? Ang dami ng ibaban!
My gosh na
Which is a
lang.
good thing, obviously, for them. So, it's better for them, no? Parang because of that game, nagdag pa yung mga iisipin tuloy yung mga kalaban nila coming into the playoffs.
Yan din naman kasi yung lason na nagde-distinguish ang Martial Mayhem compared to the other teams. Those unique hero pools that they have. That is a huge threat din kung paano nila arangkadahin yung paparating na playoffs.
Again guys, congratulations para sa Martial Mayhem. Nakita na natin yung growth. And yun yung isa sa mga pinakamaganda. Ngayong araw na to, kung babalikan natin, ano yung mga heroes na lumabas na kakaiba or ano, well, yung Valir, given na yan. Pero yung Kufra, ayan, yung Benedetta yesterday,
Yes,
yung lumabas pero sa gold eh. Ngayon, yung pinakamabigat na duo na lumabas, well, classic duo yung Fredrin tsaka Matilda.
Yes.
Pero yung may Matilda at Hanabi naman, iba pa naman yun.
Crazy.
Iba yun eh. Para sa ating last series. And of course, kakaharapin natin at kakausapin natin ang ating winner from that previous game. This is Martial Mayhem. Hello guys, dinig nyo kami? Ayun. First of all, congratulations sa pagkapanalo against ONCU pricing. You did really a great job on how you guys run the draft itself. And Martial Mayhem takes the semi spot after the game 3 win. And of course, guys, may konting katanungan lang muna kami dito. Nakita nyo naman, no, yung history nyo kanina. Ngayon, nasa semis kayo at nasa top 4 na kayo ng ating tournament. Ano-ano yung mga tumatakbo sa isip nyo ngayon?
Ano na lang po siguro, total andito na po kami, di mas lalo kung hahabulin na lang natin mag-champion. It is what it is na.
Laruin na lang po namin, laro namin.
Okay. So interested ako sa mga nangyayari sa inyong mga draft, no? Saan nyo ba nahuhugot yung mga hero na yan at may mga dami nyong binabalik? Sino ba ang mga pasimuno niyan?
Sargi po. Dark System. Sa mga Dark System.
Shoutout sa kanila.
So yung mga Dark System picks, napapagana nyo, sino yung may call na, sino yung final decision na gagamitin ko to? Si coach ba o si player?
Players, overall po team decision kasi sa first 2 games na kumbaga na laid out na po yung foundation na kumbaga pwede na namin gamitin yung picks na yon. So nung game 3, nung na-pick na tsaka na-ban na yung mga pang-counter sa lineup na yun, ayun, automatic na po, pinipick na po namin.
Ganun pala yun. Interesting. And of course, another set of question for you all. Kasi earlier on, natanong namin yung Twisted Minds, yung confidence level nila. Kayo din, tatanungin namin kayo. Kasi on a scale of 1 to 10, gaano kayo ka-confident na makukuha nyo yung trono ng MDL?
1 po, 1.
Ay, 1! Bakit 1?
Biglang patras.
Ano yun? Bakit 1?
Chamba lang po ba ako?
Chamba lang kami.
Chamba lang.
Tunay na mga pro player nga talaga to.
Chamba lang. And again guys, that's our winner from our last series. Para sa mga supporters or coaching staffs, kung sino man, mga friends, loved ones, ano yung mga gusto nyong sabihin sa kanila? Lalo na sa mga tiga Iloilo.
Ikaw nag-coach sa post si
Ano po, sobrang thank you kasi hanggang ngayon po yung fans po namin talagang all out po sa pagsuporta. Kay Coach Pride po na sobrang puyat po kaka-scout kagabi ng Onyx.
Ayun.
Tapos kay sa management po namin na kahit anong gawin po namin nasa likod po namin sumusuporta.
Shoutout lang sa mga kaibigan ko dyan sa CPO. Shoutout sa'yo, solid sa inyo, Erp.
Okay,
Nag-i-scout si Coach Fry.
Nakibuyat kahapon.
Nakita ko yun, naglalaro na sa TikTok yun. Parang RG nun shoutout kay Coach Fry, sipag yan, nakikita ko yan. Lagi naka-online yan. Anyway guys, again, congratulations sa buong Marshall Mayhem. Sobrang solid ng galawan nyo. It is what it is nga, ika nga sa kanila. Nakita na natin yung team na nanalo from that last series against sa Onyx Uprising na sabihin na natin hindi rin biro yung nakalaban nila dahil from the stats ng week 1, day 1, nakita naman natin yung growth. Meaning to say, mabigat talaga yung nakakalaban dito ng Marshall Mayhem.
Yeah, Marshall Mayhem, wala silang sinasanto. I feel like I can really tell yung confidence nila, and since kahapon pa, I feel like yung sa interview din, diba? Battle plan is laid out already.
Yeah, it's already there and they just have to execute it accordingly to make things work out.
Sobra. Actually, yun yung mga kailangan na pagka umaabot ka talaga sa game number 3, kailangan mo na lang ilabas yung mga pwede pa. And gusto ko yung idea na nasa RG po mga dark system. Yung other word sa lasong kasi, dark system.
That's right.
Nasa kanila yun
All
diba?
good.
Yun ang talaga para sa Marshall Mayhem. Pero, again guys, dyan lang kayo. Magkakaroon lang kaming konting break. Magbabalik ang MDL Philippines Season 7.
bago na naman tayo, ha? Malamang matutuwa na naman ang mga bata at matatanda niyan!
Get out! Maglaro tayo, di kami patatalo. Maski duo o trio, kahit 5 man pa kayo. Kahit pa sabay-sabay, ang kalaban sasablay. Kung mag-rank ang pambilis, sure na wipe out! Get out! Pili na ng lane, at mag-pick ka na ng hero. Sa mid lane galingan mo, pag nag-ulti dapat sakto. Push na ang turret, ready to attack the Lord. Ube, summer bonding na ng todo. Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Nadali! Sige, push mo! Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. GG na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay! Nadali! Sige, push mo!
O ano? Sasali ba kayo? Lahat ay masaya. Pwede dito kahit sino. Nasaan ka man, nasa bahay o trabaho, pwede niyong laruin to.
Successful tayo ay panalo! Abilis to be one half, one fourth, one half to sa beer, appear. Abilis to be one half,
appear. Ay, nadali! Sige, push mo! Laro, laro, laro. Bilis, bilis, bilis. Gigi na sila. Appear, appear, appear. Ay, nadali! Sige, push mo! Get, get out!
Realme 16 Series 5G.
I'm out of Kasawa. I'm a designer. I always be getting some inspiration from my everyday life. I feel urban perspective, world is chaotic. We need order. Touch, the UI already touching everything. Touch means we can feel everything. We call it design sensibility. That is the meaning of touching. Human function is focused to be live. You cannot really live without any good telephone. This is one of the great mobile phone I designed. Really well fit your fashion and the life. I hope everybody like it.
And we are back para sa ating MDL Philippines Season 7. Day 3 na natin. Hindi, joke lang. Bunutan portion. Ayan, para sa ating bunutan portion. Pero beforehand, guys, non-stop victories are made possible with Realme 16 Series 5G.
Of course, the Realme 16 Series 5G is equipped for high-performance competitive gaming with fast charging and a long-lasting battery, all in a body that's easy to grip for long hours of grinding.
And of course, play smoother, react faster, and hit your opponents harder. Stay tuned because more game-changing surprises are about to drop.
At syempre, dahil nga grabe ang mga laban but one thing stays consistent. Comfort that keeps you locked in. Powering setups here in MDL Philippines is TT Racing Philippines, the trusted global workstation partner of gamers, creators, and champions.
Yon.
Yay! At syempre, wag rin natin kalimutan to secure ang ating mga ticket to MPLPH this weekend. Watch your favorite teams live.
Of course, para... Sorry.
Ayun.
Ano pala yun?
sorry.
Labo na naman ako.
Okay lang. Buy your tickets at www.ph-mpl.com/tickets.
Kala mo sa website na lang. Actually, dami mong gagawa sa website na yun.
Oo eh.
Huwag nyo rin kalimutan na gamitin yung code nila.
May code to.
Rock hard, tsaka kaya...
Lagi sold out eh. Gamit pa yung code, sold out na.
Yun.
Na. Okay, anyway.
Pero syempre, magkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag natin na live draw. Yesterday, inumpisa na natin. And guys, si QWERTY po talaga yung may dahilan kung bakit naglaban-laban yung mga teams na yun. Ako yung mga natira lang na nabunot. Ngayon, meron tayo para sa ating bunot or yung live draw, the play-ins natin, yung mga nagharap na, hindi na pwede magharap ulit. So, ang ginawa namin, sineparate namin actually yung mga teams na para to avoid na magharap ulit sila. Ang mangyayari dyan,
may dalawa dito, may dalawa dyan.
Crossover. So, ito yung magkikita yung teams na magkaiba na hindi pa naglalaban recently.
Yun.
So, just to play siya. Para makita nyo kung may mga dream match kayo.
Oo eh.
Tag-dalawa po. So, ang bubunutin dito ni Rockhart, ang una niya mabunot ay makakalaban naman ng unang bunot naman ni Gretchen.
Yan.
Ayan. So, haluin nyo na mabuti kahit tag-dalawa lang.
Dalawa lang nandito eh. So, yung mga 1-1 tsaka 2-0 dito yata. Okay.
Oo.
Okay, ikaw muna.
Ayan.
Ako muna.
Paano gagawin natin dito? Dalawang kaliwat kanan, no?
Oo, kaliwat kanan.
Left, right.
Kaliwat
Isang
kanan.
bunot muna, yun ang
Isang
maglalaban.
bunot, yun yung maglalaban.
Oo, let's see.
Okay.
Si
Okay,
ano,
okay.
bunot ni Gretchen. Ang unang team, we have
Aray, rock.
Zoom in ba? Pwede may zoom in ba?
Ayan.
Wala,
Rock.
basta rock.
Rock ang lalaban. At ang makakalaban nila,
Dalawa lang naman to. Kuha ko ng isa.
again, hindi na pwede maglaban yung naglaban na. Kaya most likely crossover. Ang team na makakalaban ng Rock ay
TNC Voltes.
TNC
Hirap ilapit ah.
Voltes.
Ayan, TNC Voltes.
Rock versus TNC Voltes.
Okay? Clean.
Okay.
Next series natin, aluin mo mabuti na titirang team.
Oh, halo to ah.
Okay, last one na to eh. Oo, ikaw muna.
Last one, we have Twisted Minds Rough World Era.
Versus
Code at, joke lang. Onyx Uprising.
Yun.
Ayan. Ang Onyx Uprising, maglalaban sila dito. So nakita nyo nga guys, yung mga teams na maglalaban, galing yan mismo sa live draw. Walang halong kabayas. At ito, yung ating teams na maglalaban. Ito yung kakabunot lang natin. Dito sa ating sa round 3. Yung mga nag-1-1 ngayon, of course, first up, we have Rock versus TNC. Next is Twisted Minds Rough World versus Onyx Uprising. Ito po,
Lahat pala to 1-1. Oo nga pala, wala sa ko. Yung 2-0, abante na.
yung ito po yung mga teams na naglaro na kanina na magkakaroon sila ng crossover moments. Ang mga umabante pala para sa Marshall, no?
Marshall diretso na kasi 2-0 sila eh.
Tsaka itong Aurora. Aurora.
Mga 2-0 move forward. Yung mga 1...
Mga 2-1.
Oo, yun.
Yung mga 2-1, meron pa dito.
Ayan.
Para sa kayo na. Yan na yun, guys. Yan
Let's
na yun.
go!
Okay.
Fighting!
Pero yun na nga, no, nakita na natin yung mga teams kung paano gumalaw. May mga heroes na lumalabas. Anong take mo ngayong araw na to, buong araw natin?
Nalabas talaga. I think na so far, hindi pa, wala pa tayo sa playoffs natin, pero napakita natin yung mga sumusulong talaga pataas. As in, literally, lahat, halos, even yung mga teams na na-eliminate ngayon, feeling ko pataas talaga yung trajectory.
Oo. Kasi nakita din naman natin nag-elevate yung level of competition if we're going to compare it from the previous seasons. Season 7, really phenomenal and a promising future for the upcoming rookies.
Future's bright para sa MDL Philippines Season 7. Again, kami nakasama nyo, Prof. B, Samo, si Rockart, Gretchen. Kita-kits ulit tayo bukas para sa ating Season 7. Bye-bye!
Bye!